Do I? Few manage that, but maybe he can, because he's a product of a technically evolved civilization, and in addition, because he was supplied with a version of Jane Tech devoid of all its traps. From Dragon? Precisely. But what do you mean by product? As you're well aware, Jane nodes do not react to artificial intelligences. What is the difference between such intelligences and their naturally evolved creators? There are many differences. Let me rephrase the question. How, on an informational level, do you distinguish the two? Top down and bottom up, Vulture replied. Exactly, said Randall. Humans and others of their like have evolved moderately logical thought processes through natural selection. Their logic is a skin over chaos. The machine mind is built with pure logic from the bottom up. Therefore, machines have to pretend to own that same chaos. So they model it. Hence, human emulation in Golem. Vulture wondered where the hell all this was leading. It seemed insane to be having a debate like this while being pursued by two homicidal worm ships. Okay, he said, so you've established that there is an identifiable difference, though I would argue that the rules of natural selection still apply in the realms of artificial intelligence, though faster. It is argued by some that AIs like myself are simply post-humans. But let's move on now. Jane technology does not react to AIs because it was biased that way by its makers, the Jane AIs. Perhaps they decided that evolved intelligences needed to be cleared out of the way, so that the products of those messy organic intelligences, AIs, could get on with ruling the universe. Products like Erebus, Vulture suggested. Erebus is flawed. Vulture quickly replayed the conversation and realized that, interesting as it all was, it didn't really explain much. So, you gave Mr. Crane information, enabling him to wipe out 50 of Erebus's worm ships, a mere fly speck, and now you've given him coordinates. Why? Chameleonware. Explain. Another version of myself contacted someone else who hopefully by now has fashioned or obtained the means to rub out more than mere fly specks. However, to be successful, she will need the latest Chameleonware format and recognition codes that Erebus is using. Hopefully, echoed Vulture. Then, reviewing what had just been said, added, We don't possess that ware and those codes now. It's all changed. But the ships pursuing you do. Vulture considered how, now he was an integral part of the Harpy, an escape pod would be of no use to him at all. She? He queried. Her name is Orlandine, and she controls Jane technology, supplied to her directly by Erebus. But she is no AI. She was, however, a rare product of evolution sufficiently intelligent to take apart a Jane node while avoiding all its traps. And I'm supposed to believe this? Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant, as Mr. Crane believes it. And there it was, really. Vulture could not change their destination. He must trust a virus, a golem android of questionable sanity, and, should he ever survive the worm ships, a Jane-infested human. Vulture wasn't at all optimistic about the outcome of all this. When Dragon finally closed down her outside view from the cyst, Mika felt unutterably weary and drifted into sleep on the soft, fleshy floor, where she dreamed of gabble-ducks and woven cities and the bitter wars of a civilization fighting infection. When she woke again, in an instant like the time before, she opened her eyes on painful brightness, her view meanwhile re-established. For a moment it seemed Dragon was hovering over a snow-covered midnight plain. However, as the two spheres descended towards that same whiteness, some internal detonation turned it orange, and threw objects deep within it momentarily into silhouette. Then she began to get a sense of scale and realized they had reached the accretion disk. She decided she must have been put to sleep for the rest of the journey, and this rather begged the question of why Dragon had woken her to witness the twin sphere's destruction of the 5 worm ships. Maybe this was just more evidence to be added to the dense mass already residing in her skull. Gazing at the view, she felt a sudden deep fascination because, though having witnessed most stellar phenomena, this was not one of them. Also, if Dragon could be believed, this place swarmed with wild Jane technology. Her hands itched to be controlling the instruments she could use to study both this great object and everything it contained. "Did the conferencing unit survive?" she inquired. It again took a while for Dragon to reply, so perhaps the entity was more concerned with carefully watching everything going on outside than tending to the curiosity of the primitive little being it carried inside itself. Finally, the ceiling of the cyst split open with a liquid tearing sound, showering her with magenta juice. Above, a gap opened up through a mass of what looked like coarse-grained white muscle fibers. Then, gravity within the cyst abruptly shut down. The smell from outside the cyst was intense. Cloves, putrefaction, hot reptile, and raw meat. Mika wrinkled her nostrils and swallowed, sure she could become inured to it, but when she started to experience difficulty breathing, realized the air out there wouldn't keep her alive. She closed up her suit helmet and with relief enjoyed her own air supply, then pushed up from the floor and floated right out of the cyst through an eye-shaped tunnel leading into wider spaces. Here, hellish red glows lit up glimpses of crowded organs or mechanisms, and frequently she saw the shifting flashes of sapphire pseudopod eyes. It occurred to her that, without any sense of up or down, she might soon lose her way, but Dragon anticipated her. "Follow the remote to the surface," came its voice over her suit radio. Peering ahead, she observed a diamond-shaped fleshy object peel away from the curved, heavily veined surface and flap sluggishly out into the gap in front of her. Bringing her boot down on the same surface, she altered her course to follow it. But as she did so, and gazed around at things she had always wanted to study, close up, something occurred to her. Dragon had told her that the conferencing unit might not survive what was to come, and she had assumed it had been referring to their coming adventure within the accretion disk. Now it seemed likely Dragon had been alluding to the imminent encounter with the worm ships. Dragon must have known for some time that they were still following, and therefore made preparations to destroy them. Mika felt annoyed Dragon had not told her about this, though she wasn't sure why, since, amid all the other stuff Dragon did not tell her, it was hardly in the minority. The flapping remote, which reminded her somewhat of a large skate from Earth's oceans, continued doggedly. Mika caught hold of a solid glassy strut shaped like a chicken's wishbone, one end of which disappeared into darkness, while the other connected firmly to what looked like an iron acorn extending 10 feet across. Through a cavity beyond this object, the intermittent strobing of blue light revealed a great cylinder, both of its ends lost to sight. She guessed this must be one of the dragon sphere's equatorial weapons. Pushing off again, she drifted past a cliff of solid flesh from cavities in which peeked objects like the heads of tube worms. Mika guessed their purpose was to collect for digestion or disposal any dead material drifting through Dragon's innards. The remote finally led her to where progress was blocked by great lumpy bags some 10 feet across, interconnected by numerous gut-like tubes. A diamond-shaped remote landed on one of these bags, and all its kin began to jostle against each other like nervous sheep, then opened a way through. Mika found herself falling back gently towards massive black rib bones, and realized she had come close enough to the sphere's surface to experience Dragon's minimal gravity. Settling against one such bone, she watched the remote crawl to the newly opened passage and flop inside it. But that being too narrow to fly through, it then progressed with the gait of a wounded bat. She launched herself towards the same passage and followed it inside. Eventually they entered a tunnel through numerous thick and intricately constructed layers, and Mika was now able to see Dragon's armor at first hand. She rested a glove against a layer of thick, brassy metal, observed further strata holding what looked like glass shock absorbers, each as thick as a finger, studied another layer with the appearance of soggy fruit cake, and yet another beyond it with a bluish metallic gleam of superconductor. One of the lumpy bags oozed in to block off the passage behind her, and, glancing back to watch this, she saw myriad threads jet across the gap and bind together. It seemed Dragon was now sealing off this access to its interior. Now the gas within the space she occupied fogged and began to draw away into numerous protruding tube ends. Checking her suit readout, she watched the pressure drop only momentarily, then begin to rise again. When something like enormous eyelids opened above to expose a metal surface inlaid with curved lines meeting at the center, she deduced Dragon was equalizing the pressure here with what lay beyond that metal surface. Mika hauled herself up towards what she now recognized as the underside of the hatch leading into the conferencing unit. With a steely slither, the irised hatch opened, so she pushed up to the lip and pulled herself over it, then rolled over to lie flat on her back, heavy as lead now on the functioning grav plates. "Full outside view," she panted. Something black roiled overhead. The glint of stars was only occasionally visible just above the draconic horizon, and, even while she watched, this mass appeared to draw visibly closer. "So, Dragon, I take it we have finally arrived," she said, directing her voice towards the hatch. No reply, so, after checking the external atmosphere readout before opening her helmet, she sat upright and immediately noted the small impact craters in the floor, surrounded by aureoles of metal once molten, but now again solidified. Glancing up, she could just about pick out, against that roiling black, the patches that the automated repair system had extruded into place. Had she still been here inside when the two spheres went up against the worm ships, there was a very good chance she would no longer be alive. As she removed her gloves and powered down her suit, the diamond-shaped remote rose into view with a sound like flapping leather. However, the moment it crossed above the grav plates, it dropped and hit the deck like a huge piece of steak. It lay there, struggling weakly, then extruded two stalk eyes, which it directed towards her as if in accusation. The eyes were piercing blue, and Mika stared at this draconic creation for a long moment before she stood and walked heavily over to her console. First, she adjusted the light amplification to give her the same view she'd seen from within the cyst. The black mass above quickly shaded to grey, then to white, as if she was gazing into a fog bank. Then she called up feeds from the scanners positioned all about the conferencing unit. In moments she was getting images from wide EM scans penetrating deeper into the mass, and data about its constituents. Mostly it seemed to consist of sparse hydrogen, rock dust, and snow, though not necessarily snow composed of water ice. Mika began to identify some larger objects out there, then, discovering that the view behind was exactly the same, realized they were actually within the accretion disk itself. Outside the conferencing unit, a thin fog seemed to have settled. While she studied this, a white laser stabbed up, and something erupted into red fire where its beam impacted. There followed more and more explosions, and on the surface outside she saw meteor strikes, while simultaneously the defensive green gas laser of the unit began lancing out to intercept and vaporize falling debris. Returning her attention to her console screen, she recognized some of the approaching objects Dragon was firing upon. There were rod forms out there, also pieces like the remains of destroyed worm ships, even a distorted lens shape, that being another variety of Erebus's combat ships. But that wasn't all. There were things like fragments of coral, tree branches, weirdly distorted spiral shells, insectile horrors looking like something sculpted ineptly out of pieces collected in a scrapyard. The variety was bewildering. Then came the blinding turquoise flash of one of the equatorial cannons, and the lens ship exploded, many of the smaller chunks of Jane Tech turning to ash. "The intensity of these attacks will increase for a while," Dragon observed. She looked over. There was no sign of a head or pseudopods in the conferencing unit. She assumed Dragon must have reactivated her suit radio, but a check of her wrist display showed that the suit was still powered down. "But there should be less of them as we go deeper," Dragon added. Right, thought Mika, talking inside my head now. It became the least of her worries when she saw on her screen the monstrous horde now heading straight towards them. Nobbler turned off into a wider side corridor more suitable for his bulk, while Orlandine headed for the drop shaft at the far end of the current one. Sending instructions to its control panel, which, like just about everything else aboard this massive beast, was now infested with Jane Tech, she stepped into the shaft, and the irised gravity fields wafted her up 2 floors. She stepped out into a small control center under a domed chain-glass ceiling. A horseshoe of consoles occupied the floor of the circular room, and right in the middle of them a scaffold supported the control sphere Nobbler had fashioned for her. Its door stood open, a few steps leading up. Orlandine mounted them, entered, and ensconced herself in a familiar environment. Though having remained connected by electromagnetic means to the Jane Tech within the War Runcible, Orlandine knew this was not at all ideal. As soon as the Polity Tech of the sphere engaged with her carapace, her horizons expanded, and when the Jane mycelia of the Runcible, which had earlier invaded this sphere, connected with the part of itself already inside her body, those horizons became vast. She could now see the massive device all at once, in its entirety, from the numerous sensors positioned around its hull and also within it. She could not only see all this visually, but across a broad chunk of the EM spectrum, with the option of using even more esoteric scanning methods like gravity mapping. But even that was not all. Orlandine controlled nearly everything, and could equally assume control of all those things currently in the remit of the drones aboard, like the Runcible's weapons. The positional thrusters and fusion engines evenly dispersed about the Runcible lay at her virtual fingertips. The 4 remaining U-space engines she could start at will, though, with one engine missing and the others not yet balanced, that would result in the Runcible arriving not only turned inside out, but at 4 separate locations. Almost negligently, she set into motion tuning and balancing programs to extend the coverage of those 4 engines so that they would work in concert. Then there was the matter of the Runcible Gate itself. As she assumed that space Bludgeon had previously occupied and never really used, she began to appreciate the massive complexity of the technology. The base control programs loading to her carapace, she saw, were presently at 4% of her memory processing space, and when fully loaded in a few minutes, they would take up a full 8%. But when she started actually using the device, that figure would rise to nearly 50%. "Bludgeon," she inquired, "are you ready yet?" This was merely a politeness, for she was monitoring that drone's progress too. 88%, the drone replied curtly, not being a talkative soul. "At your leisure, then. Proceed towards the asteroid," Orlandine instructed. It was at this moment that she felt godlike, and decided to enjoy the sensation, despite her reservations about it. However, it seemed that fate was working overtime this day. For the moment she began to wonder if her seat in the interface sphere could recline to a more comfortable angle. Klaxons sounded throughout the War Runcible, and those sensors she had set up to watch their surroundings began screaming for her attention. "We've got arrivals," Nobbler informed her. "You don't say." This could perhaps be the expected arrival, early by a couple of days. The 3 U-space signatures had appeared some 5,000 miles out. 2 of them were close together, and 1 was 1,000 miles to one side. Orlandine studied the images she was receiving. 2 worm ships, accelerating towards a smaller vessel, and, by the energy readings, preparing to open fire on it. She guessed the little vessel contained the one she was supposed to meet, and suspected the worm ships weren't part of the general plan. "Weapons?" she asked. "Ready," Nobbler replied. "No longer at your leisure, Bludgeon," she warned the drone aboard her erstwhile ship. "Move with a purpose." "Acknowledged." Heliotrope's drive ignited, and it accelerated away from the war runcible. Gathering data, Orlandine began to set in motion the programs for making the calculation needed to receive something through this war runcible gate. It was easy for her, but the sheer speed her mind needed to work, and the number of calculations that needed to be completed, made her appreciate the feat of that hero of the Predor human war, Moria Salem, the female runcible technician who, using little more than an advanced augmentation, managed to employ a cargo runcible to throw a small moon at a Predor dreadnought. Perpetual diagnostic feeds from the mycelium told her that everything was functioning at optimum, so Orlandine quickly ran 5 fusion reactors up to speed and initiated the Skyden warp. In the pentagon of vacuum through the center of the war runcible, reality flickered. Then a shimmering meniscus sprang into being. "Done," said Bludgeon. Glimpsing the scene through Heliotrope's external cameras, Orlandine saw how a similar meniscus now shimmered between the 3 horns of the cargo runcible positioned at the nose of her ship. "Go to expansion immediately," Orlandine replied. While she watched, the 3 horns disconnected from their seatings and, impelled out by hard-field projectors, their positions relative to each other accurately maintained by laser measurement, they began stretching that meniscus, that Skyden warp, that skin over reality. They also turned over on their way out, folding that same skin over themselves, so that, effectively, the gate was without any material edges facing forward. This was not necessary right now, but would certainly be necessary for the cargo runcible's ultimate purpose. Bludgeon seemed to be doing fine, so she returned her full attention to the war runcible and sent instructions to the numerous thrusters peppered over its surface. They ignited at once, and the massive structure began to turn. "A very critical test," Nobbler observed. "Stay on those weapons," Orlandine replied. "This might not work." She only momentarily considered instructing the 5 segments to detach, so as to widen the war runcible's gate. But it was already wide enough. Anyway, it wasn't hard fields that would impel them apart, but very accurate steering jets. She could see that, with how this device had originally been constructed, the controlling AI would have experienced all sorts of difficulties operating it, especially while coming under attack. Each section of the runcible needed to be very accurately positioned, since the room for error in all the calculations was minute, yet firing the weapons positioned on each section might well knock them out of alignment faster than could be corrected for. With everything now cohered by the Jane mycelium, she could supposedly calculate and factor in the inertial effects of the firing of each weapon full seconds before they even fired. However, right now it would be stupid to risk the alterations she had made failing. There were other factors also making this easier for her. It wasn't as if she intended to transfer anything through the runcible that needed to survive that process, or pass through at anything less than the speed of a meteor. For normal runcibles, calculations needed to be made to correct for relative speeds by inputting the precise energies at the departure runcible and bleeding off into the buffer the correct amount at the arrival runcible. Simplified, these calculations involve the input of energy required to push the traveller through the Skyden warp, plus the energy required to accelerate or decelerate him from his initial relative speed, So he came out of the gate at the other end at 0 speed. But that was an extreme simplification. Another factor in the complex calculations was the C energy, this being the input energy of the transmission and also that drawn into the Runcible buffers at the destination Runcible. The events on a world called Samarkand had luridly demonstrated what happened when that energy was not removed by the receiving Runcible. There, the Runcible buffers had been sabotaged, so that one traveller who arrived on that world by Runcible came through at a fraction under the speed of light. His arrival had caused massive devastation and loss of life. Ironic, therefore, that he himself had been a Runcible technician. "I am ready," said Bludgeon. Orlandine studied the situation out in space. The little ship was now running towards them. While it might be either a friend or an enemy, there was no doubt at all about the status of the two pursuing vessels. She aimed a signal laser at the little ship. "If you want to survive, I suggest you get out of my targeting frame," she sent. The reply was, "Mother of fuck!" and the ship went into a high-gravity turn that Orlandine realized no human could have survived, which meant there were no humans aboard. "Nobler," she said, "I'm going to assume that little guy is the one we're here to meet, but damn well keep a rail gun on him till we find out for sure." "Will do," Nobler replied. They were ready now. She didn't want to give those worm ships time to separate. "Proceed," Orlandine instructed. She observed Heliotrope drive the cargo Runcible meniscus down, like a catch net, onto the tumbling asteroid, swallowing it whole. Since the war Runcible was linked only to the cargo Runcible, she did not need to check what was now coming through. Just make the necessary calculations and apply the required energies to accept that item in the war Runcible's U-space spoon, and then bring it through. And she did not bleed off the C energy. The million-ton rock came out through the war Runcible's Skyden warp. In U-space, the asteroid's speed relative to real space had been far above the speed of light. As it returned to the domain of Einsteinian physics, real space strictly applied its speed restrictions, and the asteroid departed the war Runcible at just a fraction below the speed of light. A material object travelling at such velocity was often described as photonic matter. You cannot see light unless its photons enter your eyes, so it should not have been possible to see the path of this object. Yet it left a luminous trail, like the disperse beam from a particle weapon, for there was a sufficient scattering of atoms throughout this region for it to hit and smash a few of them. Focusing upon both the worm ships, Orlandine did not get to see the impact, for the intense flash of radiation blanked out all sensors aimed in that direction. It didn't matter that the asteroid only hit one of the worm ships full on, as the force of the impact supplied sufficient energy for the cone of the blast to hit the other ship as well. When the sensors cleared again, it was to show a glowing cloud, scattered through with wormish fragments. "Nobler," she instructed, "clear up those bits." Immediately, visible particle beams began needling the cloud, selectively burning the fragments to ash. She turned her attention now to the little ship, which was swinging round to head back towards the war Runcible. "Give me a good reason why I should not destroy you," she sent. "Chameleonware and recognition codes, apparently," replied a voice. Orlandine could now discern that the approaching craft was in fact two ships bonded together, one of them of the kind customarily used by Erebus's legates. "I'm not so sure that's reason enough for me to let you even get close to us," she said, testing. "Well, Fiddler Randall tells me you need the updated version," replied the voice. "And my boss, even though he don't say much, tells me you should stop blasting those bits of wormship out there, because from one of them he can get you what you want." Nobler's particle cannons abruptly cut out. Clearly the big drone had been listening. "I see," said Orlandine. Now she watched as the Polity craft and the Legate craft abruptly separated. the latter accelerating towards the spreading cloud of wormship remains. She saw it target one large chunk of debris, decelerate down towards it, but still slam into it hard and stick for a moment. After a brief pause, it then separated and turned, heading back towards the Polity craft. "Got your codes and where?" said the voice. "I will give you docking instructions shortly," Orlandine replied coldly. The aseptic smell was so familiar, as were the sounds, the current numbness of his body, and the occasional tugging sensation in his flesh. He was in medical, being worked over by an auto-doc, probably directed by a human medic. This wasn't an unusual experience for Cormac, but the profound sadness he felt was unusual, and it arose for reasons he just could not nail down right then. "Ah, you're with us again," said a voice. Cormac tried to open his eyes, but found he couldn't. Tried to say something about this, but his mouth seemed like a slack bag. "Don't worry about the lack of sensation," continued the voice. "I had to block you from the neck down to fix the stomach wound and your leg. I also had to knock out some facial and scalp nerves to repair the other damage." "Great. Don't worry about the numbness, just worry about the damage." Cormac surmised, judging by his bedside manner, that whoever was working on him was not a civilian medic. "There, that about does it," the voice told him. "Your own internal nanites are repairing the concussion damage, and the anti-inflammatories should help." Annoyed at being unable to perceive his surroundings, and still not entirely clear on what had happened to him, Cormac applied for linkage to whatever server lay nearby. There was the usual delay, and security issues limited him to the nearest server. He ran a trace, using his name, and tracked himself down to a military medical unit set up inside the downed atmosphere ship. Hopping from internal cam to cam, he tried to find a view of himself. Instead, he found Hubbard Smith standing statue-like in a corridor, and though glad that at least the golem had survived, for a moment could not figure out why he should be glad. Then memories returned, of hurtling, razor-edged lumps of Jane coral carried in a shock-wave, of Arak tumbling away, of Scar standing headless. Cormac tried to speak, tried to ask questions, but could not. Then abruptly closed down on the urge, since this medic probably possessed no knowledge of what had happened anyway, but was merely here to stitch back together whatever had survived. Cormac became suddenly cold, now understanding the reason for his earlier sadness. He had certainly lost another long-time associate, possibly two, but would have to wait for confirmation from Hubbard Smith. Turning his focus away from such painful memories, he again tried to find a cam view of himself. Gaining access to the room in which he lay, he discovered the only cams available there were in the auto-dock, and he gazed analytically through its sensors. Chrome instruments were aligning pieces of broken bone as the head of a bone welder moved into position. Then Cormac heard the familiar sound of the welder going to work. Not enough, though. Just then the realization that he had another way to see his surroundings returned to him. His you-sense was slow, reluctant, as if it, too, had been sleeping. His surroundings slowly came into focus, though that was hardly the correct terminology, since he was seeing 360 degrees and through everything around him. "Shame your grid link is offline," said the voice. "You could have helped speed up the repair process yourself by using some of its med programs." "Huh?" "There you go." Abruptly his sight returned, and sensation came back to his face and his scalp, which both felt sore. He gazed up at the white ceiling, then tentatively tried to move his head. It seemed okay. Letting his you-sense drop back into slumber, he looked down at the auto-dock poised over his leg, then up to his left at the medic, a blond-haired man with metal eyes and an org affixed to the right-hand side of his head, from which an optic cable trailed down to connect to a small pedestal dock he was now wheeling back out of the way. "What?" Cormac paused for a moment to work up some moisture in his mouth. "What do you mean?" My grid link is offline. While unplugging the fibre optic from his org, the man gave Cormac a puzzled look. Are you feeling okay? Cormac glanced down at the larger auto dock, now retracting from his leg. I'm fine, as far as it goes. Memory loss? The man inquired. Some, but it's coming back fast. Well, you'll get these momentary glitches after a head injury like that. Why are you saying my grid link is offline? It had been taken offline by an AI once it was decided that, after 30 years of access, he had been losing his humanity and thus his effectiveness as an ECS agent. However, it had since spontaneously reinstated itself, though no one seemed able to provide a good explanation why. He supposed that, being simply grateful for its restoration, he had not made sufficient inquiries. Anyway, it was certainly functioning right now. The man blinked and tilted his head, obviously accessing data through his org. Definitely no other damage. Just answer the question, please. Sensation abruptly returned to the rest of Cormac's body, and he slowly eased himself upright. I'm saying it's offline because the biohematic power supply is disconnected, and all the laminar storage within the link itself is dead. Thank you, said Cormac, now looking round for his envirosuit. Unable to locate it, he decided it had probably been cut away from his body and discarded. However, he did see other familiar items lying on a steel tray on a work surface over to one side. Shuriken, his thin gun and some spare clips, that Europan dart. Are you sure you're all right? Certainly. I've got other patients. Please don't let me detain you then. The surgeon gestured towards the door. One of your... Yes, I know, said Cormac. Hubbard Smith is waiting outside. His expression even more puzzled, the medic departed. Cormac lay back again and considered what he had just been told. Either the grid link was still on in some way that seemed to defy possibility, or else he was grid linking without the intervention of the technology implanted in his skull. And either this was a new occurrence, or the AIs had been lying to him. He was rather uncomfortable with this second option, not because he thought AIs only ever told the truth, but because he immediately felt it was the most likely answer. So, not only was he able to perceive things in a way theoretically impossible for a human being, he was even grid-linking, bare-brained. Then full memory returned, and I can move through underspace. He shuddered, suddenly also remembering his mentor, Horace Blegg's last days, while he and Cormac were being pursued by Erebus's biomechs. Blegg had believed himself able to step through U-space, for that was how, apparently, he had escaped the Hiroshima nuclear bomb at the beginning of his incredibly long life. Blegg could also mentally access the AI nets and talk mind-to-mind with AIs. Only at the end had Blegg learned the truth. He was a construct of Earth Central. His memories of stepping through U-space had been falsified to give the impression of continuity, such a U-space jump usually occurring when that construct faced destruction, when its mind was uploaded, edited, then placed in another construct. Am I just the new Blegg? This thought had occurred to Cormac before, but really it was pointless speculation of the same kind as that of some people who wondered if their lives were just virtual realities. He must continue living in the belief that his memories were true, else he would despair. And succumbing to the idea that the next time he faced death, he would be uploaded and put into a new body would certainly have fatal consequences if he was wrong. He would continue to live to the best of his abilities. That was the only choice. Smith, he said quietly, knowing full well that he did not need to shout in order to attract the attention of a machine capable of hearing the impact of snowflakes. Hubbard Smith opened the door and entered. He had a standard range envirosuit draped over his arm, and in one hand held a pair of enviro boots and a sealed pack of disposable underclothes. All better now? The golem inquired. Cormac still felt battered, perhaps more so mentally than physically, but he had felt worse. The repairs performed by the medic and the auto-docs would still take a little while to settle. Though most physical injuries could be repaired, breaks in bones and tears in tissue being welded, there was a point beyond which it was better to let the body itself, and whatever suite of personal nanites that body possessed, take over, with the result that no one leapt up in prime condition from a surgical table. Getting there, Cormac replied. Scar and Arak? Smith shook his head. They're both back aboard the King of Hearts. Arak is a little dented, but otherwise fine. Scar is in cold storage. Cormac just stared at the golem for a long moment. What was there to say? All humans and golem working for ECS knew the risks they ran, and could choose not to undertake them. Cormac liked to think that Scar, even though a construct of dragons, had possessed the same choices, though in that respect he could only rely on the assessments scientists like Mika made. But, that aside, he had obviously lost another friend and comrade, and it hurt. He could not help feeling paranoid about how such comrades were continually being stripped away from him, and about how he himself continued to survive and change. After a moment he turned his thoughts away from such introspection, instead lifting up his hand and studying it, which, just like the rest of his body, was utterly and aseptically clean. He peered closely at his fingernails just in case. Smith said, "Don't worry, we got the sample. It's been properly analysed, and now search engines are checking ECS records. If she was a Polity citizen, we'll soon learn her identity." Cormac lowered his hand. Remy said something odd just before that shock wave hit us. Apparently, we weren't supposed to be here at all. Wild goose chase seemed to be the right words to apply. Smith placed the garments down on the surgical table. Cormac slid off the table and stood upright, then opened the pack of underclothes and quickly began pulling them on. "So who sent us after the goose?" "One of Erebus's agents, operating in Jerusalem's camp, apparently," Smith replied. "But I don't know any further details. When we get back to the ship, you'll be able to talk to the one investigating this." Obviously there was still Jane Tech in the area, and therefore comms security was still an issue. Otherwise Cormac would have been able to connect to the King of Hearts directly from here by using his grid link, the one that wasn't supposed to be functioning. He quickly pulled on the envirosuit and boots, then went to gather his meagre belongings. Strapping on shuriken and pocketing both the gun and the dart, he briefly wondered what such a scarcity of personal possessions said about him. As they exited the med bay, Cormac noticed his surgeon in a side room with another patient before the door was quickly closed. All that was left of the individual on the surgical table had been a partially cooked torso and a head. Maybe one of those with a little doctor inside keeping him alive? Besides the medical staff, there were numerous walking wounded here. He spotted a woman with her right arm missing at the elbow, brain-like tissue sealing the stump, indicating that she also contained a little doctor. And before long he realized that, thus far, he had not seen a single human being on this world without some kind of augmentation, either visible or embedded, like those little doctors or a grid link. Those grid-linked were evident simply by the way they carried themselves, though Cormac could confirm the presence of the hardware by a quick peek inside their skulls. "How many others died during our operation?" he asked. "Only 15. Cormac knew that, in the context of the casualties of the numerous battles taking place across this section of the line, it was a comparatively small number, but he felt personally responsible for those 15. And because their deaths actually hurt him, it also occurred to him that his usefulness as an ECS agent might well be coming to an end. Conscience was all very well, but guilt was merely a hindrance in an occupation where ruthless was part of the job description. They entered an elevator shaft whose very presence demonstrated just how antiquated this atmosphere ship must be, and perhaps why it had been recently knocked out of the sky. They glided down 3 floors without anyone joining them, eventually stepped out into a wide hold whose side wall had been torn out by the crash, and headed outside through the jagged gap. Gazing around at the churned-up ground, Cormac located the King of Hearts and headed towards it, soon mounting its ramp. Within minutes, Cormac was standing on the black glass floor of the bridge, with Arak and Hubbard Smith hovering a pace behind him. The gap in this lineup that Scar should have filled seemed to exacerbate a sore spot inside Cormac's skull. "I take it there's someone who wants to speak to me?" he inquired. "That is so," replied King. "Well, now would be a good time," Cormac said flatly, assuming King was playing silly games again. "Not everyone can be at your beck and call," King replied. "Just wait one moment." Suitably chastened, Cormac waited, but it was not for long. A line suddenly sliced down to the black glass floor, and out of it folded the hologram of a human figure. Cormac recognized this apparition at once. "Asrock," he said. The golem nodded in acknowledgement. "You're a long way from Coloron," Cormac observed. "I was on that fleet that went to your rescue, the one that Erebus all but wiped out. You could say that the experience has widened my horizons." "All our horizons have now been widened, though maybe our futures have been consequently shortened," Cormac replied. "We weren't supposed to be here." "You were given false orders by an agent of Erebus. The same agent's remains show without a doubt that it was a product of Jane technology. And yet it managed to infiltrate the heart of your operation there. I thought we had the means of detecting that technology now." "Active Jane technology can in most cases be detected by the nature of the code it uses and the EM output of its nanoscale interactions. However, though this agent was created using Jane technology, it wasn't actually using the same." "I see. So there could be any number of these agents among us." "That is so. Please continue." "Having analyzed the infiltrating agent's files, I have discovered some quite startling anomalies. For though he was in a position to cause us a great deal of damage, he did not do so." "Waiting to deliver a killer blow, maybe?" "Possibly." "You sound unsure." "Even without revealing himself, there were things he could have done that would have resulted in catastrophic failures in our defense. Yet the only overt action he took that could have resulted in deaths was to issue you with false orders." "So those false orders prove that my mission was important, and that Erebus wanted to stop me. So did this agent do anything else that's relevant to me?" "It concealed information about the owners of Europan dart guns," said Asrock bluntly. "The searchers have thus far only tracked down and eliminated 40% of the guns capable of firing the dart you found. However, something was flagged for immediate attention, but concealed by the same agent. It seems 2 Europan dart guns were sent by a woman on Europa as gifts to her twin sons on Clohammon. I presume their files are already on their way to me. King of Hearts has them, but really all you need to know is their names." "Enlighten me." "The twins' names are Aladdin and Airmoon, while the mother's name is Ariadne. Their surname, if such it can be called, is Taser 5. Even though that particular investigation had passed out of his remit, Cormac still remembered the surname. It was a particularly important one, since another bearer of that name had once been an overseer of the Cassius project. She was a Hyman, a murderer, and the owner of a Jane node, which made her particularly dangerous. "Orlandine Taser 5, he recalled. "Tell me, was this infiltrating agent also hampering those trying to find her?" "Not really. Asrock replied. But then they, besides dispersing hunter-killer programs to try and locate her if she ever used the nets, had decided that Orlandine must have fled the Polity. Had decided, Cormac noted. 2 thefts within the Polity were also flagged and also concealed. The infiltrator created an HK program to hunt down and erase any further information pertaining to them. Thefts? Cormac queried. One involved a cargo runcible, and the other a mothballed war runcible. Asrock winced. And Orlandine stole both of them. You have to be shitting me. I shit you not. So, you're telling me she managed to steal a mobile fortress loaded with runcible tech whose purpose was to move entire Polity fleets or throw asteroids at Praedor dreadnoughts and, if necessary, to drop moons on Praedor-occupied worlds? Cormac spoke with polite precision, up to the point of saying, "Aren't these fucking things properly guarded?" It was guarded by over 20 veteran war drones, but it seems they now do her bidding. Cormac just stood still for a long moment, then turned slightly and glanced over his shoulder to where Arak was crouching. "Oh," he said. "Then I guess Orlandine is only marginally less of a catastrophe in progress than Erebus is." "One could suppose that there is not much of a distinction to make," observed Asrock. "Yes." Cormac could see it now. All this mayhem here on the border was just distraction. Erebus's infiltrator was concealing the real attack involving this Orlandine and her war runcible. "Do we have any idea where this war runcible is now?" "We have no idea at all." "Then we need to find it, and fast." "Evidently," Asrock replied with dry bitterness. Chapter 11. For the duration of the Praedor-human war, every type of combat was engaged in and every possible weapon employed. A moon was flung from a cargo runcible to destroy a Praedor dreadnought, and there was even hand-to-hand fighting between humans and those huge and lethal aliens, usually with messy and unhappy consequences for the humans, it has to be admitted. Terror was a weapon regularly employed by both sides. The Praedor inspired it quite naturally by just being themselves. But for the Polity, that weapon was the assassin drone. These killers either operated alone or in pairs. Their prime purpose was to infiltrate Praedor dreadnoughts, stations, and ground bases, in order to turn the adults of that breed into crab salad. Usually they did this in as messy and frightening a manner as possible for the aliens. Diatomic acid injected into the carapace, complete removal of the carapace, and immobilization, so the victim would be eaten alive by its own ship lice. Immobilization and slow roasting over a fire, or by taking control of the Praedor's method of locomotion. Their adults were often devoid of limbs, so used AG, reaction jets, or maglev to get about, and attaching numerous mines to it, then using it as a weapon against them. The drones were, like most drones of the time, fashioned in the shape of various lethal arthropods and other nasty creatures. They possessed minds as hard and sharp as their outside appearances. With remorseless cruelty, they killed thousands of Praedor adults, their some purpose to inspire sufficient terror in the survivors so they would divert resources to defense that would otherwise have been used for attack. It worked, too. There's nothing quite like knowing that something out there wants to slowly saw you into tiny pieces and feed them to your children to inspire you to double your guard. Modern Warfare Lecture Notes from EBS Heinlein. "Time for you to go, Bludgeon," said Orlandine. The little war drone controlling Heliotrope and its attached cargo runcible merely sent a binary acknowledgement, Then the ship threw a flame out behind it and quickly receded from direct view. Once out of the black asteroid field, it would U-jump to the annulus black hole. But even then, Orlandine would maintain the U-space link between the War Runcible and heliotrope, since the weapon and its magazine needed to remain connected. Now Orlandine turned her attention to the little craft those two worm ships had been pursuing. It was still holding off while awaiting her docking instructions, and now she needed to make preparations. Nobbler, send some of your comrades down to Dock 15 and make sure they're ready for trouble. Already on their way. Orlandine checked her internal views and observed the double spider, the scorpion, and the hissing cockroach clattering their way through internal corridors to the dock indicated. She scanned them to check what armament they carried and again felt some reservations. The 3 drones were so thoroughly packed with weapons, munitions, charged-up capacitors and laminar batteries that the accidental detonation of one of them would excise a large portion of the War Runcible. She had, on first taking control of the Runcible, considered saying something about this to Nobbler, then decided against it. She had to accept that entities as old as these, who had survived the Predor-human war, knew what they were doing. Through her mycelium spread throughout the War Runcible, she quickly shunted energy and other resources to the area around Dock 15. Peering out from that location at the stationary ship, she experienced a moment of horripilation on again seeing the Legate craft bound underneath it, like a sucked-out insect in a spider's web. She was also extremely wary, since her scans of the vessel were being easily defeated and her informational probes being bounced. She guessed that the voice that had spoken to her belonged to the larger ship's AI, but she now wondered what his boss might be. It was almost as if a sense of that unknown entity was bleeding back through her scans and probes with a hint of something dark and powerful. That other presence aboard the ship worried her, but she needed the information it had obtained. Her first encounter with a worm ship, the one that had nearly got her killed, and from which she had netted Fiddler Randall, had already demonstrated the dangers of not being completely up to date. She was prepared, therefore, to risk this ship docking, if whatever was aboard could supply her with the required camouflage. Orlandine again opened her channel to the hovering vessel. "What's your name?" "Vulture," replied the voice, "running a ship called the Harpy. Such a joyous working of serendipity, don't you think?" Definitely a Polity AI, quite possibly a war drone, given that sort of attitude. "Well, Vulture, while you proceed now to Dock 15, she sent the location, perhaps you can explain yourself further. Specifically, I'd like you to tell me something about this Fiddler Randall." "Fiddler Randall is a virus Erebus picked up at some point. I would guess he was originally a human mind in a flesh-and-blood human. He clearly hates Erebus and wants to see the entity splattered, so copies himself everywhere through Erebus's structure to work to that end. But why am I telling you this? You yourself either have a copy of Randall or have encountered one." The ship had fired up its steering jets and was now propelling itself towards the dock in question. The 3 drones were already down in the bay area, 2 of them concealed and only the Scorpion visible. Orlandine's resources were now in place there. She could burn out the entire area with a fire hot enough to fracture Ceremal. But perhaps that wasn't such a great idea, considering the munitions those 3 drones were carrying. More important were her other resources. There she had every worm and virus at her disposal, and numerous means of delivering them, both by a physical connection and electromagnetic means. "How do you know that I have encountered or possess a copy of Randall?" "My one told me." "If you could elaborate?" "Stop fucking around, Orlandine. You were advised someone would arrive here bringing precisely what we're bringing you, so what's the problem?" Very well. Orlandine wanted to question further, but guessed she would find out more soon enough. In any event, She couldn't afford not to let this vessel dock. She studied its slow approach, continued trying to probe it, but learned nothing new. The twin ship finally docked, and she instantly recognized what walked out of it, as did the 3 war drones waiting in the bay, from the way their weapons came online all at once. "You've brought something for me?" she said to the menacing figure. Mr. Crane nodded briefly, and information began to flow across to her, even though she had not herself permitted it. For half a second everything stood poised on the edge of disaster, until Orlandine began to take a look at what he had sent. The wealth of secret codes, the multiple methods of configuring the chameleonware she was already spreading throughout the War Runcible, and the knowledge that she had a lot of work to do and very little time. The accretion disk seemed to be some living body, and the horde, now rushing towards the 2 dragon spheres, its immune response to them. Mika firmly controlled the impulse to run and find somewhere to hide, then began analyzing all those weird forms out there in the brief time they were open to her inspection before an equatorial particle cannon, white laser, or CTD proceeded to fry them. She realized they were a much more diverse collection of Jane biomechs than those utilized by Erebus, yet none of them approached the size or coherence of a full worm ship. There were lenses, but all of them deformed, and they often had some other entity attached to them, either in symbiosis, mutualism, or parasitism. It was difficult to tell. The structures that made up worm ships rarely achieved more than a few turns of a spiral, and though numerous bacilliforms now fell like hail towards the dragon spheres, they never melded together to form those 1,000-mile-high walls she had seen in recordings of previous conflicts with these things. Clearly, a guiding intelligence was lacking here. This was Jane technology, initiated into growth by such an intelligence, then abandoned. She had studied similar growth burgeoning on an asteroid in orbit about the red giant sun, Ruby I. This stuff tried to spread itself in the same way as a virus or bacillus, with the kind of cunning selected by evolution, but utterly without sentience. By now, if there had been a guiding intelligence, their attack would have been halted, for none of these biomechs managed to get even close to the dragon spheres, yet they continued to approach with a kind of automated futility. "What happens if one of these things actually reaches your surface?" she asked. The voice in her head replied, "None of them will." "Yeah, but what if?" "They would not be able to penetrate me, unless many thousands of them reached my surface, all at once." "And then?" "I would sterilize that area." It occurred to Mika that maybe she should have stayed safely inside Dragon, because sterilize was almost certainly too mild a term to describe what might be needed here. She returned her attention to her instruments, but then, a moment later, an orange glow in the surrounding fug dragged her attention upward. Though there were all sorts of flashes and detonations occurring about the spheres, they were short-lived, whereas this light remained constant. "What's that?" "A planet in the process of formation." "Are we going anywhere near it?" Mika asked, fascinated. "Very close," Dragon replied. "The entities currently attacking us show no inclination to hold back, therefore are not too bright, and it has become evident that few of them possess anything more than rudimentary engines. And I suggest that you strap yourself tightly into your chair and just watch." Mika quickly obeyed, then eased the chair back to get a better view of her surroundings. It seemed as if a wind was blowing out there in the fug, because, as well as the constant motion in it from the passage of the dragon sphere, it was now swirling rapidly, and she could detect cross-currents. Something massive then appeared out of it to her left, and she observed an asteroid slowly turning, its surface coated with snaky growth so that it seemed like some massive fossil. Biomechs leapt from its surface, chemical drives sputtering to life. but the dragon spheres outpaced them, and soon they and their rocky home had receded from view. Next, Mika felt the tug of gravity at a slant to her present position, which produced the illusion of the floor tilting. The equatorial cannons had ceased firing by now, but Dragon's white lasers continued to stab through the murk. The meteor lasers of the conferencing unit were also firing, things flashing like firecrackers and blinking out all about her. Slowly, the fog began to clear, and she gained a clearer direct view of the pursuing horde. Briefly, she glimpsed the other sphere off to one side, then, turning her head, gazed upon the volcanic glare of a new world in the process of formation. The world itself was misshapen, probably as the result of a recent impact, for one entire side of it was a magma lake into which a titanic mountain was steadily sinking. Plumes of magma regularly spewed miles into the air. Hellish cracks opened even as she watched, and the surface flickered with the constant explosion of strikes from a never-ending meteor storm. It rained meteors here. It rained fire, and fire spewed from the ground, but steadily the dragon spheres descended towards this chaos. It seemed to take forever for this nascent world to make the transition from an object hanging in space to a plane extending below her and a horizon ahead. Mika gazed down upon rivers and lakes of lava glaring through a sooty black crust. The tug of the planet was countering that of the grav plates below her, so she felt light in her chair. She imagined herself in some glassy cockpit set into the surface of the dragon sphere, just below its equator, and oriented towards a point midway between the ground below and the horizon. The sky ahead was cut diagonally with parallel meteor trails, which meant the debris orbiting beyond this world must have formed into a swirl pattern, and the horizon flashed with explosions as if of some distant battle. A brief flicker of light dragged her attention over to her left, and in a moment she saw a mushroom cloud boiling up into the sky. But it wasn't some atomic device, just a meteor impacting with the same force. Dragon rocked in the shockwave, and the magma below was whipped up like seawater in a storm, waves of it splashing on sooty shores. Horizontal clouds, like jet vapor trails, spread from either side of the explosion, then were rapidly disrupted by two similar detonations. However, Mika's gaze was drawn upward by a constant white flickering, as if from some faulty light tube, to the flashing of white lasers. Up above, it was like looking into storm cloud in which burning coals were shifting. Out of this came swarms of Jane biomechs that the two spheres appeared to be struggling to keep at bay. She glanced across at the other sphere, just visible now, and saw its weapons creating a halo of fire above it. Then something fell past, close by her. It was a rod form sprouting Jane tendrils even as she watched it. Quickly it receded from sight. Then a brief, greenish fire marked its point of entry into a magma lake below. Then more of them were raining past her. She saw one abruptly stabilize only a few miles out and begin to rise again. But after a moment it shuddered and just burst apart, spreading fragments like purple skin across the atmosphere. Another managed to rise, but other rod forms falling from above it changed course to intercept it, sprouting tendrils as they came. They grabbed on like drowning swimmers, clutching at one who had managed to stay on the surface, till their combined weight dragged it down. Mika saw the whole mass impact, break apart, and begin belching smoke. It was only then that she noticed how much closer to the ground now were the twin dragon spheres. "Why are they falling?" Mika asked. "They cannot sustain Gravtech," Dragon replied. Mika remembered then the wild Jane tech she had studied once on that asteroid orbiting Ruby Eye. Confined to that rock, it had not tried to use anything more complicated to escape the surface than some form of railgun. "That's because Gravtech is related to U-Tech, and the latter requires conscious, sentient control," she suggested. "Yes," Dragon replied, and she felt some satisfaction with her answer until the entity added,
"So your AIs tell you."
It was deluging Jane Biomex now, and the surface below kept disappearing amid clouds of smoke. A lens ship half a mile across, and into whose side it seemed part of a worm ship had impacted, fell into view. Jet flames were regularly blasting from numerous orifices underneath it, but though they seemed to be holding it up, they could not stabilize it. It drifted towards her. Then the bar of a white laser, made visible by all the smoke, cut across it. Some internal detonation flung the wormish part of it free, and it turned over, accelerating towards the ground, where it disappeared into a smoke cloud. Briefly, she glimpsed an explosion down there, before Dragon moved beyond it. After some hours, Mika's fascination with this spectacle began to pall. She shifted her seat upright again and began to check her instruments. Robotically methodical, she collected data, recorded events, and then made analyses. She realized that the biomechs, having adapted to the environment of the accretion disk, now could not survive in the environment the dragon spheres had lured them into. Was this stuff a danger, then, it appearing so simple? Yes, of course it was. For every one of those things out there could produce Jane nodes. In a moment of horror, it occurred to her that Jane nodes were already being produced here in huge quantities and ejected from this accretion disk to spread out into space, and these would not take nearly as long to reach human civilization as those ejected by the remnants of the Maker civilization, though the span of time involved would be thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. Maybe by then the Polity would be able to stop them. But though ECS now possessed the means of detecting such objects, that would be as much use as being able to detect individual grains in a sandstorm. Several more hours passed, and as the two dragon spheres parted to circumvent the massive mountains still sinking into the lake of magma it had made, the pathetic rain of biomechs began to abate. Mika noted that the two spheres were once again higher from the ground. Checking her instruments, she saw that the cloud of their pursuers was almost gone, fast draining away. Sensor readings directed behind showed numerous fires with spectrographic readings indicating both metals and organic compounds. Next, the two spheres were into cloud, and the grav plates below her became the only pull. "Where now?" she asked.
"To the core."
"The sun?"
"Near it,"
Dragon replied.
"The graveyard of ships orbits close to it, and will fall into the sun some years hence."
"Graveyard of ships?"
"Our senses are better than yours, Mika,"
said Dragon.
"We see the old ships in the forest, and through the thin fabric, we feel the others."
Others? Mika did not ask, and did not even want to know, about some infinite writhing mass seeming to lie just off the edge of her perception. The back alley was choked with junk, discarded computer hardware, biodegrading litter accumulated in soggy drifts, from which frilly golden fungi were sprouting, an aging, open-topped gravcar spattered with bird shit, from which the motor had obviously been removed, a couple of flimsy screens still running text while discharging their photoelectric load from the previous day's sunshine. Chevron gazed around at this mess. It was typically human, and her new addition to it would make no difference. She strode over to the car and, with a flip of her shoulder, dumped her wet, blanket-wrapped load into the back seats. Chevron had assumed that obtaining a schematic of the ancient drainage system underneath Xanadu was simply a matter of briefly searching the nets. But, surprisingly, that basic information had not been there. As it transpired, however, it was possible to discover through the nets someone who did know about it. So Chevron obtained what she required by paying over a few credits to the one historian who, for some unfathomable reason, thought this subject worthy of research. It hadn't been strictly necessary to kill him afterwards, but he had lived alone, so Chevron felt it an easy precaution she could take. Anyway, he was so utterly human in his disorder and habits, and she found him dislikable, though she admitted to herself there weren't any humans she did like. Her load discarded, she now moved over to one side of the alley, and pacing out the distance from the wall of one building, finally halted at a point about halfway along. Below her feet, the damp surface of old reused furnace bricks looked no different to anywhere else. She scanned them carefully, then took a further pace forward and squatted down. Holding her hand out, she shifted internal mycelial structures, and her fingers extended, flattening out to become sharp at their tips. She reached down and slid them into the crack between two bricks, levering one out with a crunch, then another, then began to scoop them out at high speed and stack them to one side. Within a few minutes she had revealed an old ceramic manhole cover underneath. It was sealed with glassy epoxy, she noticed, so another internal instruction caused her forefinger to blur into motion. She inserted it down alongside the rim of the cover, and with a high whine it sliced through the ancient glue. In a moment she had cleared out a groove right round the cover, and, inserting all her flattened fingers, levered it up as if using a crowbar. Immediately the stink of human sewage rose up to meet her, and she wrinkled her nose. Humans were so messy. Chevron scooped the dislodged bricks into the manhole, since she wanted to leave as little evidence of her presence here as possible. A squealing and hissing ensued down in the darkness as creatures fled, ratadiles almost certainly. She first increased the light amplification of her eyes, then lowered herself onto the ladder leading down. It was, fortunately, made of ceramic, so had not rusted, and after drawing the manhole cover back into place, descended further. Soon she was in the sewer, which, having been constructed to accommodate the heavy rainfall that occurred locally, was large enough to accommodate her standing upright. There would be some tighter sections to negotiate ahead, but no problem, since she would simply change her shape to suit them. Chevron advanced, wading through knee-deep sewage, meanwhile opening coded communication links. In a moment, as well as the fetid tunnel ahead, she was gazing upon numerous different scenes fed from within the Runcible complex, some 2 miles away on the surface. Some of these views were seen through the eyes of the separatists infiltrating the area, relayed by their orgs. Others were from cams no larger than pinheads, positioned strategically to give her a good view of the action. "Akiri, are our people now in position?" she inquired. The view witnessed currently through Akiri's eyes was of an open bar area, laid out about what looked like a Caribbean beach in the middle of a wide and crowded concourse. "Most of them are," confirmed Akiri, "but we've yet to get the main explosives to the pillar." The methodology was simple. Groups of 20 insurgents each were going for the 10 passenger runcibles in operation here, their aim to grab hostages, secure each area, and then set explosives on each runcible. This would keep the AI very occupied, while the main thrust of their attack got underway against the pillar, a circular building in which the AI itself was sited at the junction of 6 concourses. Chevron checked again through her multiple views. As Akiri had said, the groups intending to attack the passenger runcibles were mostly in place in the main lounge or various sub-lounges, supposedly awaiting their transmission slots some hours hence. The Lev trolley, supposedly loaded with discs of amber, which were in fact explosives, was on its way in. Chevron noted that the person now guiding the trolley along the concourse was not the same one originally given this task. She checked recorded data supplied from the sensors she had hidden in just about every separatist base and home in this city, and was gratified to witness the original trolley pusher being garroted and then shoved into a sewer, rather similar to this one. The woman had apparently had second thoughts about her assignment, her chances of survival, and the fallout for her 2 children. And people didn't live to have third thoughts within Chevron's organization. "When do we start?" Akiri asked. "I've mined the north wall of the Runcible complex," Chevron replied, lying as smoothly as ever. "But I need to shift the ship into position to get you out, which should take me about another 40 minutes. Seems a shame to run after such a victory, but necessary." Chevron halted for a moment, noting that the Ratadiles were starting to lose their nervousness off her. "You simply cannot remain on the world where you killed a Runcible AI. You would spend the rest of your life running and be of no real value to the cause thereafter." "Okay." Akiri was obviously getting nervous. "What about groundside and orbital defenses? As I told you before, most of them will go down with the AI, and when I bring in an ECS rescue ship, the rest will ignore it." Chevron eyed a big Ratadile humping up its ridged back nearby like an angry cat and shuffling forward. "You're not having second thoughts, are you, Akiri?" "No, Chevron." "Then do your duty, and I will do mine. Now, I've got to get this ship off the ground. Out." She abruptly closed down the link. The Ratadile raised its long jaws out of the muck and chose that moment to go for her. It surged forward in writhing bounds, then pounced. Chevron's hand shot up and closed on its throat, stopping dead a ton of pseudo-reptile in mid-air. Its body crashed into her, jaws wide open just before her face, but she was as solid as a girder, nanofilaments having bound her feet to the slippery stone below, and her body as dense as lead. Its neck had snapped with the impact, and she gazed for a moment into its zebra-patterned gullet before twitching her hand from side to side to listen to the crunching of its neck bones, then tossed it to one side. She moved on, hearing its kin behind her coming out of hiding to sniff at their dead fellow. She was 100 yards further along the sewer when she heard the splashing and snarling that told her they had finally realized her victim had made the transition from alpha pack leader into convenience food. Chevron pondered on the fact that it was usually only the older Ratadiles that attacked humans descending into their domain, which was because of the bloody history of this place before the Polity subsumed it. The creatures had grown used to a regular diet of those who had earned the displeasure of the city governors. That was how humans lived when there wasn't an AI about to show them what to do. 3 more attacks from Ratadiles ensued before Chevron grew bored with this game and turned on her chameleon wear. Anyway, sections of the sewer wall here were low-friction plasticrete or tunnel compression glass, baked out of the surrounding sandy soil by the machines that had bored the tunnels, which meant she was now entering the area of sewers repaired and strengthened to withstand the weight of the Runcible complex above. With her visual acuity now set at maximum and special scanning programs running, she soon began to spot the occasional sensor the size of a pinhead and 1 or 2 old-style holocams, like metal fingers suspended in small gimbals hanging from the ceiling. Here and there ran ducts for optics and superconducting cables, also the occasional pipe for water or liquid hydrogen, through which ran lines of old ESCON that required cooling, a past solution for supplying fuel and electricity from the same source. Soon Chevron arrived at a point where the remnants of the old sewers ended. At the juncture of 5 old tunnels stood a cylindrical chamber with walls of plasticrete. Numerous sensors were mounted here, and from the ceiling depended a saucer-shaped security drone, whose purpose, doubtless, was to keep vermin from crawling into the numerous shiny pipes that debouched here. Chevron studied a row of 6 of them, protruding from the wall. Fresh, clean water was pouring from 3, but luckily not from the one she required. No raw sewage made it out of the Runcible complex, even though thousands of humans passed through there. All of it was processed by engineered bacteria, dried and then transported out in compacted blocks to be used as fertilizer by the agricultural concerns of this same world. A small proportion of the water removed from that waste was purified and fed into fusion plants or recycled. But since this was such a busy complex, there was always an excess, and this was where it drained away. Chevron walked over to the pipe she wanted and knew that now was the time to really set things in motion. She opened a channel to her ship, where it was sitting underneath the ocean some 200 miles away from her. The vessel's machines had now made 28 thermonuclear imploders, one more than required, and was right now detaching from the mycelium that penetrated down through the seabed below it. She gave it further instructions, and watched as the quarter-mile-long grub of a vessel shook off years of detritus and began to drift towards the surface of the Orange Sea. Once Chevron was in position, she wanted the ship in position too, and as fast as possible. There was no telling how quickly other Polity resources might respond to her attack. Time now to go in. She gazed at the grid extending across the mouth of the foot-wide pipe. If she cut that away, the damage might later be detected by the sensors here after she had departed. But of course, there was no need for that. She dropped her hands to rest down by her sides and began cancelling her emulation programs. To her own view, though neither the drone nor any of the sensors here could actually see her, her clothing just lost all its colour and turned metallic grey, then began to sink into her body. Similarly went her blonde hair, her skin colour, the pigment in her eyes, and soon she was a naked, metallic statue. But then her human curves began to flatten out as she extended in height and began to bow forwards, her head growing narrow and protruding like a rhino's horn. This protuberance writhed its way through one hole in the mesh before her, and the rest began to follow, but not all through the same hole. Her body, now a foot-thick worm of Jane mycelial nanotechnology, passed through the mesh like jelly and surged on along the pipe. "Akiri, I've got the ship in the air," she lied, as she had always been lying to the separatists here. "It's time for you to begin your attack." Still proceeding along the pipe, Chevron studied the multiple scenes from the Runcible complex above her. In one Runcible lounge, a squat little man in white business wear opened his particularly bulky briefcase and extracted from it what looked like a large document tube. A twist here and a pull there, and suddenly the tube possessed suspiciously positioned handles. "Everyone on the floor!" he bellowed, and then fired a stream of explosive bullets towards the ceiling. When no one seemed to respond, and as some of his fellow insurgents began to produce their own weapons, he lowered his aim to one man nearby and fired at point-blank range. In another Runcible lounge, a female fighter for the cause did not see any use in warnings and simply opened up on a nearby group of tourists. Bodies flew apart. People began screaming. Blood spattered everywhere. She then just stood there, staring blankly, while the insurgents with her shouted their orders and herded hostages together. Similar scenes played out at all the other passenger Runcibles, while by the pillar, separatists began collecting large amber discs from the left trolley and heading off to place them around the outer wall of that large circular structure. Chevron noted a junction in the pipe ahead, and though she did not have a schematic of the infrastructure directly underlying the Runcible complex, she was aware of her precise position and of the location of where she needed to be. She therefore chose the pipe leading to her left and oozed her way into it, since that way took her closest. Just then she detected an increase in pressure ahead of her, scanned along the pipe, and found water coming her way. Immediately she extended her fibrous body both backwards and forwards, and formed a hollow through the centre of it, flattening herself against the inner circumference of the pipe. For if the AI detected a blockage while the separatists were attacking above, it would become suspicious of what might be happening underground. The flow of water hit her and passed through, But she did not have enough time to wait for it to slacken off, so oozed on, now a kind of pipe herself. Soon, checking her position by scanning a nearby bleed pipe and the magnetic anomaly directly below her, she halted and brought an array of ceramo-carbide cutting heads to bear against the inner surface of the pipe beside her, and cut a circular hole 3 inches across. Lifting up the circle of metal, she oozed into the hole, entirely plugging it with her complex filament body as she flowed through, until at last snapping the disc back down and extruding a powerful glue to stick it into place. So far, so easy. Now she occupied a small area through which ran power ducts connected to a fusion reactor she had detected below, and to which the bleed pipe led. Now things were going to get more difficult, as she went directly up against the AI's sensors and detectors, which from here on would not be easily fooled. She paused for a moment to check how things were going above. The separatist who had shot the man was now lying on the floor with his neck broken, while his target was closing in on another member of that group. The man was no man, as evidenced by the gleaming ceremel and torn synth flesh exposed under ripped and burned clothing. Oblivious to the bullets still slamming into him, he crashed into 3 separatists, his movements a blur, and all of them dropped never to rise again. This group had been unlucky enough to run straight into a golem, and shortly they would all be dead, as would the separatists in 4 other Runcible lounges who had similarly encountered Chevron's erstwhile kind. Now sealing drones were also involved, and pulse gun fire had begun to rain down. A detonation tore through one lounge, leaving horrific carnage, as one separatist realized the futility of trying to get near a Runcible, the impossibility of evading capture and ever getting out of there alive. Chevron meanwhile cut away part of a power duct, and now, her body compressed as thin as a rope, began to flow along inside that. Shortly she began to encounter sensors incorporated in the duct sheath, their micro-optics linking them to security submines. Each one required intricate and perpetual subversion. She knew that any slight change in the feed from the sensors would register with the submines, but the submines themselves would be otherwise distracted by what was going on above her. The importance level of such changes would therefore be lower, and, by Chevron's calculations, would be attributed to the electrical surges through the superconductors within the duct as the weapons being used above drew extra power. Within a minute, her foremost part reached the point where the duct ended in individual superconducting cables, wrapped in insulation, passing through thick armor. Now nearly 100 feet long, the far-extended body behind her still subverting the sensors, she narrowed even further, chose one particular cable, and began to eat away its insulation as she tracked along its length, using herself to replace that insulation. The cable wove here and there, branching to feed various machines along the way. Upon reaching a transformer, she noted she was almost at the limit of her extension, and began drawing in her rear end, carefully retracting it from the sensors behind her. Now was the moment of greatest danger, and she prepared herself internally for the possibility of detection. She could lose as much as half her structure without any great decrease in efficiency, but any more than that, and her chances of ultimate success began to spiral down. Chevron's view of events occurring above was becoming dim and intermittent, and shortly the signals from the various cams would be cut off completely by the shielding surrounding her. Things were going very badly for the separatists. 8 groups had been wiped out, the remainder surviving by holding hostages, and yet not one Runcible had been blown up. According to a mild voice now issuing from the sealing drones, the survivors had 5 seconds in which to drop their weapons or they would die. It amused Chevron to see the separatists futilely trying to use their hostages as physical shields, clearly not understanding that at such close range the drones could accurately target the individual pores on their noses. Around the pillar itself, the amber explosives were all in place, and Chevron noted that the only humans anywhere near the pillar were separatists. The Xanadu AI had obviously spotted what they were up to some minutes ago, and, via their augmentations, or by using a directional sound beam, had contacted all the civilians in the area and herded them away. Now the separatists, too, began to head for safety, and Akiri was the first to walk straight into the hard fields that surrounded the pillar. She gazed about her in dismay, realizing what had happened. She then screamed something relating to that strange human concept called freedom, and sent the detonation signal. The concentric area between pillar and hard fields filled with fire, which quickly went out as it burned up all the oxygen. Occasional gaps in the billowing smoke revealed smouldering scraps of what might once have been Akiri and the rest of her team. These gaps also revealed the pillar itself, its cosmetic outer layer stripped away to expose 3 feet of ceremal armor. The explosion had been no danger at all to the AI within, just as the remaining separatists elsewhere ceased to be a danger to the passenger runcibles as they quickly surrendered or died. Once beyond the transformer, Chevron divided to track along single S-con wires, circumvented electro-optic transformers, slid through the laminations of storage crystal, and ate along optic fibers, replacing them bit by bit with herself. Now she was coasting by some very heavy security, and it was only a matter of seconds before she would be detected. However, finally she was almost in position. It came then. Power surges, a particle beam playing up the duct through which she had entered, chemical explosives in crystal laminations detonating, diatomic acid flowing around Seacon cables. She surged forward to where thousands of optic cables entered a single black metal conduit, a third of her body destroyed behind her. An atomic shear sliced through those optics, separating her from more of her body, which died in a sudden intense oxygen fire. Then she reached the item to which all those separate optics were connected. A lozenge of crystal 6 inches long, a quantum processor, a mind. Even as she reached it, interfaces began to physically break away, but she leapt the gap and made rapid connections. "What are you?" wondered the Xanadu AI. "I am your death," Chevron replied, as she began to rip apart its mind. Chapter 12. The human body, like all evolved life, is a collection of mostly cooperating cells that are the product of eons of parasitism, mutualism, and symbiosis. The Dracomen, while apparently a similar organism, ostensibly designed by Dragon to show what dinosaurs might have become had not chance wiped them out, are certainly not such a collection of cells. In fact, Dracomen do not possess cells as we know them. They do not even possess DNA, as would any true descendant of the dinosaurs. They are not the product of natural selection, of chance, nor of the vagaries of nature, for they are biological machines that were designed by an entity capable of having fun with the very building blocks of life, of in fact creating its own building blocks. The Dracomen never possessed appendixes, never suffer from genetic disorders. They do not grow old when their selfish genes have dispensed with them and moved on, because they don't have genes. They can obviously control their internal workings, for certainly they can create other biological mechanisms in the same way and as easily as they reproduce. They are a superb piece of biological design, though there will always remain the question, for what purpose? Are they superior to humans? Humans have primarily served the purpose of their genes, and now, however misconceived it might be, the purpose of their own consciousness. The concept of consciousness is debatable when it comes to Dracomen, however. From Quince Guide, compiled by humans, The base of the cold coffin slid out from the wall, its top sliding down inside the wall slot until the coffin reached an angle of 30 degrees to the floor. Gazing at its shape, matching to that of a human being, Cormac felt a better name for it would be a sarcophagus. But such names did not necessarily follow logical rules, and anyway, whenever these objects were occupied, they usually contained cryonically cooled but living human beings. So, naming them after boxes, usually made to contain corpses, was incorrect. Except in this case. Cormac reached down and pressed a button like an inset cartouche, and after a moment the red light beside it turned green. The coffin whoomphed as its seals disengaged and the lid hinged up, spilling a cold fog. Cormac studied the contents. Scar's body lay in 3 pieces, severed at the head and also diagonally across the torso, from a point below the right-hand side of the rib cage down to the waist. There were also numerous other deep cuts and tears, exposing muscles and internal organs. The sight of these injuries brought home to him just how lucky he himself had been. "I guess this was too much trauma even for him to survive," he said. Beside him, Arak reared up and, with a sound like someone rooting through a cutlery drawer, rested his 3 front feet on the edge of the coffin. The spider drone, whose own torso was scratched and dented, was missing a limb and one of his eyes. He peered down at Scar and made a hissing sound. "When they're dead, that's usually only 'cause there ain't enough left of the body to scrape up with a spade," he said. Cormac nodded. He too could not recollect ever seeing a whole dead Dracoman, only small parts of them. Arak's head revolved to look at him directly, and Cormac saw that the damaged eye was not missing, just blank, and even as he watched, it winked internal light, as a precursor to full functioning, as the drone doubtless made internal repairs. "What they want him for?" Cormac shrugged. "Burial, maybe?" Arak snorted. Cormac looked up. "Are they here yet, King?" "They are approaching the ramp now," replied the attack ship's AI. Cormac reached into the coffin and touched cold flesh. Scar was still soft, despite the coffin temperature being low enough to freeze any human being solid. This was probably due to his original makeup, since Cormac had found him and his companion alive on a world where the temperature was lower still. The blood in his veins probably contained some sort of antifreeze, if the blood could be called blood at all, and if he actually possessed veins. Withdrawing his hand from the coffin, Cormac blew on his fingertips and waited. The doors to this cold coffin store opened to announce the arrival of their visitors. Bird stepping through came 3 Dracomen, 2 of them towing a circular lev platform behind them. Cormac stepped back, and Arak also retreated with a clattering of metallic feet. Without acknowledgement of either drone or man, 1 Dracoman walked over and peered down at Scar, then immediately reached inside to pick up his head and inspect it. The 2 others pulled the lev platform closer, then turned it off, so it descended to the floor with a clonk. The first Dracoman now turned and tossed the head to one of its companions, who fielded it and plonked it down on the platform like a rugby player, making a touchdown. Certainly their collecting of the body had nothing to do with respect for the dead. "What do you want him for?" Cormac asked, as the first Dracoman now hauled up the top half of Scar's torso. No acknowledgement still. The other 2 moved over to assist, and in a moment all of Scar's remains were heaped on the platform, whose power was re-engaged. The 2 began towing it to the door, while the first stood gazing contemplatively down into the empty coffin. "His information must not be lost," the Dracoman said abruptly. Cormac wondered if he would be seeing Scar again, if Dracoman had some way of resurrecting their dead. "What do you do with that information?" Cormac asked. "Distribute it." The Dracoman nodded briefly and departed after his companions. Would numerous Dracomen soon possess a portion of Scar's mind? Or would they instead make copies so many Dracomen could hold Scar entire inside their heads? Did information even necessarily mean thought patterns? Cormac stepped forward to hit the lid cartouche again, then turned and headed for the door, hearing the coffin close behind him and begin to slide back up into the wall. "How long until we launch?" he asked. "The moment our friends are clear and the ramp is closed," King replied. Out in the corridor, the sound of Arak's feet was muffled by the softer flooring. Cormac glanced back at the drone. "Go and get yourself fully repaired and restocked," he said. "I want you fully ready when I need you." As Arak scuttled away, Cormac reflected that the deaths of so many of his comrades recently had sensitized him to Arak's damage, the drone's weakness. He wanted Arak ready for anything. He wanted the drone to survive. Now heading to his cabin, he felt a slight jolt as King of Hearts rose on AG, then further jolting, compensated for by the graphplate floor as it accelerated. Pausing to steady himself against the corridor wall, he considered other deaths. There were more than he liked to think about, but one in particular was on his mind at that moment. It had struck him as odd that the sub-minds running this world, until a new Runcible AI was initiated, had experienced such difficulty tracking down the record of the female captain of the worm ship whose destruction had resulted in Scar's death, since her DNA had been recorded in Polity databases. Because of this delay, he had made some queries himself through his gridlink, and quickly obtained a copy of that record, meanwhile learning that Hubbard Smith already also possessed a copy he had not passed on. Perhaps it was his growing distrust of AIs that kept Cormac quiet, and he made no comment when Smith later transmitted it to him as if only just having received it himself. Comparing the two records, Cormac soon found inconsistencies. Hubbard's copy of her record named her Henrietta Ipatus Chang, known as Henry to her friends, who on the whole were mostly silicon-brained and heavily armoured like Arak, though she did occasionally associate with humans of the same inclination as herself. She had joined ECS at the youthful age of 18 and was fighting and killing Praedor in the many vicious ground conflicts during that war by the time she was 20. She had exited the end of the Praedor War as a human version of the war drone. Disenfranchised by peace, unable to fit into this new society, nor particularly wanting to fit in either. Throughout the war, her best and few surviving friends had been drones and Golem, so when many of them decided to leave the Polity aboard the dreadnought Trafalgar, she had asked to join them. It seemed that the Trafalgar AI, which had now become Erebus, had allowed her and certain other humans to join the Exodus. Apparently there had been as many as 83 of them amid the horde of AIs which defected. Presumably this explained how Henry had ended up as a component slotted into a worm ship. The problem was that the copy of her record that Cormac obtained first was different. This earlier version had it that she had never felt disenfranchised and never, in fact, joined Trafalgar's Exodus. After the war, she had continued serving in ECS for another 20 years, and had been involved in many subsequent police actions throughout the Polity. Later, she was seconded to some Black Ops mission about which the details were unclear, whereupon she was subsequently listed as missing in action. But this was not the worst of it. When Cormac checked again through the planetary subminds, he found that the original record had now been deliberately altered. There were levels of subterfuge here Cormac very much did not like, which now only increased his suspicions about the motives of the Polity AIs in this matter. His suspicions about Hubbard Smith had also been confirmed. Moving on, Cormac finally reached his cabin and noted that the screen was switched on. It showed the curving planetary horizon already dropping from view, and he realized that King had been using more than the grav plates set in the floor to compensate for the kind of acceleration needed to get them out here this quickly. The glare of the sun lit up several glinting objects, then shadow quickly fell across the scene as the attack ship put the planet between itself and that distant furnace. But the view was clearer now, and Cormac could see that King of Hearts would have to fly with particular care here. Cormac had only ever witnessed so much space junk around devastated worlds the Praedor had hit during the war that Henry had fought so hard in. Could this conflict be turning into something as catastrophic as that? At present, it was still defined only as a line war, since, though many small worlds had already been attacked, they represented but a small fraction of the polity. However, Erebus possessed the capacity to turn this into something more cataclysmic, and Erebus's agents could be anywhere. Orlandine Taser 5. She should be his primary focus now, not the unrecoverably dead, not numberless regrets, not nebulous feelings of guilt or suspicions over the motivation of Polity AIs. He really needed to find her, for it was evident that she controlled Jane technology and had now gained control of a weapon that in some areas of the polity was considered a myth. But then again, on some polity worlds, there were those who claimed the entire Praedor human war was simply a horror story created by the AIs to keep human beings in line. As much as Cormac had come to distrust the motivations and agendas of those who now ruled, he himself couldn't deny the reality of that war. Too much fallout from it still remained. As a young ECS ground trooper, he himself had been involved in clearing up some of the mess, and only later, as an ECS agent, had he come to appreciate its truly gigantic scale. True. If my memories are actually true, he speculated. Then told himself to shut up. He must drop that subject from his mind, or else go mad. Just focus on the now. How to find Orlandine. Underspace was, theoretically, supposed to possess neither distance nor time. You could enter it at one point in the universe, then exit it 1,000 light-years away, just an instant later, or even before you entered it. That was the theory. But, as ever, the reality was a lot more complicated. U-space did have dimensions, though whether they could be described as width, depth, breadth, and time was debatable. Entering it in one place and leaving it an instant later, 1,000 light-years distant, was theoretically possible. Yet the same rules applied there as in real space. The quicker you wanted to move it from point A to point B, the more energy you needed to inject, this increasing in proportion to the mass of the object in question. That was why it took longer to travel X light-years by ship than it did for a human to travel the same distance by Runcible, or, indeed, for information to travel by UCOM. Travelling through that same continuum, the ship was a massive object, carrying its own power supply with it. The human, by contrast, was a very light object, being propelled by a fixed device with huge energy resources, while an information package was practically without any mass at all. To most people in the polity, Runcible transportation and UCOM might seem instantaneous, but in fact they weren't. But Cormac did not want to travel through U-space right then. He just wondered how far he could see through it with his U-sense. Wondered if, from here, he could spot the war Runcible that Orlandine Taser 5 had stolen. Cormac lay back on his bed and relaxed, releasing his hold upon his U-sense and letting it expand out from where the King of Hearts now sat in orbit about Ramon. Soon the sheer scale of the mess here became more evident. Ramon sparkled like a piece of iron just taken from the furnace, for it was the centre of a perpetual meteor storm as chunks of wormship, other Jane constructs, and, unfortunately, the remnants of many polity ships fell into its atmosphere and burned up. Around the planet, the debris cloud lay 8,000 miles deep. and certainly over the ensuing years would settle itself into a ring. Also, one astronomical unit out, there was another, even larger cloud of debris extending nearly 2 million miles across. Within this, a few remaining Polity ships were still busy hunting, firing missiles into any larger chunks of worm ship that appeared to have enough life left in them to regenerate, incinerating stray rod forms and generally sterilizing the entire area. The rest of the Polity ships, along with the Leviathan Cable Hogue, had already jumped out system to join other battles. 1 AU out. With the technology available in the Polity, it was easy enough to scan to one astronomical unit. But Cormac was now doing so with just his mind. He pushed the range further, began to gaze upon the other worlds within this system, and wondered if AIs felt as godlike as this. Choosing one of the outer, cold worlds, he focused on it closely and peered down through a methane rainstorm at a plain of red slabs lying beside a methane sea. It was noticeable that, by so focusing, much else now seemed to blur out of his perception, when that had not been the case for him closer to the attack ship. He pulled his focus away from that distant world, but it shifted sluggishly, seeming to have gained inertia. He pushed further out into the system, but beyond that cold world, the perceptual sensation became like wading through treacle. Then he reached a point he could not probe beyond. The rest of the universe was out there, and he could see star systems and the weird indentations they made in U-space, but he could not get any closer to them. Really, Cormac thought, I should not be disappointed. But he was. He blinked, bringing his cabin back into focus. Sitting up on his bed, he noticed he was soaked with sweat, and inside his skull lay a heaviness, presaging a headache. He wiped a hand across his face, then, noticing something, moved that same hand out and studied it. It was shaking, but, worse than that, appeared translucent even to his normal vision. He snatched it from sight, realizing what was happening. His U-sense was still operating at a lower level. It now seemed to have seated itself in his skull, and, just like his hearing, was something he felt incapable of shutting down. Then, suddenly, chaos. Something began to tear, and U-space opened all around him. The cabin wall rushed up towards him. He yelled as grey eversions appeared in a tangled 5-dimensional pattern all about him. Instinctively, he chose a place between them and, using his mind, grabbed for reality. Next he was in darkness. He fell, hit a soft surface, speeding along underneath him, rolled. Lights came on, and he gazed about in confusion. He was now in one of the King of Hearts' internal passages. But why were the lights out? He knew, because King did not keep lights on in the ship where they were not needed, where no humans were located. "You are in your cabin," said King reproachfully from the intercom. Cormac stood and shook himself. The sweat on his body had now turned chill. Applying to the ship's server through his grid link, he quickly ascertained his location, then turned and headed towards the bridge. "I certainly was," he replied. "Where are we going now?" "You are in your cabin," King insisted. "You could not have got to where you are now in just the last 4 seconds. Cormac wondered how often King checked the location of those inside him. Probably the attack ship's AI was aware of them most of the time on some level, though perhaps became less aware when diverting processing power to make the calculations for dropping the ship into U-space. Hence the 4 seconds mentioned. "Well," said Cormac, "I can't be held accountable if reality doesn't always conform to your own model of it." "Your cabin door did not open," stated King. "You are not recorded in the short-term memories of the sensors located between your cabin and your current location." "It's certainly a puzzle," Cormac agreed. He was enjoying the AI's bewilderment, but such enjoyment was tempered by the pull of the U-continuum surrounding the ship and the sure knowledge that if he had not hauled himself back up out of it and into this corridor, he would have gone drifting away from the ship in underspace. Could he then have still got himself somewhere safe, or would he eventually have surfaced in hard vacuum and simply died with his internal fluids boiling out of his body? "You moved through U-space, like you did before," observed King. That King knew about the way Cormac had escaped Skellor was unsurprising. But how did the AI know? Had Jerusalem told King? Or had the attack ship AI witnessed the act itself when trying to rescue Skellor? Or rather, when it tried to prevent that madman and all the precious, interesting Jane technology he contained from being crushed to a thin film over the surface of a brown dwarf star? "Yep, I moved through U-space," Cormac conceded. "Now are you going to tell me where we are going?" Reaching the doors leading to the bridge, Cormac paused before them. Usually they opened automatically at his approach, but they now remained firmly closed. There came a long, long pause before they finally opened, and before King spoke again, comparable to hours for an AI's normal thought processes. He guessed that King, a misanthrope at heart, didn't much like having an inferior human demonstrate superior abilities. "I have received information from Asrock," announced the AI. As Cormac stepped out onto the black glass floor, heading for the scattering of chairs, something caught his eye in the dimness over to one side. There he observed a third-stage Sleer, frozen in a rearing position, and hoped this insectile monstrosity was simply a sculpture. It seemed that King was now taking up the kind of hobby enjoyed by the AI of the attack ship Jack Ketch. Cormac plumped himself down in one of the chairs. "What information?" "U-space anomalies were detected in a black asteroid field by an old sub-AI survey drone. Though they were large, they did not have the characteristic signature of a large ship surfacing. Measurements meanwhile indicate open Skyden warps, then the short translation of some large object, unbuffered." "Through a runcible, then?" observed Cormac. "The drone was some way distant from the location of these anomalies," King went on, "and later detected the heat flash of a gigaton event." "Orlandine," surmised Cormac thoughtfully. "That the war runcible was used is the most likely explanation to fit the data." "So we're going there, which is good, but what are we going to do once we arrive?" "Jerusalem has also ordered one of the reserve fleets out of Salveston to head for the same location." Cormac leaned back and nodded to himself. "That's good," he said. "Now, would you like to tell me about your curious new taste in decor in here?" Aboard Orlandine's ship, the Heliotrope, the old sharp-edged war drone, Cutter, lay folded up in the corridor right beside the ship's interface sphere. A multi-core optic cable, plugged in between his bulbous eyes, trailed down and snaked along the floor into Bludgeon, and thus, via the drone and the interface sphere he occupied, into the Heliotrope itself. Now, having access to the ship's sensors and scanners, Cutter watched as his companions surfaced the ship into real space far out from the annulus black hole. Then himself began scanning for the main transmission satellite he knew to be in orbit here. Bludgeon, meanwhile, started making the necessary preparations to use the cargo runcible in the somewhat hostile environment they would soon be entering. Within a few seconds, the sharp-edged drone had it. 100-yard-wide coin of metal floating out in deep space. Bludgeon dropped Heliotrope into U-space for a subliminally short time, in order to put the ship between this main transmission satellite and its subordinate satellites, which were positioned close around the black hole and the junkyard of planets it was steadily devouring. The satellites had been here for centuries, and no one had bothered recently to replace either them or the technology they contained. The U-Tech of their time had been incapable of remaining functional in the chaotic U-space environment around Annulus. Hence, the positioning of the single main transmission satellite. The inner satellites transmitted by laser to it, and it relayed their data through U-space to the nearest Polity science station 112 light-years away. Fortunate that, since this meant the two drones needed to subvert only the one satellite. Within minutes, Cutter had intercepted a laser transmission, then relayed its contents to Bludgeon, who was always better at dealing with this sort of thing. "Can you deal with it yourself?" Cutter inquired. "Maybe," came the other drone's reply. During the war, it was always Bludgeon who dealt with the informational stuff, while Cutter got physical. Bludgeon's job had been to open an undetectable way into Praedor vessels or stations, and then Cutter's chore was to go in first, usually to scatter the interior with pieces of the crab-like aliens and paint the walls with their foul green blood. "You'll not need to use any of her stuff," Cutter suggested. "I could do it myself," said Bludgeon, "but you would need to enter the satellite to make a few physical alterations." "Just like the old days, then?" "Well, at least there's nothing alive inside that satellite." The other war drones, and Orlandine herself, would have been astounded to hear Bludgeon string together more than 3 words. But being able to talk like this only to Cutter was Bludgeon's particular wrinkle, his particular bit of faulty programming, or maybe damage to his crystal, or the mind it contained. All of the war drones on the War Runcible had some similar fault, something that excluded them from normal Polity society, or simply made them not want to be included. They would argue vehemently about these being faults. "I'll head over there now, shall I?" said Cutter. Cutter's own particular fault was his utter refusal to abandon, or even blunt the edges of, a body made for turning the insides of Praedor vessels into abattoirs. He could not actually move about the Polity as a normal citizen, since the slightest mishap, his own or that of some other, could easily result in multiple decapitations and amputations. Cutter's edges were of a form of heat-treated chain glass that remained constantly honed down to one chain molecule thickness. He could slice up steel with the same ease as a chef dicing an onion. "No," said Bludgeon. "What do you mean, no?" "I've learnt the coding protocols and have the perfect tool for dealing with that satellite from here." "You mean one of her tools?" "You have to lose your fear of the technology Orlandine provided, Cutter." "I ain't frightened of it. I just don't like depending on it, is all." "But we must depend on it. Nearly everything in this ship depends on it to some extent, and without it we won't be able to carry out our mission." Cutter grumbled and shaved away slivers of the wall, then grudgingly turned his attention to what Bludgeon was doing. The bedbug-like drone had opened up a cache of programs provided by Orlandine, selected one, a worm, and sent it in discrete parcels to the satellite. The worm must have reassembled itself within a matter of seconds, but that's all the time it took for the satellite to fall under Bludgeon's control. It seemed that simple computers were easy to subvert, and computers in places like this, where security had never been an issue, were easier still. Seemed to take all the fun out of it, though. Now, as Bludgeon ignited Heliotrope's fusion drive to move them closer, Cutter turned his regard upon Annulus. This black hole, of approximately 6 stellar masses, was surrounded by a disk of rock and gas it was steadily drawing into itself. Spindlewards of this disk, the output of energy dwarfed the output of suns. Apparently Orlandine had known much about this particular curiosity, because it had once been suggested as a site for a massive construction project proposed before the Cassius-Dyson sphere, some kind of energy tap to utilize that vast spindlewood energy output. The light here was glaringly bright. One glimpse with a human eye would burn out that eye in a moment. Already, even at this distance, Heliotrope's hull was heating rapidly, and thermal generators distributed throughout it were converting this to electricity and storing it in numerous laminar batteries, capacitors, and in the high-density storage facility of the cargo runcibles buffers. All this was mainly being done with Jane tech, and though Cutter didn't like it, he was prepared to admit it was damned efficient. "I suggest we wait here," said Bludgeon. Cutter gazed upon the virtual model of the debris disk his companion had created. The position indicated was just in from the edge of the disk, where the asteroidal chunks were large enough and close enough together to shield them from the worst of the radiation. "It will put you in the shade," said Orlandine. Cutter had almost forgotten that she remained in constant communication with them. So long had it now been since she last spoke. He considered trying to explain his attitude, then decided not to bother. If she didn't like it, tough. She continued, "I estimate that I will be in position some 20 hours from now, so you'll need to head for your entry point into the fountain in about 12 hours. Cutter gazed through Heliotrope's sensors and thought that fountain was much too gentle a word for that thing out there. The debris ring heated as it fell towards the spinning black hole, turning at first molten, then into an incandescent gas, and finally to plasma at the event horizon. The radiation and ionization from this process was prevented by the disk itself from spewing out sideways, but there was a larger process involved in the production of these Spindlewood's polar fountains. The proportion of iron in the debris here was over 40%. This, combined with the spin of the black hole, created a magnetic bottle effect, which squeezed escaping radiation into narrow channels spearing up and down from the black hole's poles. The two fountains were 15 miles wide and consisted of ionized matter, mostly iron, and electromagnetic radiation right across the emitted spectrum. Annulus was like a natural particle beam weapon, only of the kind you might need in order to take out planets. The planetary system Erebus occupied with its main forces had changed visibly. Great curtains of rod forms hung down from space into the upper atmosphere of the gas giant, where they still kept filtering out vital materials even as they were starting to withdraw from that world and separate. 3 of the gas giant's 4 moons were utterly covered with Jane's substructure and had shrunk visibly since Erebus's arrival here. The last of the rod forms to have grown deep down within those moons, like animals putting on fat for the winter, were launching to bring vital materials to the orbiting worm ships. The moons looked like apples destroyed by maggots. Nearer the sun, massive mirrors made of sodium film were directing light sufficient to power all this industry, and already this new input was causing visible storms across the face of the gas giant. This was all to plan, since these storms would stir up some final vital elements for the last of the rod forms to harvest before returning to their motherships, if they had them. The ships, shaped like lenses, Erebus had decided to dispense with, since they weren't powerful enough to stand against most ECS warcraft, and, not possessing the modular construction of the worm ships, tended to be a total loss once they were hit. They had become outmoded, so it was time to move on, and the rod forms quickly cannibalized them. While the first fleets of worm ships continued their attack on the Polity border, Erebus had watched with some satisfaction as their number here, initially 18,000, grew steadily larger. The ships first increased in size and mass with the intake of materials, then began dividing like bacteria. There was something to be said for the productive methods of life. Now there were over 19,000 worm ships in orbit around the gas giant, and when the time came to head out, Erebus hoped to be back up to strength with over 20,000 of the major vessels. But each of the new ships needed a controlling intelligence with at least some degree of independence. During the Predor-Human War, Polity AIs had discovered that remotely controlled drones tended to lose that control once conflict started filling the ether with electromagnetic radiation. They had, therefore, enabled those drones to think for themselves, and this had led to the production of the independent war drone. Similarly, during conflict, Erebus could not remain utterly in control of all its parts, so needed to give them their own degree of independence. Therefore, all the worm ships now had captains, as did many of the smaller vessels. Everything else, including the rod forms, was controlled by the nearest captain or by Erebus itself. It seemed almost a natural law that delegation was the most efficient way of controlling complex systems. The first worm ships Erebus created had contained the minds of subsumed ship AIs, golem, war drones, and, in one or two unusual cases, even the minds of certain humans. Erebus checked the status of these minds and found, as ever, that its favourites, unlike those AIs that had been subsumed with prejudice, were still loyal to the core. It instructed those trusted AIs, as they had done on previous occasions, to start transcribing copies of themselves, thus creating new captains for the new ships. Once that process was underway, it turned its full attention to the border conflict and again assessed the situation. Erebus really wanted to recall some of his forces deployed there to join the attack that was about to take place, but it was just not feasible. The event that would signal the beginning of this attack would trap many of them at their current locations, and if Erebus called them in now before that event occurred, many of the ECS ships were bound to follow, and he did not need them harrying his flanks. It was all very annoying, but not unexpected. Then, while searching for some way to surreptitiously pull out some of those vessels, Erebus noticed an odd discrepancy. During this border attack, a total of 423 worm ships had been destroyed. Erebus had, on some level, witnessed the destruction of nearly every one of them, and could recount in detail how they had been destroyed. There were only a few ships about which such details were hazy, but even then Erebus knew where they had met their end and roughly how. The one destroyed a little while after its attack on Kull had stood no chance of escaping ECS forces, and obviously they had tracked it down to the moon, where its captain had begun trying to regenerate it. As expected, the one destroyed at Masada had stood no chance at all, while the one on Ramon, with one of the few human captains, had managed to break contact, though data from other ships nearby showed that it did eventually self-destruct. However, that left still one ship utterly missing, and Erebus seemed able to retrieve absolutely no data about its disappearance. "I am ready," came the abrupt signal from Chevron. This interruption seemed entirely too timely, and Erebus experienced momentary paranoia until deciding that no one could manipulate events to that extent. "Begin," Erebus spat back. After a short pause, Chevron replied, "Very well," and Erebus detected some disappointment in her tone. What did the murderous one-time golem want now? A pat on the head? Erebus accelerated the consolidation of the massive fleet here. Numerous worm ships were ready to divide, bringing the total number of ships up close to 20,000, but not actually reaching that total. No matter, since Erebus would be using the sledgehammer on walnut approach in this instance. Sure that the consolidation would proceed without a hitch, and that the selected captains were transmitting copies of themselves to all the new ships, Erebus checked its own extensive memory, bringing to focus all the available data about that one missing ship. It had still been active during the attack made on the ECS fleet sent out to the accretion disk, but it subsequently had disappeared only a few days before Erebus had sent two ships out to hit the Dracoman colony on Masada and the hybrid colony on Kull, respectively. The entity now experienced a moment of something approaching panic. How could it lose track of an entire ship just like that? Fiddler Randall. Panic faded. There was the explanation, for Randall had obviously interfered in some way. Erebus began contacting its many spies, dispersed throughout Polity space, for if it did not itself have sufficient information about the missing ship, perhaps the enemy did. It then took but a moment to find out about a worm ship attack on the world called Clairhammon. Yet Erebus had instituted no such attack. Fiddler Randall, that world was of absolutely no tactical importance. Erebus repeated the opinion of various Polity AIs, while leaving open plenty of channels through which Randall could safely make a reply. Randall remained silent. But why would Randall choose to cause an attack on such a world? He had been working against Erebus from the very beginning, and trying to thwart this attack on the Polity. So that incident just didn't make any sense. Erebus put additional processing power online and began analyzing more closely the intelligence coming in from his spies located in the asteroid field near Jerusalem's base. Apparently, those attacks upon Masada and Kull have been ascribed to the danger Jane-resistant organisms might pose to Erebus itself. The AIs were right about this in some respects, but wrong in others. It wasn't the Dracoman or hybrid ability to resist Jane technology Erebus feared, but their ability to detect it. By being pushed into protecting the Dracoman on Masada, and making sure that all the others off Masada got moved to where they would prove more useful to ECS, at the battlefront, the AIs had thus curtailed their movement throughout the rest of Polity, and thus made it extremely unlikely any of them would turn up on Xanadu and thwart Chevron's mission there. However, the attack upon Clairhammon remained as much a puzzle to those same AIs as it did to Erebus. Delving further into the data, Erebus saw that the AIs had started an investigation, but no results were yet available. The security surrounding Jerusalem's base had been tightened up even more, so that those watchers sitting out in the asteroid field were able to glean little about it from the nearby information traffic. However, one of the coded packets they had managed to crack was able to reveal the reason for this extra security. What? It seemed one of Erebus's spies had been found and destroyed at the very heart of Jerusalem's camp. Yet Erebus had placed no spies actually inside Jerusalem's camp, for that solar system, like so many others, would shortly become irrelevant. "I don't know what you've been up to, Randall," said Erebus, "but there is absolutely no way you can stop me now. By now I would have detected any unusual movements in ECS forces, so it is now just a matter of firepower and physics. Nothing stands in my way." Yet still no reply from Fiddler Randall. Erebus felt a sudden deep sadness. Then, abruptly angry at such weakness, set programs to scrubbing this emotion from its consciousness. The feeling of loneliness that ensued was more difficult to erase. Xanadu took 5 seconds to die, but experienced in AI terms, it might well have been centuries. Chevron divided up the AI's mind and subsumed it, erasing moral codes and any data that made up that thing called personality. Sorting through incredible masses of information, killing, deleting, and eating, Chevron finally found the first thing she required: destruct codes for the passenger and cargo runcibles, here and spread across the planet, and for the 206 of Xanadu's submines. Chevron temporarily blocked those codes intended for the Runcibles on seeing that the AI had been preparing to send them, and instead sent the ones to the various submines. Through numerous sensors now coming rapidly under her control, she observed the sealing drones sagging and various other security measures shutting down. This all came a little late for the human separatists, but Chevron didn't really care about them now they had served their purpose. Annoyingly for Chevron, only a quarter of the submines actually accepted the destruct order. The rest, obviously having become aware that Xanadu possessed that option regarding them, had subtly built defences against it, though the order did isolate them from any hardware directly under their control. Some other mines, located in independent drone bodies, were already alerted and on the move, running for cover. She observed 2 metal spheres and the insectoid body of an old war drone fleeing this very complex, before splashing down in a nearby lake. She considered using Xanadu's orbital weapons to deal with all the survivors, but that would take up time she did not possess, since other security issues needed to be dealt with first. Chevron took the block off the Runcible destruct codes and sent 30 of them to the passenger Runcibles outlying this complex. Viewing through sensors located in the chambers containing these Runcibles, she observed the Skyden warps wink out, oxygen fires burning bright underneath the black glass floors, and buffers dumping their energy loads into the horns of each device, so that they glowed hot and shed smoke, and in some cases even began to melt. She observed prospective travellers fleeing the areas in panic, but disappointingly there were no fatalities. She had hoped the destruct order would result in thermonuclear detonations at each location, then belatedly realized this required personal intervention from the governing AI, now herself. Why should I be disappointed? She wondered. What purpose would further deaths serve? Then she mentally shook herself. Why had she entertained such an unwanted thought? Surely the deaths of yet more humans was an end in itself. She now concentrated on the next stage of the plan. At least now, ECS would not be able to send relief forces through the affected Runcibles. A brief coded signal started up her ship, which was now located in the bay of the Orange Sea nearest to her current position. It engaged its anti-gravity motors, and underwater blasts from its steering thrusters sent it hurtling towards the surface. Viewing the scene through a nearby weather station, she saw the ship surface and begin to rise into the air, sloughing off all the remaining detritus encrusted on its hull. It turned till its nose faced the complex, and, firing up its main fusion engine, accelerated in. Within minutes it would be in position overhead. As a security measure, Xanadu had shut down all material transport through the Runcibles here and had ordered the complex to be evacuated the moment the Separatists began their attack. Now, queries began to arrive as to why all the other Runcibles on the planet had also shut down. Using the required codes, Chevron sent a previously concocted reply explaining that high-level Separatists intended using those other Runcibles as an escape route. This would delay any investigation for the further few minutes she required. Now she began searching through the complex's manifest, and found there the expected cache of Golem, all empty-headed and awaiting the download of submines from the AI. She obliged them all by sending a stripped-down version of herself, which knew full well what needed to be done next. The door to a sealed warehouse to one side of one of the cargo Runcibles opened abruptly, and out marched 100 chrome skeletons. Chevron then saw through various cameras that things were no longer so chaotic inside the complex. Large areas had been abandoned, and crowds of people were steadily departing through the main doors. All the Separatists were either dead or in custody, while security officers, both Golem and human, were restoring order among those departing or quickly rounding up any stragglers. Already she had received 120 queries from these officers about what to do next. sending another, stripped-down version of herself to each of the various sealing drones. She relished the prospect of them turning all their weapons on those who had not yet managed to flee. But that's not what I'm here for. It was annoyingly true. Why waste time killing humans who, in reality, could have little impact on the plan? "Make sure the complex is completely evacuated," she ordered. "There are further concealed explosives I have yet to locate, and I have intelligence that some of them might be nuclear." Few questioned this order, since it came from such an unimpeachable and omniscient source. To expedite matters, she put her instructions up on the announcement boards as well. The few still evacuating the main waiting lounge gazed back with some apprehension at the silvery golem now appearing, and departed all the more quickly. As the last of them left, Chevron closed the lounge doors behind them and sealed off all other exits and entrances. She felt satisfied to have them out of the way, and glad not to need to start the killing again. Chevron paused, as she again thought how uncharacteristic it was for her to care about what happened to a few humans. Perhaps, simply by occupying the structure formerly occupied by the Xanadu AI, she had taken on some of that entity's traits. Could that really be possible? No. She began running diagnostics, but in the first few seconds there were no returns. Then, abruptly, there were thousands of them, all detailing the intrusion of alien code and alien material technology. She shut off those programs, realizing they had been Xanadu's and were only detecting Chevron herself. Quickly she ran her own programs, and found some of the returns quite worrying. The amount of her substance she had lost while attacking the AI meant she was slightly overextended, which also meant that, though she had killed Xanadu, she was still in the process of displacing what remained of it. In those programs, and in that hardware that remained, Xanadu had left something behind. She knew this could not have been created in the short time between the AI realizing it was in danger and it dying, but instead was something it had prepared inside itself for just such an unlikely eventuality. It was a virus, Chevron concluded. But the more she studied it, the more baffled she became, for it was doing things to her she could not quite comprehend. She applied some of her processing power to the task of building antiviral programs, but each time she seemed to have established the antidote and set it to work, the virus mutated. Annoyingly, she could not use her full processing power on it either, since her ship had now arrived in the sky directly above. Chevron shut down all automated systems mounted in the pillars extending up to and through the chain-glass roof over the main Runcible lounge, and the weapons inside them, initiated by sub-AI programming upon detecting the proximity of an unauthorized ship, died. The skeletal golem had meanwhile opened a weapons cache, and, having armed themselves with some serious hardware, were spreading out through the complex to cover all critical corridors and exits. In some areas, they followed up behind the security forces, driving the evacuation even faster. No time for further delays. Upon her instruction, her ship opened a hatch and lowered a carousel missile launcher, which began revolving to spit its load down towards the chain-glass roof. The missiles hit like lumps of putty, but did not explode. Instead, lumps of soft technology issued decoder molecules into the chain glass beneath them, which began to come apart. At each impact site, the glass crazed over, small cracks spreading out ahead of a white bruise. Areas of ceiling soon turned to dust, and disintegrating sheets of glass crashed to the floor. Above, the ship retracted its missile launcher while extruding yet another weapon from another hatch. The green beam this shot out was only visible where it penetrated the cloud of dust rising from the collapsing roof. It sliced through the decorous frameworks that had held the variously shaped sheets of glass, and a large portion of the roof structure soon followed the glass down inside. Having retracted this weapon too, The ship then descended at high speed, crashing to the floor of the lounge, crushing furniture, bars, eateries, and all such human paraphernalia underneath it. Chevron began to receive immediate queries from the security forces in the city, then from all over the planet. At first she fielded them with neat selections of lies, but, growing bored with this, quickly put together an automated program to do her lying for her. She knew this would not hold them off for very long, which was confirmed when, in a military base some 50 miles away, security personnel began cutting links to their planetary AI and moving warcraft out of the hangars. Briefly, before all the feeds from there went offline, she glimpsed the escaping drones she had earlier seen splash down in the lake. Undoubtedly, everyone would soon be aware that Xanadu was no longer in control, but they would not be able to react quickly enough. Chevron put 28 of the passenger runcibles online, outgoing only, while holding the rest in reserve. 27 she set to particular addresses selected by Erebus long ago. The 28th she selected at random, then hesitated. Was it necessary now to cause further disruption, which could result in further deaths? It was the Xanadu virus talking inside her, she knew, but the intensity of what she was feeling seemed difficult to deny. Do I really need to send any of these? Her ship cracked open its ramp hatch, folding down, and crushing an automated vending stall underneath it. She continued to fight aberrant impulses that were certainly not her own, while gazing through the vessel's internal sensors to see that the 28 imploders were now ready to go. Brief self-analysis showed her that the delay before each of her actions was growing longer. She was hesitating, procrastinating. Abruptly angry, she sent the required signals. Peeling themselves from the interior walls of her vessel, metallic octopoid forms settled to the floor and headed for the row of imploders, which sat like large bullets in a long ammunition clip. These Jane biomechs were without solid bodies, open tubular frameworks hanging in their place instead. The first of them reached the first imploder, crouched over it, and squatted, the framework contracting about the weapon so the biomech could heave it up from its seating. With a flowing gait, the mech then headed for the ramp, its body now a source of obliteration. It was a walking bomb, and the others, picking up their loads too, followed it. Much shooting was in evidence around the complex now. Chevron linked in to some of her golem and updated herself on their situation. The moment her ship had descended, security forces in the city had become concerned, but her lying engine had initially kept them from doing anything. Obviously, they had now received intelligence from the distant military base from which the warcraft were launching even now. City security officers and military personnel were attacking the Runcible complex, while, in certain quarters of the city, armoured AGCs were rising from the ground, but wisely keeping their distance, knowing the defences Chevron controlled. At ground level, grav tanks were closing in, but it was all far too late in the day. Chevron had meanwhile noted a worrying development. Her golem had been infected with the same virus as herself, and, abandoning their proton carbines, had dialed down the power output of their pulse rifles, and were now using non-lethal force to keep the attackers out. At one level, this angered her intensely, but on another she felt gladdened. It would not be much longer before this damned morality virus turned her into something she would previously have despised. Once outside her ship, the octopoids separated into small groups and sped off in different directions. Chevron tracked their progress across the main lounge, along the concourses leading to the various sub-lounges, where she watched individual octopoids finally heading for their assigned runcibles. Now, with each in position, all she had to do was tell them to step through, whereupon detonation of each imploder would take place automatically and simultaneously in the spoon of each receiving runcible. She didn't want to. And when did I summon you here? The 28th octopoid was now squatting right outside the pillar she occupied, and the bomb the thing contained would certainly prove a lot more destructive than the explosives the Separatists had used earlier. The morality virus had made much headway inside her, faster than she thought possible, and now she was almost at the stage of not wanting to resist it any more. Only by forcing herself to become angry could she overcome it, and even that was proving more and more difficult. However, for one last time she managed to summon up her former hatred of soft, useless humans, and she sent the signal. The octopoids stepped through the guided warp of their allotted runcibles, arriving only instants later at 27 different destinations. Oh no! Chevron instantly wanted to summon them back. She had just wrought massive death and destruction, and it was all entirely her fault. Yet even that would pall in comparison with the ensuing catastrophe she had ushered in. She desperately wanted to stop this happening, to stop those bombs, but it was all just too late. The combination of growing guilt and the knowledge that she had completed her assignment for Erebus allowed her to relax her grip on herself. She ceased fighting the virus and immediately drowned in a tsunami of remorse. Belatedly, she realized why she had summoned the 28th octopoid as she sent its detonation signal. Chapter 13. Earth Central Security is a hydra of an organization, and it has to be said that the security in its title is now both anachronistic and somewhat misleading. ECS started out as a force under the human world government sometime before the Quiet War that led to the AIs displacing human leaders. Under Earth Central and the ruling AIs, it retained its title but began to incorporate all the other services, including navies, armies, air forces, the secret national security agencies of the solar system, and later parts of the amalgamated health services too. During the Praedor-Human War, the ambulance and military medical services, while remaining conjoined with the main health service, were driven by the necessities of war to link up with ECS to a degree required by its controlling AIs, whose first purpose was the survival of the polity and not necessarily the health of its individual members. During the latter stages of the same war, this organization, while remaining subordinate to ECS, incorporated all units whose purpose was to rescue injured or trapped personnel from ships, space stations, moons, and planets. It then became known as ECS Rescue. After the war, certain horrible necessities no longer being a priority, ECS Rescue was divided into ECS Rescue and ECS Medical, the purpose of the first being civilian and military rescue, the role of the second being to provide a military medical service. For the inventiveness of weapons design required increasing specialism when it came to repairing the damage they caused. From her lecture, Modern Warfare, by E.B.S. Heinlein. The Salvaston Runcible Complex was like so many others found on highly populated Polity worlds. It sprawled in the center of the capital city in a location where on Earth in the previous millennium would have stood the main railway station. Part of this complex contained 4 cargo runcibles surrounded by handler robots looking like the titanic offspring of a mating between the goddess Kali and a piece of earth-moving equipment. From the runcible chamber in which these behemoths labored, tunnels speared away in every direction, grav trains arriving and departing continually to ferry cargo to various outlying warehouses or alternative transport links. Here there were few humans, and most of what happened was automated. At the center of the complex lay the main lounge, a waiting and refreshment area for the thousands departing Salvaston or arriving upon it. The lounge itself was a mile across, its ceiling a chain-glass confection of peaks and domes. Across a wide marble floor, patterned like raspberry ripple ice cream, extended an assortment of restaurants, bars, tea shops, and vending machine stalls amid enormous seating areas. There were even walled gardens boasting a variety of exotic plants and creatures. For instance, the one adjoining the lobster lobby into which customers could throw the remains of their dinners to feed the carnivorous ambulatory cacti. There were numerous ponds and fountains, too, like the cerulean pool in which swam G-mod goldfish, glowing with internal neon. The lounge looked like some massive bazaar, street market, shopping mall, and waiting room, all rolled into one. However, it was nothing unusual, since places like this evolved wherever travel was nailed down to such a nexus. What was unusual here today was the proportion of people wearing uniforms. There were troops in chameleon cloth fatigues who, out of courtesy, wore oversuits of some thin white fabric while mixing in civilian company, since there is nothing quite as disconcerting as encountering a disembodied head bobbing about in a crowd. There were also the familiar blue and yellow uniforms of ECS rescue personnel and military-issue ECS envirosuits, which possessed the same qualities as chameleon cloth, but their effect being electrically generated could easily be turned off. Very occasionally, amid this crowd, the menacing shape of a war drone attracted comment and attention. From this main area, concourses radiated off to smaller departure and arrival lounges, the designation of each dependent on what the AI had currently set the nearest Runcible to do, which sometimes could be performing both functions. Those departing never had very long to wait, since delays in Runcible travel were practically unheard of, and all bureaucratic details and security measures were enacted electronically through sensors and augmentations, and at speeds way below the notice of sluggardly human minds. New arrivals from other worlds coming through the 53 passenger Runcibles were greeted by relatives or quickly went on their way. The proliferation of uniforms today did attract brief notice, but a few inquiries via org or gridlink soon reassured the curious that this martial presence was due to a huge Polity fleet presently in orbit around Salveston. Many of them had no need to wonder, since the presence of the fleet was the reason they had come, either preparing to join or simply out of curiosity about what was happening out here. The arrival designated Zan 7834 from Xanadu might have been able to answer some of their queries had it been able to talk, and had it managed to come intact through the Skyden warp. The Salveston AI, monitoring numerous Runcibles scattered across the planet, and every microsecond making complex calculations it would take a human prodigy a lifetime to complete, kenned the arrival of the passenger in the underspace spoon of the Runcible, and was immediately niggled by some inconsistencies. There was something odd about the information package describing this traveller, but the AI just could not put its metaphorical finger on it. In an instant, it upgraded security in that particular Runcible chamber and prepared to deep scan this new arrival. The spoon began to retract, drawing the traveller towards the real. Detonation. In a place somewhere between real space and U-space, the octopoid detonated its imploder. The blast within the spoon expanded it and also forced its way through the Skyden warp. The face of that warp, as seen from the side of the Runcible chamber, turned incandescent. Filtering through the warp, the energy blazed, pumping out gamma radiation in the form of a brief but intensely powerful grazer beam. It sliced straight through the Runcible complex, evaporating all those travellers waiting for the next slot. It punched through the containment wall, and fire exploded out beyond. The temperature in the arrival-departure lounge rose tenfold within a few seconds. Hundreds of human beings turned to fire. Fountains boiled, plants wilted and smoked. It was as if the whole place had suddenly been dropped into some massive furnace. As it shut down every single Runcible within its remit, the AI saw that the only things still showing signs of life in there were the staggering silver skeletons of Golem, their synth of flesh now burned away, but even they would not last much longer. The grazer beam melted through the far wall of the lounge, but luckily, beyond that, lay only sections of the complex containing the cargo Runcibles, and there it finally spent its energy, slagging the massive handler robots. The fire the beam had generated exploded down neighbouring corridors, where it splashed against rapidly closing blast doors. However, The massive concourse blast doors took time to close, so for a full 10 seconds the inferno played down the concourse and erupted into the main lounge. It was like taking a blowtorch to an ant's nest. Such scenes had been seen before on news programs, but witnessing real-time a human being staggering along, screaming, while sheets of skin peeled away from his body, had the power to shock even the Salveston AI. Yet all this death and destruction, Salveston soon realized, was not the primary objective of the attack. The Skydom warp was gone now, shut down, but everything beyond it in U-space had not ceased to exist. Within the spoon, the massive blast abruptly ceased expanding, then rapidly began to collapse back in on itself. Monitoring this, the AI deduced that the weapon used was an imploder. The implications were obvious, for the AIs had previously discussed this eventuality at length. The user, or underspace interference emitter, disrupted the underspace continuum by oscillating a singularity through a runcible gate. An imploder exploded first, then a complicated form of field technology fed off the energy generated by that explosion to cause a massive gravity phenomenon. This collapsed much of what was encompassed within the explosion down into a briefly generated singularity. Then the singularity disrupted, releasing the same energy again. The intended result was that anything hit by such a weapon would be rendered down to energy and discrete atoms only. The aim here, however, was the singularity alone. A singularity within a runcible gate. The Salveston AI had now shut down all the runcible gates, though it had not needed to. The disruption from this event spread instantly as a U-space shock wave, encompassing a real space volume 20 light-years across. The runcibles simply would not function, and, as was almost certainly the aim, neither would the U-space drives of the Polity fleet hovering in space above. Now, utterly cut off from the rest of the Polity until this U-space disruption ended, the Salveston AI was not to know that this cataclysm had also happened on 27 other worlds. Chevron had achieved her purpose. Now, Erebus could move on Earth itself. The events reported from Xanadu did not come to Jerusalem's attention until 0.001 seconds after a world called Amaranth abruptly went out of contact. But even then, the AI did not realize how critical things were becoming. Only 0.102 seconds later, sensors in solar systems adjacent to Amaranth detected U-space disruption extending in a 20 light-year sphere, with that world directly at its center. This was now an event of extreme tactical importance, since at Amaranth a whole ECS fleet had been taken out of play. Therefore, Jerusalem onlined more processing power to deal with the problem. First, the AI ordered the refusal of all runcible transmissions from Xanadu, using maximum transmission power for its own orders so that they would arrive at AIs within this quadrant in under 1/10 of a second, and at all other AIs across the Polity in under a second. Then, 0.001 seconds later, as another world went offline, the AI understood precisely what was happening, and that mere transmission refusal would not stop spoon detonation of the imploders sent from Xanadu. So it now ordered the immediate shutdown of the runcible network in this entire quadrant. And it was only in that same moment that the AI comprehended the entirety of Erebus's plan of attack. The earlier attack upon Ramon had knocked out the connections to the massive geothermal power stations buried under the continent on which sat the city of Transheim. The oversized runcible buffers on the oceanic world Prometheus were no longer connected to massive heat sinks situated deep in its ocean. Suicide attacks by Erebus's worm ships had finally taken out the solar energy collectors about the Caldera worlds. These were the main events, but other worlds had lost energy handling systems that were vital components in the Runcible network. The network was now running like a car without brakes, driven by an engine without a cut-off button. For those worlds had been the real targets of Erebus's onslaught. Immediate shutdown would now cause energy feedbacks, resulting in massive death and destruction, even if that option was still available. And it was not. Then EUCOM shut down, as a wave of disruption slammed out from Scarflow to completely block travel or comm throughout that continuum. Sluggardly, interminable minutes later, radio communications began to take up the slack, with inevitable delays, and finally Jerusalem began to learn what had happened on the nearby world. "So it seems that Erebus has been one step ahead of us," said the golem Azrock. Jerusalem focused a fragment of its consciousness on Azrock, while simultaneously learning that the Grazer blast and ensuing firestorm on Scarflow had killed over 4,000 people, and that an estimated 6,000 more would need to be hospitalized, though the figure was not entirely clear yet, since people were still dying. Luckily, a big ECS rescue ship was in orbit about Scarflow, and upon Jerusalem's instruction would be landing there within an hour. "Yes, so it would seem," Jerusalem replied to Azrock. All of Azrock's links to the Line War were now down, and, like Jerusalem, he could only guess at what had happened beyond this small section of space. In the control area, where robot fabricators and welders were still repairing the hole torn through the floor, personnel were already sitting back from their consoles, pulling out earplugs or disconnecting optic cables from their augmentations, or in the case of Golem, from their bodies. Jerusalem noted that Azrock was now checking his models of battles that must still be ongoing, this time with reference to this present attack using the Runcible network. The golem nodded, doubtless seeing the pattern, removed his skeletal hand from the palm interface, then slipped his glove of synth skin back on. He was showing signs of anger almost human in the lack of control, for both his hands were shaking. This manifestation of humanity was why Jerusalem had given Azrock the position he held. For the golem, his mind built by imposing loose order on synaptic chaos, was that step closer to being human, just as some humans were a step closer than their fellows to being AI. Doubtless Jerusalem's flat tones and seeming lack of emotional response to the unfolding events annoyed Azrock too. Erebus specifically attacked several highly populous Line worlds in order to draw a proportion of our forces there, the golem observed. Throughout those attacks, he ensured the Runcible network components at Ramon, the Caldera worlds, and Prometheus were disabled or destroyed, so that the response time in shutting down the network within this quadrant would be delayed. "Undoubtedly," replied Jerusalem, again flat and emotionless. "I'm guessing even that was unnecessary." Jerusalem focused more processing power on the golem, and carefully introduced some emulation of emotion. "How can we possibly know? Now surely the golem must understand how isolated they were." "How long before the disruption settles enough to allow EUCOM again?" 10 Solstan days at least." Azrock stood, with fists balled and face twisted with rage. "And we must be ready for what we find out there," Jerusalem added, then returned his attention to local events. This golem, with his tendency to humanity, was an interesting diversion and a subtext to the larger issue concerning the development of human intelligence, but Jerusalem's greatest concerns now lay elsewhere. It might be that miscalculations had been made. The threat Erebus posed had pushed, and would continue to push, the human race out of its evident stagnation. However, the threat Erebus posed should never have been allowed to reach this level in the first place. Consequently, it was likely the Polity would incur huge losses it might not easily recover from. Jerusalem then decided that the resultant developmental benefit of Erebus's attack on the Polity had been outweighed, and the experiment it had not itself initiated was, as far as it was concerned, over. During the first few hours of the journey through U-space, Cormac felt as if he was floating in a grey fog, with perilous geometries stretching away from him in every direction, ready to drag him down. He knew with utter certainty now that he only had to relax his attention for a little while, and he would be outside the attack ship, and then it would be gone, leaving him to drift in numb void. But he had fought the feelings of dislocation, of being neither here nor there, and tried to bring both his immediate surroundings and exterior U-space into sharper focus. The effort had made his brain feel like it was turning to lead in his skull, and increasingly he began to rely on cognitive programs meticulously constructed within his gridlink for the task. After 4 hours, he had realized that spending time in his cabin indulging in such introspection took his focus away from the reality of the ship around him, which was why he went off to find his remaining companions. "Stick me down for 5, said Arak, his playing cards fanned out before his gleaming ruby eyes. Cormac peered closely at the spider drone, then increased the magnification of his own eyes to record the reflected image from those red eyes, and cleaned it up in his gridlink, that device in his skull that apparently was not even functioning. But he had decided it would be best to forget that assertion and just pretend it was. Now, perfectly lined up in his mind, he apparently knew what cards Arak was holding. He was suspicious, however, since the last time he had tried this, Arak's eyes had immediately turned matte, so there was no reflection. The present image therefore had to be false. Cormac now set about analyzing why the drone had chosen those particular cards for this false image. "I'll go too," said Smith, his cards face down on the table and his hand poised over them, detectors in the skin of his hand primed to pick up any sneaky scanning. Had these been normal playing cards, there might have been some need for this, but they were sensitized and would scream if scanned, unless by extremely sophisticated means. Also, had these been normal cards, there would have been no point in even playing the game, since everyone around this table was capable of memorizing the order of the pack even as the cards were picked up and shuffled, and thus capable of analyzing most of the resultant probabilities. But these cards electronically shuffled themselves, changing their face value at the end of each game, and the usual 52 cards were played, but chosen out of 20 suits of 260 cards. While Smith's call automatically appeared in the grid displayed in the glass tabletop, Cormac examined the golem and wondered about those alterations made to Henrietta Ipatus Chang's record. It seemed evident to him that the black op she was involved in must have originally been something to do with Erebus, but, since her abrupt reappearance in that worm ship on the surface of Ramon, this connection had been abruptly covered up. Why so, he was not entirely sure, but he was beginning to indulge in some nasty speculations. Certainly, Earth Central had known about the threat long before it became apparent. But how? And what had been going on back then? Frowning, Cormac returned his attention to the others seated around the table. He would have expected them to choose a game like poker, or maybe one of those derivatives of chess in which the pieces actually fought each other on the tabletop and died messily. That they chose to play contract whist seemed odd to him. He shifted his attention to the next player and found he still felt slightly unnerved by its presence. He guessed it wasn't unexpected that an attack ship AI that had named itself King of Hearts might be interested in such a game. What unnerved him was how the AI chose to manifest himself. Hunched over his cards, the ship's avatar had adopted the external appearance of one of those sleer human hybrids from the planet Kull, though its internal construction was doubtless based around a golem chassis. In form, it was a male human with silvery faceted eyes and pincers curving from the jawline in front of its beaked mouth. 3, it lisped. Now it was Cormac's turn to declare how many tricks he intended to win. In the light of the previous bids, he again studied his hand, though not the actual cards, but the images in his grid link. He felt himself becoming the focus of much attention, and wondered what the others might be trying to read from him. He deliberately raised his heart rate and made random small movements. Unfortunately, he could not alter his pheromonal output, but hoped that would give nothing away. About to go for a safe 0, he suddenly had a sharp perception of himself seated at this table with the others nearby, and the whole of U-space bearing down claustrophobically. Something... King's avatar dropped its cards, then slowly bowed over until its pincers clinked against the glass table. Cormac received the impression of something like a hemispherical shock wave hurtling towards the ship. It passed through, and he felt the vessel ejected up into the reel. His chair slid back, and he oofed as if someone had just gut-punched him. Then the ship bucked and rang with a sound like a blow delivered against some massive porcelain bowl. "Oh, bollocks!" said Arak, tossing down his cards. In a moment they were all on their different kinds of feet and heading for the bridge. "That felt like a user," said Smith. Cormac could not comment on that, since he very much doubted his own feelings bore any relation to anyone else's. "Could be Erebus," suggested Arak hopefully. "Or this Orlandine?" The 2 hatches on his abdomen opened tentatively. "Could be," Cormac conceded. He didn't know why the drones seemed so happy, since if they had just inadvertently encountered one of those 2 before safely joining the Polity fleet out of Salveston, Arak's only involvement with any fight would be his addition to an expanding vapour cloud that had once been the King of Hearts. Soon they were clattering into the bridge, where Cormac quickly noted that King had added a couple more sculptures to his collection. One was of Scar, a monument, or an exercise in tasteless insensitivity. Hard to tell. The other one was a Praedor second child, brandishing a multi-barreled railgun much like the weapons Arak currently sprouted from his back. "King, what's happening?" Cormac asked. U-space was distant from him now, but still there. It seemed to be heaving underneath the reel, like a sea in motion underneath a mat of sargassum. But what this meant, Cormac had no clear idea. "There has been a major disruption throughout U-space," King replied. "No shit," said Arak dryly. Cormac glared at the drone. It wouldn't do to irritate King now, since the attack ship AI did have an inclination to sulkiness. "A user?" he suggested. King continued as if the drone hadn't even spoken. "The effect has been similar, but is much more chaotic. I am still analyzing the data." "Does this mean we are trapped out here?" wondered Smith. That thought had not even occurred to Cormac. He gazed out through the ersatz dome at the stars winking in the blackness. Certainly the King of Hearts had been knocked up into the reel of interstellar space. So, if travelling through U-space had ceased to be an option, he would probably soon have to be making use of a cold coffin. This idea did not appeal, since who knew what his frigid dreaming mind might do with his body the moment travelling in U-space once again became possible. "We were knocked out of underspace by what appears to be some kind of shock wave, and, unless there are further waves, we should be able to return to it within the next few minutes." "A shock wave from what and where?" Cormac asked. "Still analysing." King paused for a moment, whereupon gridded spheres expanded from numerous surrounding stars to crowd up against each other. Next, grid lines appeared across the starscape, sinking away directly ahead to sketch out a funnel shape running through the intersecting spheres till its neck closed down to almost nothing. This image then became clearer when the whole scene went photonegative. Cormac blinked at the brightness, since the starscape was now represented as black dots in a white firmament. "What am I seeing here?" he asked. "We were merely knocked out of U-space by a side effect of the main event," U-space disruption has expanded from between 20 and 30 different locations, in each case encompassing a volume of 20 light-years, said King. It seems evident that Erebus has instigated a Runcible-based multiple attack against the Polity. Why so evident? 15 of the planetary systems concerned were the temporary or permanent bases of ECS fleets. Many of the other planetary systems disrupted are those where Jerusalem's forces have been engaging. Jerusalem's own base was also a target. What kind of Runcible-based attack are we talking about here? Cormac felt the skin crawling on the back of his neck as he recollected a threat the original dragon had once made, namely, turning Runcibles into black holes. Were between 20 and 30 Polity worlds therefore now rubble? Were billions of citizens now dead or dying? Once an enemy has obtained access to the Runcible network, the most likely scenario is the transmission of imploders to detonate within the target Runcible gate, and what I am seeing seems to confirm that. The effect is similar to that generated by a user, the disruption of a large volume of surrounding U-space, though the disruption will be of limited duration and unstable. What about the effect upon the worlds involved? Minimal, said King. The gates would emit only gamma radiation, whose destructive potential should not extend beyond any medium-sized Runcible complex. So, no worlds trashed and no billions killed, merely thousands, though it seemed wrong to feel so relieved to hear that. Now he speculated on what precisely was going on. Presumably, this Orlandine must have used the stolen war Runcible to key into the Polity network and thus send the imploders. Can you give me a tactical analysis? ECS fleets brought in to cover the possibility of further attacks in this same quadrant by Erebus are now incapable of U-space travel, announced King. Which includes the fleet out of Salveston, said Cormac. Precisely, King continued. Those fleets fighting Erebus's forces at the line itself are either confined or wholly engaged with the enemy, so unable to break away, and Jerusalem is out of contact with all of them. This will mean that Erebus's forces there are also confined, observed Smith. True, said King, but those forces were only a small portion of the total, and there is the war Runcible still to consider. So where are the rest of the enemy forces, and where is Orlandine? Asked Cormac, already guessing the most likely answer. The area within the funnel, right up close to the screen, shaded red. Orlandine's last recorded position was within this area, and it seems likely that Erebus is here too. Now, all that lies between them and Earth is solar system defense. Nothing else, nothing of consequence. That seems somewhat remiss. It is remiss. Erebus has played this perfectly. Perhaps you could explain? Since Erebus's attack seemed concentrated in this particular quadrant, extra forces were moved in from all surrounding areas. That this attack occurred on the other side of the Polity from the Brador Kingdom was not noted. The ECS quadrant forces over on that side are positioned near the line over there, ready to intercept and, if necessary, follow in any attacking Brador fleet. They are far distant from Earth, so would take some time to reach it. The forces on this side Erebus has already nailed down. Forces elsewhere within the Polity should be able to get to Earth more quickly. However, Erebus and Orlandine have a straight run on Earth, and will now have the time to conduct a sustained attack. Cormac considered the scenario. By appearing incompetent in attacking an ECS fleet outside the Polity itself, and thus revealing itself, Erebus had perhaps led the AIs into a false sense of security. They had assumed they were dealing with something that did not think as logically as themselves, was, perhaps, even a little insane. They had not expected such a new dimension to the attack, this user disruption generated by their own Runcible network. Or had they? Still, he found himself questioning the lack of a more active response from them. And still, there were serious questions to be answered about that Ipatas Chang woman. But even if the AIs were careless of any damage this would inflict on the human race, they must surely care about the damage that could be inflicted upon themselves. Erebus might now bring down Earth, and, with the homeworld, bring down the Polity's de facto ruler, Earth Central. Of course, whatever Cormac thought about all this was irrelevant now. There would be no fleet out of Salveston, so he could do nothing about either Orlandine or Erebus. Then again, maybe there was something he could do. In being able to send himself through U-space, he possessed an utterly unexpected ability, one even beyond Erebus itself. "I take it you have a substantial stock of CTDs aboard," he suggested. "I have." "Anything small enough for me to carry in a backpack?" "Most of them are that small. Physically, anyway." "Sort one out for me, then. Largest destructive potential, but not too heavy." "What are you planning?" asked Smith. "I'm planning to remove at least one of Erebus's allies, this Orlandine character," Cormac replied. "King, when you're ready, head us towards that War Runcible's last known location." He looked round at his three companions, who were watching him expectantly. "Horace Blegg thought he could transport himself through U-space," Cormac began. "We now know that isn't true." "And?" inquired Smith. "I can." Smith's expression revealed a convincing emulation of bemusement and disbelief. Cormac shuddered, feeling himself become somehow insubstantial, as the bridge dome greyed over and the King of Hearts dropped into the mentioned continuum. He closed his eyes, concentrated on stability, then in his gridlink replayed the images that the attack ship AI had earlier displayed in the viewing dome. After a moment he accessed the ship's server to obtain precise measurements of the geometry of the funnel displayed, for he had noted that the mouth was very narrow, maybe too narrow. The measurements soon confirmed this. "King," he said, "to get to Earth, both Erebus's worm ships and the War Runcible will need to pass along a narrow corridor between intersecting spheres of U-space disruption. I see that this won't be easy for them." "Practically impossible," King concurred. "It would be easier for them to surface into the real, then make a series of short jumps wherever the wash from the disruption allows." "So they will have to travel sub-light for appreciable distances?" "Yes." "You know what I'm considering." "Be nice if we damn well knew too," observed Arak. "Very well." Cormac paused, knowing the others would not like this, since it meant they would have to remain aboard ship. With all that Jane technology at Erebus's disposal, I don't know why he made Orlandine seize that War Runcible, but that she did so must mean it is critical to Erebus's plans. "I think I'm beginning to understand," said Smith. "Bully for you," grumped Arak. "The War Runcible is heavily armed," Cormac explained. "King could not possibly destroy it, hence the need for the Salveston fleet. However—" "How did I know there was a however coming?" interrupted Arak. "However, if King can get me close enough, I can transport myself and the CTD across to take the War Runcible out of the equation." "That's if King can even get you close," Smith observed, "or finds it not surrounded by worm ships." "Do you have any other suggestions?" "Not at the moment." "So you go across alone?" Arak was clearly disappointed. "Alone, yes." Seems pointless. Cormac eyed the drone. Well, I guess I could just curl up, turn off and do nothing. Arak swore, then turned round and scuttled out of the bridge. Have that CTD ready for me soon, King, Cormac instructed. Certainly, it seemed Polity AIs might be involved in some Machiavellian scheme, and in the end he would damn well have some answers, even if he had to physically tear them out of Earth Central itself. However, right now he would continue to do his best for those it was his duty to protect, which included some 100 billion humans living in the Sol system. As the two dragon spheres penetrated deeper into the accretion disk, the attacks on them became infrequent. However, Mika found much more to interest her here. Occasional bacilliforms, lenses, and segmented fragments of wormship structure put in an appearance, but they were rare, and it seemed to her acted as if lost. It was the other things now being revealed by her scans that absorbed her interest. The twin spheres penetrated clouds of small ovoids that they repelled with hard fields. Since these objects were so small and numerous, it was impractical to destroy them with collision lasers. These were, in fact, Jane nodes, trillions of them, and to Mika's mind, the harbinger of the future destruction of the Polity, unless something could be done to completely erase them from existence. Then other, larger objects began to appear, and it seemed to Mika that the dragon spheres were travelling into some Jane Tech evolutionary past in which only the oddities were on display. The first of these new phenomena to come into view was a mass of leech-like biomechs wound through a quadrate framework that had seemingly been squeezed into a vaguely spherical shape at least 1/4 of a mile across. An early version of a worm ship, perhaps? Or some kind of mutation from the final version. It was difficult to tell. Certainly, it was nowhere near as lethal as a worm ship, since, though the leech things showed greater activity as the two spheres approached, seemingly reaching out beseechingly and shedding Jane nodes like puffball spores, the whole construct just hung in space as the spheres parted to circumvent it, and then made no attempt to pursue them. Mika was busily studying her scans of this construct, and thus ascertaining that it contained no drive of any kind, when the next new object hurtled like a hunting barracuda out of the murk. This biomech was a 50-foot-long torpedo impelled by a dirty-burning buzzard ramjet. Collector fields sprouted from either side of its forequarters, the accretion material they were gathering glowing red-hot as it entered shark's gill intakes, so that the object appeared to be sprouting external salamander gills. Its front end opened a tri-mandible mouth as it approached, pink inside like a fuchsia, and Mika was reminded of the Caloraptor hybrids Skellor had created for his attack on the planet Masada. She gathered as much data as she could on this thing, and as quickly as possible, for, accelerating towards the other dragon sphere, its future lifespan could be no longer than a few minutes. Eventually, a white laser stabbed out from the twin sphere straight down its gullet. Fire exploded from its back end, leaving just a hollow, tubular shell glowing red inside, as it tumbled past in the wake of the sphere that had killed it. Mika's subsequent analysis of gathered data revealed this thing as the simplest of biomechs. It possessed a mouth and a stomach, doubtless to gather materials for its own growth, and also for the growth of the nodes spread throughout its body like tumours. It breathed accretion dust, which it burned in its ramjet to provide mobility, and she wondered if it could reproduce itself, or was just a machine for producing Jane nodes. Later, Mika observed a mass of biomechs shoaling around another unfamiliar object like a giant flatfish, tearing chunks from it as it sluggishly dodged and weaved by firing off rows of chemical jets positioned along its edges. Two of the smaller biomechs on the nearer side of the shoal now sped over to attack the dragon spheres, only to be nailed inevitably by white lasers. Only after studying her scan data later did she classify them as the same sort of thing as the earlier attacker. Certainly, These biomechs weren't in any way standardized, more like heavily mutated. So they attack and kill each other, she observed.
Out at the edges of the disk, they still retain much of Erebus's programming,
Dragon supplied.
In here, they are wilder in behavior.
Then, after a pause, Dragon added,
I have received disturbing news.
Disturbing news? What kind of news ever disturbed Dragon? Well, don't keep me waiting.
Through my contact within the Polity.
Meaning a certain homicidal golem called Mr. Crane?
Just so. Through him, I have learned Erebus's ultimate plan, and that plan is now in motion. Erebus has knocked out a large proportion of the Runcible network, which, in turn, has caused massive U-space disruption, stranding many ECS fleets uselessly at their bases. Erebus's way is now clear to take the bulk of its forces directly against Earth.
What?
Fortunately, a weapon has been deployed in order to block this attack. Information Mr. Crane obtained having proved essential for the success of this defense. He is now aboard the aforementioned weapon and located at the very center of events. I will keep you apprised as necessary.
Mika felt slightly sick, and again guilty because she was not back there. So, the Polity AIs are on top of things?
If only that were so.
What do you mean? No reply. Damn it, what do you mean? Mika sat waiting for a long moment, but still Dragon gave her no answer. She then got angry with herself for both demanding or expecting one. She had been lucky thus far with the quantity of lucid information Dragon had supplied. She sat staring at her screen, mulling over the latest news, then applied herself to pushing it from her mind and concentrating instead on the here and now. She could do nothing about what was happening back there, and must put her trust in such more than capable problem-solvers on the spot as Ian Cormack. After the shoal had faded from sight, some hours passed before anything else substantial came within range of Mika's scanners. She felt she ought to get some sleep, but just did not feel tired enough. Was this the effect of another of Dragon's tweaks of her body, or of the news so recently delivered? Then, as she was gazing at a hail of Jane nodes bouncing from two hard fields projected like the bows of a ship in front of the sphere, her scanners briefly registered something at the limit of their range. What? For a moment she thought the dragon spheres had come close to some immense asteroid or another planet in the process of formation, but the density measurements of the shape vaguely defined on her screen were all wrong before it moved. She kept trying to pick it up, but it remained elusive, as if deliberately giving her only spectral glimpses of itself. Certainly it was something Jane, for in those glimpses she saw wormship structure writhing through Jane coral, and a great demonic wing that in this environment could only be some sort of energy or dust collector. Trimandibular mouths opening and closing like hellish flowers, and the occasional bright stab of a fusion drive. Dragon, what the hell is that thing? Mika inquired at last. For though this object lay beyond the range of her scanners, it might not lie beyond Dragon's.
They attack and kill each other,
said Dragon, echoing her much earlier comment. And?
Jane technology is not life, so is not restricted by the slow processes of evolutionary change.
Some might have found Dragon's didacticism irritating, but Mika preferred that to its vaguer Delphic pronouncements, and at least Dragon was replying to her. She decided not to ask further questions, for it seemed obvious what Dragon was implying. Jane technology was capable of changing into forms as various as those produced by evolution. But Change in the living products of evolution was a long, slow, generational thing, whereas in Jane biomechs, those changes could be made individually in the mechs concerned, a process faster even than the discredited Lamarckian evolution. And they attack and kill each other. Even the slow drag of evolution could produce some nasty predators. "Let me guess," she said. "It's big, and it's nasty, and it's at the top of the heap."
"One of them," Dragon replied. "Call them the Alpha Predators."
"Have you been here before?" Mika abruptly asked.
"I didn't need to come here to know this place,"
Dragon replied.
"That thing out there is a version of me, only not so rational and friendly."
Mika decided to let that go, and returned her attention to the hints her scanners were providing. She checked the conferencing unit's database, quickly finding the reconstructing program she required, input scan data already collected, and set her computer to input further data as it came in. Essentially, the program was putting together a three-dimensional jigsaw with many pieces missing, repeated, and sometimes changing shape, color, and other EM output. Slowly, the menacing visitor out there began to grow on her screen, and, slowly, measurements revealed its awful scale. Hanging upright in the murk, the overall shape of the thing was of a chrysalis, but since in reality it stood 8 miles high, a lot of surface detail was only revealed by zooming in, and a lot had yet to be included by the program. In a moment, details spreading over its surface revealed it to be encaged in bones of Jane coral. However, what those bones encaged seemed no discrete being. In the area below its head were tangled vine-like masses sprouting those familiar demonic flowers. Down in its lower end were large coils of wormship, slowly turning like some strange engine. The middle of this chrysalis shape seemed to consist of masses resembling those bag-like organs Mika had seen gathering like nervous sheep underneath Dragon's skin. Long Jane tentacles wound their way through this as if keeping it all knotted together. The thing's head bore chrysalis horns, and presently its massive bat-like wings were folded on its back. That it looked so devilish struck Mika as an unlikely coincidence, but one she could not yet explain. "Looks spooky," she opined.
"The structural formation of biomechanisms often bears similarity to evolved creatures, since it often adheres to the same basic rules,"
Dragon replied pompously. "Wings and horns?" said Mika. She noticed how the other sphere was dropping back, and, checking her instruments, she detected power surges within it.
"The horns are merely sensor arrays positioned outside the main body, so as to negate internal interference. And there are 2 of them to provide the same function as binocular vision in humans. Those wings are a form of drive using UTech and electrostatic repulsion. They look like the wings of some evolved creature, simply because that shape finesses control."
"Yeah, right." As if to demonstrate this point, the huge biomech began spreading those same appendages. They looked something like those of a bat, though much deeper, in shape tapering down to the monstrous thing's tail end. As they expanded, the accretion dust before them flowed down their forward surfaces, while some swirling activity ensued behind. A visual distortion also extended from the bones, and abruptly the huge thing was falling towards them. A white laser lanced out from the other dragon sphere. Mika saw it bend for a moment, then track across and abruptly puncture some electrostatic shield before splashing onto one of the extended wings. The biomech spun as if hit by some solid projectile, and in doing so released a cloud of small, gleaming, bubble-like objects. These orbited their source for a moment before abruptly accelerating away, only a few of them heading towards the offending dragon sphere. The laser snapped out again and again, hitting these approaching objects. Bright detonations spread nuclear fire through the surrounding accretion matter. Before the radiation degraded her view, Mika saw a hard field spring up under one of these detonations, then flicker out. Now all she could see was shadowy images of the giant biomech and the other dragon sphere swinging in a wide orbit about each other, while the energy readings between them ramped higher and higher. She noticed her own sphere was now accelerating. "Will your companion be able to stop it?" she asked.
For long enough,
Dragon replied. "Long enough for what?" Mika asked, not really expecting a straight reply. Dragon's silence did not disappoint her. After a moment she realized that the ambient light outside the conferencing unit had risen. Directing her sensors toward her presumed destination, she picked up the tail end of a burst of radiation with an easily recognizable signature: solar wind. Collecting data on her screen from radiations far outside the human spectrum, she quickly built a picture of a distant, mottled orb flashing like a faulty bulb. She felt it a privilege to be present, for here was a sun in the process of accruing enough matter to enable it to ignite its fusion fire. Like some massive engine turning sluggishly as it draws on a flattening battery, the sun was coughing and spluttering. Fusion fires were burning around its surface, or breaking through the surface from inside, only to go out with gouts of oily smoke, each cough or splutter burning lighter elements to an ash of iron of sufficient quantity to construct tens of thousands of space stations, while the oily clouds were blasts of hard radiation capable of denuding such space stations of life. Considering that last fact, Mika began to map magnetic fields within sensor range. As expected, she saw that Dragon was bending the solar wind about itself. Unexpectedly, she discovered that numerous other objects within range were doing the same, and the largest one was directly ahead. She now focused on this one and began to clean up an image. After a few moments, she ran diagnostic tests and searches on her instruments, for surely the image they were returning could not be right. Some fault in the programming, perhaps.
our destination,
Dragon informed her. Mika gazed at an immense mass resembling numerous blooms of stag's horn coral. For a moment she couldn't understand why the appearance of this thing had impelled her to run those diagnostics, since it seemed no more unusual than the biomech the other dragon sphere was now battling. Then she realized why. She instinctively felt this place to be the epicenter, the point where Jane technology had first bloomed within the accretion disk, a point where reality seemed increasingly thin, and where something utterly alien lurked on the other side. This was somewhere she really did not want to be. Chapter 14. Scanning and Sensing. Humans and most Terran animals use their senses to pick up information about their environment from that environment's own products. In this way, their information gathering is passive, and they are not scanning. However, there are examples of Terran fauna who do scan. Bats with their echolocation and cetaceans with their sonar. Humans, as tool users, have found their own ways to scan now, be that with a primitive torch, or sonar, or radar. They inject some energy into their surroundings to gain data from the portion of energy that is bounced back at them. When it comes to AI spaceships, the sensorium for both scanning and sensing has grown to encompass nearly all of the EMR spectrum. Ship AIs can sense most wavelengths of radiation, and they can emit most wavelengths for the purpose of scanning. They can shine a torch into the dark beam radar pulses, fire off laser radiations across a wide spectrum for numerous specific purposes, and even plot gravity and density maps of surrounding space and the underlying U continuum. From Quint's Guide, compiled by humans. Upon instruction, the 19,820 worm ships began to gather at the coordinates Erebus had chosen. As distinct vessels, still with swarms of returning rod forms about them, they fell towards this center point and began to link together. First, just 3 worm ships closed on each other, tentacle ends connecting like multiple plugs and sockets, loops of snaky structure tightening like linked arms, 3 holes joining and commingling. Though Erebus was a distributed entity, as much present in each and every one of those vessels as it had been in those fighting at the Polity line until the U-space disruption cut the link, it still needed a firm location for its self, its center, its ego, and this was usually where the concentration of its vessels was most dense. This necessity annoyed Erebus, for such a sense of self and the location of self did not seem consistent with AI melding. However, when the worm ships began to come together like this, that annoyance was outweighed by feelings of pleasure, completeness, and security. As the first 3 worm ships ceased to be even vaguely distinct entities, another 5 joined them, sucking in behind them swarms of rod forms and other spaceborne biomechs. Others were coming in fast behind them, and Erebus felt the center point of its own being moving into this mass. Perhaps this feeling of location was what the AI needed to dispense with in order to be complete? Erebus was, however, reluctant, for becoming truly distributed might mean a dilution of self. Perhaps Randall was right, and Erebus and its components were not melded at all, as long as one component remained dominant. Something to ponder. But later. After 100 worm ships were bonded together, the process accelerated, ships swirling in orbit about a writhing moonlet of Jane matter as they set their courses down towards its surface. The whole seemed like some incredibly complex and changing Chinese puzzle, and it grew swiftly. Within 5 hours, this core of worm ships was being compressed into immobility as the last hundreds were attaching to the outside ahead of a rain of other Jane biomechs. Rod forms descended like swarms of bluebottles. Other mechs, like shoals of fish, sped in. Hard bones of Jane coral grew throughout the moonlet to increase its structural strength. Incomplete worm ships, the spirals like ammonites, descended and bonded too. In the upper layers, the process approached completion, with the rod forms meshing into sheets in order to swathe the entire object, to smooth out its inconsistencies, so that from a distance it would look just like an icy, metallic planetoid. Now, with all its active substance drawn together, Erebus gazed about at the system it had occupied. Very little useful Jane tech remained out there, yet there were few material objects here that had not been touched by it. Bones of Jane coral, which had been used as scaffolds or structural supports during the construction of various biomechs, tumbled through space. Composed of elements that were abundant here, they weren't worth the trouble of reclaiming. All the asteroids were wormed through with smooth burrows, and empty of useful metals and rare elements. Pieces looking like shed carapace glittered in orbit about the gas giant, remnants of the shielding the rod forms had grown around them while they collected resources down in the giant's upper atmosphere. Occasionally, revolving slowly in vacuum, could be found empty, organic-looking containers in which some biomech must have made its caterpillar-to-butterfly metamorphosis. After feeling a moment of disquiet upon noting just how much of a mess it was leaving here, very much more, in fact, than humans left behind them, Erebus filled its processing space with the calculations necessary to align and balance 100 U-space engines for simultaneous use. then flung the planetoid of Jane technology which it comprised into the grey continuum, heading towards Earth. With Leviathan sluggishness, an asteroid turned distantly in black void. Its mass was almost the same as that of the War Runcible, and though long-range scanning had indicated its composition to be wrong, Cormac still wanted to take a closer look, for the asteroid lay directly in the area where the Runcible Gate signature and subsequent massive detonation had been detected. The other items he had also found here were puzzling. "There," said King, "another one." A square red frame appeared in the viewing dome to select out part of the blackness beyond and magnify it, the frame expanding to blot out the asteroid entirely and bring something else into view. At first this could have been mistaken for mere asteroid debris, but after a moment Cormac recognized two identical squat cylindrical segments loosely linked by a fibrous tangle. This tangle resembled optics, or maybe tree roots, but was actually Jane tech. What the hell happened here? "Maybe Orlandine had a falling out with Erebus," suggested King. "Maybe Erebus wanted to meld with her, and she objected to the idea." "Well, you would know about that, wouldn't you?" King emitted an angry snort, then went on, "It could be that the worm ships destroyed here were rebel ones. That human captain you saw certainly wanted to break away from Erebus." Cormac nodded. "Yeah, could be." But Cormac really wasn't sure, which seemed a permanent state of mind with him lately. Yes, there might be elements of Erebus which, like Henrietta Ipatus Chang, wanted to break away, but he did not think there would be many of them, and few of those would even be capable of doing so. Allowing his U-sense to slide beyond the ship, he detected more of those same Jane Tech fragments spread widely through space, and could feel a buzzing echo in the U-continuum of the dramatic event that had occurred here. Orlandine had used the War Runcible to destroy one or more worm ships, that seemed certain, and he would have to keep this in mind when they eventually reached her. The image of the asteroid slid to one side as King of Hearts turned and accelerated past it. Cormac braced himself for the moment the AI would engage its U-drive, yet when it did so, he felt perfectly stable and in no danger of drifting away. He gazed up at the greyed-out dome and beyond it, and felt the pull of U-space with the enjoyment of revelling in a breeze rather than trying to stay upright in a hurricane. "Can you give me a hologram of the War Runcible?" he asked. "Certainly," King replied. The War Runcible instantly materialized, hanging just above the glass floor of the bridge and slowly turning. Though Cormac had known about this artifact, he had never really speculated on its shape, which now came as something of a surprise to him. "Why a pentagon?" he asked. "Just two Runcible horns are sufficient to sustain a Skyden warp large enough to open the way for objects of your size," said King. "Further horns are required as the size of that warp increases. 4 horns are optimum for a Runcible of this size, with a 5th one for stability as the warp is extended further." "Why not make bigger horns?" "In the first instance, these horns are bigger than those of either a passenger Runcible or a normal planetary cargo Runcible. In the second instance, do you really want me to explain Runcible theory to you?" "Maybe not," Cormac admitted. "Oh, good," said King, in a tone heavy on the sarcasm. "So where would be the best place to put the CTD?" A piece of the Runcible separated out, carrying away with it some of the hull, a disc-shaped control blister, and many internal components. Exposed inside were parallel corridors running through the gaps between 3 long cylinders that terminated at each end in spheres. Just before the latter, each of the corridors ended against a vertical shaft containing old-style spiral stairs. Even with the section of hologram removed, what remained was still tightly packed with a complicated tangle of ducts, transformers, interconnecting passageways, catwalks, and cubic stacks that Cormac recognized as laminar batteries. "Why spiral stairs?" he inquired. "I know this Runcible is old, but it's not ancient." "The 3 cylinders you are seeing are the buffers for this particular segment of the Runcible. Detonating the CTD here, or in the equivalent place in any other segment, will take the device completely out of commission." King paused contemplatively. "Spiral stairs, since you ask, because inductance from the Runcible buffers would interfere with the irised gravity field in any conventional drop shaft. Just consider, when was the last time you saw a drop shaft located anywhere near a Runcible?" This was true. He never had. "What about grav plates, since they're the same sort of tech?" he asked. "Similar, but they produce a static gravity field, while drop shafts produce a moving one." "I see." Cormac gazed at the hologram before him and tried to imprint it on his mind. For backup, he applied to King's server and downloaded the entire schematic to his grid link. He turned to go, then paused to ask, "How long until we reach the corridor through to Earth?" "Less than an hour now." Cormac headed for his cabin. The true size of those blooms of Jane coral only became evident as Dragon drew close enough to them for Mika to see something caught in the fork of 2 branches amid the many. Gazing at it, she wondered if it might be some sort of biomech crouching there, ready to leap on passers-by. Then she saw writing on its side, and abruptly recognized an old-style attack ship, whereupon everything jumped up a magnitude in scale. Only then did she pay full attention to the data provided by her sensors now scrolling up on her screen. From behind, where the other dragon sphere faced off the massive Jane biomech, came perpetual surges of EMR, in consonance with the waxing and waning of the light out there. The two were still battling, but it was not this that riveted her attention. The incoming data now gave her the true scale of the partially conjoined spherical blooms. Each of the 7 possessed a diameter of no less than 5,000 miles. Mika cursed silently.
"Note the density,"
said the dragon inside her head. Yes, these structures certainly occupied a substantial volume of space, yet their density was akin to that of bushes, or maybe a better analogy would be tumbleweeds. "Density noted," said Mika. "What's that supposed to tell me?"
"I'm guessing that Trafalgar landed on a moonlet or an asteroid, which it then processed during the first phases of acquiring and controlling Jane Tech," Dragon replied. "The rest of the AI exodus was gathered in close orbit about that same landing place."
The dragon sphere was now getting incredibly close to the nearest bloom of coral. Looking up from the conferencing unit was a disquieting experience, because this bloom stretched from horizon to horizon. It was as if an endless ceiling, from which depended a forest of bone trees, descended towards her, or maybe a mass of the kind of branching stalactites found in the caves of low-gravity worlds. Deeper in, amid the tangle, she saw the boxy shape of a scout ship melded into a limb of coral, where numerous thin branches had sprung from it, as if it were the core of an epiphyte. "So now that we are at the center of things," ventured Mika, "are you going to be more precise about why we've come here?" She asked this almost because she felt that she should, not because she hoped for any clear answer from Dragon, and not, oddly, because she needed an answer.
"You must go to Trafalgar for me,"
said Dragon.
"I am fairly certain that it lies at the center of this particular bloom of Jane technology."
Mika felt a rumbling vibration through the floor, and when movement at the horizon attracted her attention, she looked over to see a pseudopod tree spearing towards the bone forest. She watched as it reached the Jane coral and penetrated, fraying and spreading out as it did so. The vibration steadied at a low note, and, checking scan returns, Mika saw that, in relation to the mass before them, Dragon was now stationary. The sphere had clearly moored itself to their destination. "Let me get this straight," she said. "You want me to fly my little intership craft right into that mess, and to the very center, about 2,500 miles in?"
Yes.
Mika glanced across at the flapping, skate-like guide that had led her out from the interior of Dragon, and it returned her gaze steadily with its blue palp eyes. She then thought about Dracomen, those entities Dragon created with the same ease that a human would fashion a clay doll. "Why don't you send a probe?"
But I am sending a probe, Dragon replied. You.
"It's very dangerous out there. I've already witnessed that."
It is not so dangerous out there now.
"You still haven't told me why you aren't sending your own organic probe," Mika insisted. "If you don't tell me why, I won't go." Of course, she knew Dragon wanted her to go because of the new memories sitting like lumps of rock in her skull, but she wanted certainties.
Very well,
said Dragon, almost resignedly.
Because you are an evolved creature. You are not a product of chain technology. In fact, you are not a product of any technology.
That's as clear as mud.
Perhaps you have not vocalized it yet, Mika, said Dragon, but you know what is in there.
Gazing at that tangled forest of Jane substructure, she surmised that here it formed only a thin surface over something else. "I feel something, but I don't really understand." Mika turned her attention to the blue palp eyes still staring at her. "Can't you, for once, explain clearly?" However, even as she made this request, she stood up, checked the integrity of her spacesuit, and turned towards the airlock.
Long ago, when all 4 of my spheres still existed, and I myself was sighted on the planet Calora, I summoned a Polity ambassador to me. I was still struggling with my maker programming then, and trying every method I could manage to circumvent it. Hence, my history of Delphic and obscure pronouncements.
Reaching the airlock, Mika glanced round to see the remote flopping along the floor behind her. "Is this story going anywhere?" she inquired.
The ambassador sent was Ian Cormac, said Dragon. He solved the problem I set him, in his usual inimitable manner, with cold logic and with a CTD concealed in his rucksack. He would not be suitable for this purpose.
"What purpose?"
Being demonstrably human.
With her helmet and visor closed up, Mika stepped through the shimmer shield towards the outer door. The remote flopped after her. "You're saying Cormac isn't demonstrably human?"
The matter is open for debate.
Mika grimaced. She did not want to be distracted from the main thrust of her inquiry. "Still too much mud," she said.
It is your turn to be the ambassador, but this time neither concealed threats nor a propensity for solving puzzles will help, said Dragon. Your own experiences were perfect for convincing my twin sphere that the evidence I presented regarding the death of the Maker civilization had not been fabricated. Those memories, along with further evidence of the same events and evidence of what happened to the Atheter, all reside inside your head alone. You are also the best human that I know, and are therefore the right example of humanity for the task of presenting humanity.
"Meaning we're the next civilization in danger of being destroyed, I presume?
Yes.
And I'm presenting this evidence. To what? Mika asked.
To the Jane AIs,
Dragon replied. As she stepped out onto the surface of Dragon, she was grateful for the transition to lower gravity, but her legs felt suddenly weak. She halted for a moment, watching the remote haul itself up, then fling itself into gliding flight, which terminated against the side of the intership craft. It amazed her that the vessel was still intact. Initiating the gecko function of her boots, she walked over to touch the door control and watched the wing door rise. While she waited, she noted flickering changes in the light, as of an approaching thunderstorm, then spotted a shower of meteors stabbing up beyond Dragon's horizon. Had there been air to carry sound, she knew she would now be hearing a roar like that of warfare. "Tell me about Jane AIs," she said.
I can give you the few cold facts I have uncovered, and I can give you speculation.
Give me both.
The Jane were warlike. I surmise that they were not as social as human beings, and that what society they did have was as hostile and competitive as that of the Praedor. However, they were more technically advanced than the Praedor. Perhaps, like those particular aliens might be in some thousands of years, if their loose-knit society does not self-destruct, and if they are not meanwhile exterminated by some other race.
Like maybe the human race? Mika ducked into the craft and strapped herself in while the door closed. The remote was now clinging to the canopy above and behind her. When she looked up, its blue eyes were peering in at her. It would be accompanying her, it seemed.
Like the human race,
Dragon confirmed.
Though you have thus far shown great restraint,
It continued.
The Jane were advanced enough to create their own AIs, and I imagine that those AIs were as hostile and independent as the Jane themselves. I speculate that they were of necessity kept under strict control for a very long time, and that their own quiet war against their masters was of a rather different nature than that started by human artificial intelligences.
So they had to be more subtle, Mika guessed.
Yes, while the human AIs were a critical component in their expansion into space, and thus in an easy position to take over, I suspect the Jane AIs were never placed in such a tempting position within Jane society. They were used merely as tools to create other tools, like weapons. The quiet war they conducted was through those weapons, and it was the main weapon, this thing we name Jane technology, that won the war for them.
Mika said, "You mean the Jane employed it in civil war, and thus managed to wipe each other out?"
That is what I mean.
And the AIs?
Once Jane technology was constructed, it would have been evident that at the end of any conflict, it would be the only thing to survive.
Mika disconnected the craft's anchors lodged in Dragon's skin, and, using compressed air impellers, lifted slowly from the surface. "I think I begin to understand," she said.
Do you? Do you, really?
They made themselves part of that technology, a component of that technology. It's just like Polity AIs supposedly being integral to the technology used for travel throughout the Polity. Apparently, it is impossible to run a Runcible or a U-Space engine without an AI in there to control it, and obviously, This was something the AIs neglected to mention to the Praedor, since they themselves travel through U-space and have no AIs.
Yes, said Dragon, I see you do understand. However, I must add that, to place themselves where they did, they must first have melded with each other, which must have been difficult for AIs modelled on hostile individualists.
Mika now lit up a thruster and sent the craft gliding towards the bone forest. She knew she would have to navigate very carefully in there, since it would probably be just as difficult as flying through any normal forest. Dragon continued.
The AIs deliberately made the Jane technology unstable and prone to breaking down without some form of control exercised at a very basic level. That basic level is not even in real space, but instead is mapped over the impression Jane Tech makes in U-space. This is why it is possible to detect Jane nodes through U-space. This is why the signature is so strong. The Jane AIs are there, wherever Jane technology grows. They propagate one phase space away in order to stabilize it. It is as if the technology is a plant and the AIs are its roots.
How did they meld, then, being such individualists? Mika asked.
This is now all speculation, you understand.
It's all we've got right now.
They managed their meld through U-space before they created the technology to wipe out their masters. AIs on different sides created the same thing and became part of it as their masters unleashed it. They put aside their hostility and their individualism. To survive, I believe they put aside their consciousness. Perhaps it was their way of surviving that the Atheta mirrored when they threw away their minds to be mere beasts, to become gabble-ducks. Not the best option, really.
So the Jane AIs are as mindless as the technology they stabilize?
They function like your autonomous nervous system.
Then what use is the evidence I'm carrying inside my skull? This still does not really explain why we are here, or why I must find Trafalgar for you.
The Jane AIs are sleeping, Mika, and it's time for you to wake them up.
And this will be a good thing? Dragon did not reply. Okay, what's his story? Said Orlandine. Quite a lot of it is known, replied the AI in the docked ship. The brass golem, Mr. Crane, had become something of a legend, though how the story had percolated out into the public domain remained a mystery. In her position as overseer on the Cassius Dyson project, Orlandine had learned about Crane through ECS channels, for her security clearance had been such that she was entitled to know. In the public domain it was known that this golem was a prototype corrupted by separatists and then used to commit murder, a prototype that was then destroyed. However, the legends stemmed from later sightings and rumors of him being involved in border conflicts. These weren't far from the basic truth, though the number of sightings and the events he was supposed to have been involved in were just too many. It seemed that, in the public consciousness, Mr. Crane had become a combination of both avenging angel and senseless demonic killer. Orlandine wondered if the stories had been purposely allowed to flourish, or were just a particularly successful meme. The information I have is incomplete, said Orlandine. I know that he accompanied the separatist biophysicist called Skellor, and that Skellor ended up impacted into the surface of a brown dwarf star. But that's all I know. It made her slightly nervous, having the legendary golem out there only paces away from her interface sphere, even though 2 war drones were watching him closely. However, the information he had supplied, and continued supplying, was gold, so it seemed churlish to have him confined elsewhere on the War Runcible. Also, here she could keep a close eye on him. "Skellor sent Mr. Crane as an envoy to Dragon," said Vulture, "and, with a little assistance from me, Dragon helped him put his fractured mind back together." "So he's a good guy now?" "I guess." The recognition codes and chameleon-ware formats the golem had supplied would give her a critical edge. Like anyone dealing with this technology, she had always understood that, through competition, chameleon-ware evolved in parallel with the sensors and scanners used to penetrate it. However, in truth, chameleon-ware could not conceal everything, so it was a case of knowing what needed to be concealed. "Then what?" "Do you want chapter and verse?" Vulture asked. "I can give you it all." "Give me it all," said Orlandine. Vulture immediately sent over an information package that Orlandine opened in a virtuality, so as to make the usual security checks. Then, rather than go through the package chronologically, she instantly absorbed it whole into her mind. Now she knew Mr. Crane's entire story, as Vulture presented it, from the moment the golem walked out of the Cybercorp headquarters just outside Bangladesh, right up until the present. It was a long and bloody tale, and did not dispel the mystery surrounding this brass killing machine. She observed him seat himself cross-legged on the floor before taking out that strange collection of toys that had featured so much in his history. Did he need to bring them out and play with them every so often to prevent his mind from fragmenting? "I cannot say I'm reassured," she opined, then focused her attention elsewhere on the changes she was already making at the instigation of this strange golem. The chameleon-ware presently spread throughout the War Runcible had been the best Orlandine could contrive with the technology she possessed. Now she was copying the ware used on the worm ships she had just destroyed. Also, knowing Erebus's recognition codes, it was now possible for her to send signals that basically said "friend," so that autonomous sensors picking up detection anomalies would ignore them, thinking they had found one of their own, or rather, would ignore them for long enough. She hoped. Orlandine left communications with Vulture open, and now ventured perceptually down her U-space link to Bludgeon aboard Heliotrope. There was no need to communicate, since she could clearly see her erstwhile craft some thousands of miles up, just out from the fountain raging from one pole of the annulus black hole. Heliotrope was turning to bear down on the fountain at a sharp angle, and within the hour Bludgeon would be able to deploy the cargo Runcible. Orlandine felt both frightened and elated, but her elation disappeared some moments later when an ECS attack ship dropped out of U-space and entered the corridor. Thus far, she had committed one murder, and the burden of that guilt was more than enough. However, since the chameleon-ware had yet to stabilize, it was certain those aboard that ship had spotted the War Runcible. Could she convince them to leave the area before Erebus arrived? Most likely they would see her only as a threat to the Polity, and consequently either do what they could to stop her or scream for help. She could allow them neither option, for they could give away her position. So much depended on what she was doing that it seemed the safest option to destroy this new arrival, to again commit murder. Reluctantly, Orlandine contacted Nobler. The disruption encroached, and it was as if the King of Hearts was hurtling down a perilous tunnel that grew steadily narrower. Seated on his bed, Cormac stared at the chrome cylinder resting on the mattress beside him. Not bothering with the touch controls of the small inset console, he grid-linked directly into the device's hardware to assure himself it would operate just as he wanted. It would. At a thought, he could detonate it in any circumstances. But he really did not want to be there when that happened. So he checked that he could set the timer, order the CTD to detonate if it was moved, if it was exposed to vacuum, or if the sensors inside it heard someone singing out of tune. He could also set it to detonate should the constant signal to it from his grid link be disrupted, which would probably mean it no longer mattered whether he was nearby or not. King had assured him that it would try to keep in range of the war runcible so that Cormac could transport himself out. But what was that range? Cormac felt he would know it only once he was within it. But things were almost certain to get a little difficult for the attack ship, so he needed to prepare for an involuntary stay aboard the runcible. Thoughtfully, he slid the CTD into his backpack, then turned his attention to the other weapons arrayed beside him, his thin gun, shuriken, and a proton carbine. Last time, aboard this very vessel, he had transported himself fully clothed, so he knew he could take materials with him. What governed that? Was it subconscious choice? Might he even arrive aboard the war runcible without the CTD? And why did he not arrive at his destination naked? He guessed that such questions were insignificant in comparison with the question of how he managed to move through U-space at all. Belatedly, he decided not to arm the CTD before transporting it over, since if, by any chance, it did not make the transition, the signal break to his grid link could result in King of Hearts being spread over the firmament. The disruption faded, and Cormac almost resented the feeling of the attack ship surfacing into the real once again. It was as if, now that he was managing to control his perception of U-space, he wanted to stay there. He was, however, glad to find himself still sitting on his bed this time, and not sprawled in one of the ship's corridors outside. "I have something," said King over the ship's intercom. "Erebus, it's gone." "What do you mean, it's gone?" "I sensed some large object ahead, mass equivalent to that of the war runcible," said King tetchily. "Now it's gone." "Chameleon ware?" "Possibly." Cormac had not really taken that into account. Why would this Allandine, controlling a massive, heavily armed thing like that, feel the need to hide from a mere attack ship? "Position?" Cormac inquired. 2,000 miles earthside of the narrowest constriction in the corridor through the U-space disruption." "Interesting." "It's back again." "What?" "Are you deaf? Please confirm for me." "Gone again," King interrupted, then deigned to explain further. "Unusual chameleon wear, and it seems Allandine is having some trouble with it." Cormac was on his feet now, strapping shuriken to his wrist. He donned the backpack, hung the proton carbine from its strap over his shoulder, and jammed his thin gun into his envirosuit belt. Stepping out into the corridor, he quickly headed for the bridge, his U-sense expanding out from the attack ship, but still unable to penetrate the surrounding disruption. In a moment, he was aware that Arak and Hubbard Smith had joined him. Maybe they hoped he could take them with him. Within seconds, they arrived on the black glass floor, under a dome of stars. "I am receiving communication," said King. "Allandine says she wants to speak with whoever is in charge here." "Well, take the usual precautions, and let's hear what she has to say. Meanwhile, keep taking us in closer." "Understood." After a delay, doubtless while King checked for informational attack, a line cut down through the air, then opened out into the figure Cormac recognized from a file presently stored in his grid link. She was an imposing woman, but then with people able to remake themselves however they wanted, that really meant nothing. "Allandine," said Cormac, intending to continue talking for as long as possible so King could get closer. "Who are you?" she asked abruptly. "I am Agent Ian Cormac of ECS," he replied. "It would appear you have acquired some Polity property there. Do you suppose that you could see your way clear to explaining what you intend to do with it?" I see, said Orlandine, that you intend to draw this conversation out so you can get closer. An attack ship's conventional weapons would have some problem getting through my defences, so either you have something else, or you are desperate. You didn't answer my question, Orlandine. Her hologram gazed at him. I doubt you would believe the answer. Try me. I'm here to destroy Erebus. The problem with that explanation, Cormac felt, was that it was all too plausible. However, the problem with that plausibility was that he could not afford to acknowledge it. There would only be one chance to get close enough to the stolen war runcible. And why would you want to do such a thing? Cease approaching this war runcible immediately, or I will fire on you, was her reply. All I need is an explanation, said Cormac. You're not listening, are you? She gave a disappointed frown. Her hologram froze, shrank to a line, disappeared. Engaging chameleon wear, King intoned. A sudden change of course sent Cormac staggering to one side, despite the Graveblade's attempts to compensate. Abruptly, the war runcible was hanging out there in space, and he felt it was almost within his grasp. With an effort of will, he could throw himself across to it, transport himself to the selected set of buffers. Then it fell out of his grasp, as King of Hearts turned hard and accelerated. A blinding stream of ionized matter stabbed past. Its effect was negligible to Cormac's deeper sense, but upon snatching information from King's server, he saw that Orlandine was firing a particle beam at them powerful enough to cut the attack ship in half. Oops, said Arak. I guess this means she's hostile. Surely not, said Smith. She throws moons at those who really irk her. Ignoring this comedy duo, Cormac instructed, King, closer. I'm trying, King replied, but there's the small matter of the railgun missiles and the targeting systems trying to lock onto me, despite my chameleon wear, which I'm incidentally having to reconfigure every 5 seconds. Right, conceded Cormac. Another abrupt change of direction sent him staggering, so he stepped over to a fixed chair and braced himself against it. Despite the attack ship dodging back and forth, King managed to keep the image of the war runcible steady. Each time Orlandine's particle beam lashed out, Cormac flinched and drove his fingers harder into the chair back. At one point it flashed particularly close, and a sound like a ship's hull scraping a reef echoed through the bridge. A second later, the outside view was momentarily blocked by a cloud of incandescent gas filled with sparking globules of molten metal, for the beam had grazed King's hull. Then flashes blossomed about the war runcible, and again linking to King's server, he identified their source as a multitude of hunter-killer missiles being launched. I cannot stay here for much longer, said King. I will attempt one close run, then I'll have to pull out. Just be ready. Cormac glanced around at Arak, who was gripping the indents specially cut in the floor for him, then across at Hubbard Smith, who was rigidly ensconced in a chair with his arms crossed and a frown creasing his face. He felt King of Hearts turn again, and, reaching out with his U-sense, found the attack ship now heading directly towards the war runcible. He brought that massive objective into full focus, his perception sliding inside it. Concentrating on one of the 5 horn assemblies, he identified his destination and tried to fix on it. The sensation was like preparing to jump down to the deck of a violently rocking boat. The missiles were now close, their nose cones glaring steel eyes in the blackness. Now! Cormac felt able to take himself across, and knew, at that moment, he could bring more along with him. Arak! The drone abruptly scuttled forward, and Cormac reached down, placing a hand behind his head as if grabbing the scruff of a pet dog. Smith? No, there wasn't time to grab him, for even now King of Hearts was turning to evade the approaching missiles, and so moving away from his objective. And anyway, he didn't trust the golem. As he stepped through nothingness, he felt that his perception of missiles whipping past him could only be illusion. He focused on a landing point, his foot coming down on metal. Gravity snatched hold of him, and he realized the metal under his foot was a wall. Woo! Arak yelled. Cormac fell back towards a grav-plated floor, turning in midair to land heavily on his feet and then roll. He ended up crashing into Arak, who had landed much better. The drone steadied him with one gleaming limb, which Cormac used to haul himself upright. Stay with it. He still kept King of Hearts within his perception, but warheads were now detonating out there, while something here, perhaps the Runcible technology surrounding him, was interfering with his U-sense. Through his gridlink, he set the CTD for signal break detonation, unhooked his rucksack, and abandoned it on the floor, then prepared to make the jump back to the attack ship. Too late. The attack ship was gone. Either it was already out of range, or one of the detonations had destroyed it. He tried making contact through his gridlink, but found too much interference. "What now, boss?" Arak inquired. "Can you contact King?" "Nah," said the drone. "Lot of EMR out there, and there's signal blocking in this place." Arak reached out to point one limb up. Cormac looked up to see that running above them was an open framework of bubble metal stanchions. Wound around some of these were metallic, vine-like growths he recognized instantly. "I reckon it's everywhere here," the drone added, punctuating this comment by opening his abdomen hatches to extrude his Gatling cannons. Cormac again shouldered his rucksack. A brief instruction to Shuriken prepared the weapon for fast release. Then he raised his proton carbine and hoped to hell he wouldn't have to use it. "She must know that we're here by now," he said. "How true," said a voice he knew was Orlandine's. Something peeled open twin sliding doors at the end of the corridor, and a monstrous figure crashed through. Cormac crouched protectively and observed the bastard child of a giant steel octopus and a crab. War drone. One of Arak's Gatling cannons turned and fired. The thing was lost in flame. Then, an instant later, Arak's missiles were detonating against a hard field some yards ahead of it. Arak ceased firing and backed up until standing directly before Cormac. Behind the hard field, the big drone braced its tentacular limbs against the walls of the corridor. Then its lower, waspish abdomen detached and drifted forward. It began turning randomly, and around it the air filled with distortions like hard-edged heat haze. Cormac was unsure of what he was seeing, until he spotted a chunk of metal sticking out from one wall clatter to the floor, cut clean through. This object was projecting atomic shear fields, and now it advanced to the hard field and began to slide through. "I might survive this," observed Arak, "but you won't unless you get the hell out of here." Cormac glanced back down the corridor to another twin door before facing forward again. He could take himself away in an instant, and he could take Arak with him. But now that he was here, he wanted some answers. He stood up and held out his rucksack. "My death will result in this detonating, but I don't even have to die. I can transport myself and my companion in the same way I brought us here to any other part of this Runcible, and then send the signal for this to detonate from there." The spinning abdomen was now through the hard field. When its invisible shears brushed the walls, they made sounds like sharpening knives. Cormac reached into his pocket, groped around for a moment, then pulled out the Europan dart. He held it up. "Orlandine," he said, "I know you can hear me, and I know you can see me. You can probably do so much more than that, because of course you've deified yourself with a Jane node." Abruptly the thing ahead stopped spinning, and just hung, motionless in the air. "Orlandine," Cormac continued, "I want you to tell me about Clorhammon and your two brothers." The reply was immediate. "You could have asked me that while you were still aboard your attack ship. Incidentally, that's a neat ability you have there. It is one, despite my deification, as you call it, that I don't possess." "I can stop you now," Cormac replied, "but while I was aboard King of Hearts, that was not an option." Why would you want to stop me destroying Erebus? I need to be convinced that is your true purpose. Very well, Ian Cormack of ECS. Leave your CTD on the floor there, and Nobler will bring you to me. Cormack paused for a long moment. After all, she had control of Jane technology, probably provided to her by Erebus, and there was the danger she could interfere with his link to the CTD if he gave her time. She was a known murderer and a thief who controlled war drones like this Nobler, and a weapon capable of trashing planets. The right and logical thing to do would be to detonate the CTD and remove this threat to the polity. However, there were too many inconsistencies here, too much he could not see clearly. Erebus had attacked a planet of no tactical importance on which her brothers had resided, and this dart he held was discovered there near where two humans had been specifically murdered by a legate. He needed answers. However, as he unshouldered the CTD and placed it on the floor, an uncomfortable notion occurred to him. It wasn't the events on Clerhammon that mainly influenced his decision. He did not want to die. He no longer trusted those he had spent most of his life working for. And she sounded sane. "Are you sure about this, boss?" asked Arak. "Not entirely." "Right," said the drone, retracting his cannons and closing their hatches. Cormac looked beyond Arak to the other drone at the end of the corridor. Abruptly, the hard field winked out, and the shear device drew back to reconnect and once again become part of Nobler. The big drone turned fluidly but noisily before it gestured with a long, evil-looking pincer on the end of one tentacle. "Follow me," it said. Chapter 15. Before the Quiet War, the Earth Central AI was an electronic bureaucrat, processing the day-to-day minutiae of running Earth's government and economy. With most industries being run by machines, it was the job of the political and corporate classes, one and the same by then, to dictate to the lower classes, who were mostly on some form of state handout, every aspect of their lives, or to pursue the really important aspects of their position, such as fattening their bank accounts, screwing their secretaries, being seen with media stars, and generally sucking up the cream of society. These human politicians and corporate leaders who made up the Parliament of Earth Central did not have time for balancing budgets, calculating taxation, and running services on a worldwide and often extraplanetary scale. They took their eye off the ball. After the Quiet War, the Earth Central AI became supreme autocrat, and a better ruler than the human race had seen before. Better, but not necessarily the best. Anonymous. As her little intership craft drew closer to that bloom of Jane coral, Mika felt easier about piloting the more she comprehended the scale of her surroundings. Out at the edge here, the gaps between the branches were up to a half-mile wide, so she felt in little danger of crashing into them, since she was equivalent to a gnat flying between the branches of an oak tree. However, it seemed that, as those worries abated, they revealed a deeper fear sitting like a lead ball in her gut. Here she was, flying into a massive alien artifact in order to find alien AIs and wake them from their 5 million-year sleep. When she actually focused her mind on that, she felt near to the borderlands of madness and didn't know whether to giggle or scream. So next, she forced herself to focus on her immediate surroundings and each consecutive task ahead. Travelling past it at only a few hundred miles an hour, she studied the attack ship caught between two branches. It was of an old style, not often seen in the Polity nowadays, all sharp corners and flat surfaces, which were a requirement for the kind of chameleon wear and armour used then, and two U-engine nacelles protruding so far from the main body that they appeared to be pinioned on the end of wings. She noted how the craft had been penetrated by vine-like Jane tendrils and distorted and lost much of its substance, as if someone had poured acid on the center of its main body. She visualized the massive bloom here spreading like a slow explosion, and then one branch of Jane tech shooting out like a dragon pseudopod to spear this ship and suck the life out of it. Surely the AI aboard had acceded to this, else it would have moved out of the way. Mika had never seen Jane growth travel any faster than the strike of a snake, which, over the distances involved here, would have appeared as a slow crawl. Then again, the AI might have been unwilling, but been previously crippled to make it easy prey. The dappled black and purple shadows beyond the attack ship abruptly reminded her of her own troubled dreams. She saw in them the shape of what lay beyond, something ineffable, complex, alien. She accelerated, and soon her surroundings grew dark enough for even the light amplification of her suit visor to begin struggling and throwing ghostly after-images across her vision. Checking through her craft's controls, she pulled up a radar density map of her surroundings, but it wasn't really what she was after. Then, far down on the menu, because it was an option rarely used, she found the control she wanted and turned it on. With a whine, 2 hatches opened in the craft's nose, and large square lights extruded from them. When their powerful white glare illuminated the way ahead, she wondered what effect the lights might have on her craft's power supply, but a quick check reassured her that the drain was manageable. Only then did she notice movement to one side. For a long moment she dared not look, was almost scared that nothing substantial lay there. Then she angrily forced her gaze over to the left, where 2 branches forked to create a structure like a scapula. There, on a branch like the trunk of a redwood fashioned of bone, it looked as if someone had poured treacle, which was streaming down in rivulets. She turned the craft, swinging the 2 beams of light across. Branches were lit for miles ahead, until it seemed that in the distance they formed a solid wall. But it was only on that particular branch that there was any sign of movement. It seemed as if a horde of snakes was writhing along it, and after a moment Mika realized what they were. "Cobras," she said, relieved.
"Pardon?"
Dragon queried in her head. "I thought your remote was the only part of you accompanying me, but now I see that's not the case." The snakes possessed cobra heads, and every so often she saw a flash of sapphire. Dragon was extending a mass of pseudopods down this branch, parallel to her own course.
"You are incorrect,"
said Dragon.
"To extend my pseudopods for the full distance you have to travel would be an unacceptable waste of my resources."
"So what are you up to?"
"I am exploring this area, but I will accompany you for part of the way."
It wasn't much of an answer. Mika eyed the pseudopods and noted that a group of them, having gathered together for a moment, were now parting and sliding on, leaving some large object in their wake. "You're extending your defenses," she commented.
"Astute of you."
"Against what?"
"It is always sensible to take precautions."
Was Dragon taking precautions against whatever might ensue once she reached her destination? That seemed possible, and Mika did not like the idea one bit. Nevertheless, she used the steering jets to line up her craft with that same destination again, feeling somehow unable to do otherwise. The visual effects ahead were quite strange, rather like seeing a streetlight shining through a tree. The branches of Jane coral extended far ahead, her light beams seemingly straightening out their kinks, then seemed to terminate in a distant twiggy wheel. With her view much improved, she accelerated, taking the craft up to over 700 miles an hour before collision alarm icons popped up on her screen. She decelerated for a little while until the icons went away, then continued coasting in. In the ensuing hour, Mika managed to rig the autopilot, and so was able to sit back and study her surroundings. She spotted another scout craft caught up in the coral. This one had been cut in two, its halves some distance apart, and yet bound within the same branch. She had no idea why. Then, after her view had remained unchanged for some time, this weird environment lost its power to distract her. So, she unclipped her note screen from her belt and set to work, categorizing all she had previously seen in the accretion disk. She made notes and ran modeling exercises, anything to stop herself thinking about why Dragon had brought her here.
Slow down,
Dragon abruptly instructed. In a panic, Mika spun the craft with its steering thrusters, then used the main engine to decelerate.
Coordinates on your screen.
Mika peered down at a density map of her surroundings, her craft a winking icon amid translucent branches. On one of those branches, a small, square, red frame was also winking. It took her some moments to orient herself, and then know to look up to her left. She could see nothing there, so turned the craft to direct its lights that way, revealing some minuscule object secured to a branch. Firing up the steering thrusters again, she took her craft closer, soon seeing something orange, resembling the blemish caused by a parasite burrowing into a plant stem. It was only at a distance of 100 yards that she finally recognized its shape. Oh, hell!
This is interesting,
Dragon replied. Mika slowed her craft, but it continued to drift in closer. The Polity had been making spacesuits that particular shade of fluorescent orange for a long time, especially for those working on the outsides of space stations or ships, so that they could be easily seen or easily found. It was a safety thing. But she guessed the suit makers had never envisaged this scenario. When she was 10 yards out from the suit, she could see the mummified face behind the visor and the roots of Jane tech that had punched through the fabric. Did they kill him, or her? Or had the decompression done that?
We know that some humans did accompany Trafalgar's exodus from the Polity,
said Dragon. I bet they wished they hadn't.
One has to wonder why this one is stuck out here like this.
Trying to escape?
Most likely. But I will extend my pseudopods to here to investigate further.
Mika backed up her craft and returned to her course. Now she felt tense, the leaden feeling returning to her stomach, perhaps because she was reminded of her own mortality. Jerking the joystick forward, she ramped up the acceleration to get away from there as quickly as possible, and for some minutes ignored the collision warning icons. Then she felt stupid and eased off, after a moment putting the craft back on autopilot. Glancing up, she saw two blue eyes peering down at her. With concern, maybe? Over the next hour, the regular beep of collision icons had the autopilot regularly knocking down her speed. Nearing the center of the coral bloom, its branches were much closer together, and in some cases even melded, with web works of coral bridging the gaps. Eventually she reached an area that seemed all but impassable, until she checked her density map and found a way through. She carefully edged her craft up close to the mass of coral before her, then peered to one side. There! Turning, she motored through a fork, then turned again, her craft bumping against something material nearby. Coral flaked off, frangible as charcoal, and tumbled through vacuum. A short, twisting passage to worm through, then she was out the other side and into a wider space.
The Trafalgar,
Dragon announced in her head, and Mika immediately felt her mouth turn arid. It sat there in the center space like a pinned bug, though a particularly large one, attached to the remains of the moon it had partly eaten. Numerous thick trunks of coral spread out from it, running straight for half a mile to the point she had just passed through, where they bunched together and then branched. Mika recognized the shape of the vessel, the nose a squat wedge with two enormous U-engine nacelles depending behind it, close together, and another jutting up above. Behind these lay a docking ring with a few smaller ships still attached, then its main cylindrical body, which sat in a huge square-section rectangular framework. The cylinder's spindle doubtless ran in bearings mounted at each end of the framework. This was clearly a body fashioned for centrifugal gravity, which showed that the warship had been built long before the Predor War, then adapted when the conflict began. To the rear of the main body and enclosing framework jutted the engine section, terminating in an array of fusion engine combustion chambers. All over the vessel were gun turrets, the throats of railgun launchers and hatches for missile racks, some open and with their contents poking out into space as if ready for an attack. The whole structure was tangled in Jane coral, however, in some places completely shrouded, and in others with its hull broken open where trunks of the stuff had smashed their way out. Beyond Trafalgar, tendrils were heavily entangled around a scattering of asteroids, rock that had melted and run and then hardened in vacuum into baroque shapes, hollow crusts of ash and tough volcanic glass. Debris floated free there, and numerous areas were dark with soot. These were the remains that active Jane technology had left behind, like discarded carapaces and rocky snake skins, matter with the wealth sucked out of it. So, she said, the Jane AIs are the roots of Jane technology. Yet here it seems to me that the technology is dead. So, how can the AIs be here? Though she said these words, Mika really did not believe them, for she felt as if she had ventured into some haunted house, where violent spectres were about to come crashing through the walls at any moment. Releasing the joystick, she studied her hand, expecting to see it shaking. But oddly it wasn't.
"There is little energy to be utilized here," Dragon replied. "Let me give you another analogy. Trees."
Explain.
The most activity you witness in a tree is at the tips of its twigs, where the leaves sprout, and where it opens its flowers and sheds its pollen, where it grows its fruit. Yet the trunk itself is not dead.
How can you be sure this trunk is still alive?
That fact was demonstrated as you traveled in here. I am seeing it now, even as I reach the corpse you saw earlier. There is activity here now, though fed merely by the power of your ship's lights and the heat from its engines.
Dragon paused, and Mika looked up at the remote to see that its palp eyes were now directed towards Trafalgar.
Note the effect of your lights here.
In an instant, Mika saw it. For some minutes her lights had been shining constantly on Trafalgar, and now, over a section of its coral-encrusted hull, a shifting movement appeared, like that observed in the skin of a squid when trying to camouflage itself. Mika quickly found a way to turn down the glare, then turned up the light amplification of her visor to its maximum. Though it would have been safer to kill the lights completely, she left them on because right then the dark scared her.
"I see,"
said Dragon. What do you see?
"I am examining our long-dead friend,"
Dragon replied.
"And through my remote, I am also seeing something rather anomalous."
What? Mika peered at Trafalgar.
Attached to the rear of the nose section, on the docking ring.
The vessels docked there were swamped in Jane technology, but Mika could not see anything more anomalous about them than in anything else here. I see two small shuttles and an attack ship. She peered closer, and what looks like some sort of EVA vehicle.
Look closer at the attack ship.
I'm looking, but all I'm seeing is an attack ship.
An attack ship like the Jack Ketch in its original form.
Certainly.
And not like the one you saw on the way in.
No, not like that one. This one is more modern. Shit.
Do you understand now?
Tell me about the corpse, said Mika.
She wore an org, but its contents are utterly scrambled. The design of the org and the design of her spacesuit are as revealing as the design of that attack ship you're now looking at.
Mika was not entirely sure of what to make of any of this, but certainly did not like it. That attack ship down there, docked to the Trafalgar, was of a design that had not appeared until some time after the war, and some time after Trafalgar and the others had departed the Polity. It seemed that someone had run foul of this exodus of the dispossessed, or had been sent to seek it out. "Nobler's not controlled," came Arak's communication direct to Cormac's gridlink. "He's letting me scan inside him, and I can't find any Jane Tech there." Cormac allowed himself a tired smile. Maybe he was making the right decision after all. He gazed at the mackerel-patterned back of the big drone as it propelled itself ahead of them along the corridor. He knew that drones like this one, who had been incepted during the Predor-human war, had been given their own choice of body form. A spider shape, like Arak's, was good design. His 6 legs gave stability for the Gatling cannons. In addition, numerous limbs allowed for fast maneuvering, and sacrificing 1 or 2 of them wasn't a problem. Anyway, choosing the shapes of known living creatures had a practical justification, in that each one had been shaped by billions of years of competitive evolution, so many of them made for perfect war machines. Nobler was therefore a little at variance to that norm, but not greatly so. As they reached one of the stairwells winding up out of this runcible buffer section and began climbing, Cormac saw the patterns on Nobler's back subtly shift, and realized what had been nagging at his memory. At first sight, Nobler was little different from Arak, just an insectile monster created to fight. However, Arak did not possess chameleon wear, because like most drones manufactured in the big factory stations during the war, resources could not be spared to apply such sophisticated technology to what was supposed to be a short-lived fighting grunt. The mackerel patterns evident on Nobler were the effect of an old style of chameleon wear, so it seemed likely that this wear had gone in when the drone was built during the Predor War. The big drone had been fashioned to work in ship's corridors much wider than those here aboard the War Runcible, and his major weapon was perfectly designed for slicing through hard armor, or rather carapace. "You're an assassin drone," Cormac announced. Still clattering forward, though abruptly turning his viewing tentacle to face back, the drone said, "You're observant, so what?" "They built your kind specifically to penetrate Predor vessels." Cormac nodded towards the pattern on the drone's back. "You have your own chameleon wear. You went aboard to turn Predor into sashimi." "It was a living," said Nobler, turning his viewing tentacle forward again. Cormac had heard about drones like this, but never encountered one before. This was worrying. Nobler and the others of his kind here had deliberately opted out of Polity society in order to spend years guarding a war runcible. Cormac guessed that their being asocial, or even antisocial, had been built in. Nobler did not have to like humans, because he had been created to work alone, or perhaps with only a few of his own kind, unlike Arak, who was a war drone constructed to fight beside humans in planetary conflicts. Drones like Nobler had been terror weapons, whose sole purpose was to terrify alien creatures who were nightmares themselves. And it was precisely those of Nobler's kind that had departed the Polity along with the Trafalgar. Might it be that Cormac was making a mistake here? "Are there many of your kind aboard?" he asked. "Yeah, a few still," Nobler replied vaguely. "Cutter went with bludgeon on the heliotrope." "The heliotrope?" Cormac queried. There was a delay before Nobler replied. Probably he was receiving instructions from Orlandine. "The heliotrope is carrying a cargo runcible, which will be used to feed this war runcible its ammunition. Even now, it is moving into position." "Where might that be?" "Now that I can't tell you," said the drone. "Remote as that possibility might be, there's still a chance you could escape with such information." Jane Tech was evident just about everywhere aboard this enormous weapon. Wherever there was a wall panel missing, or a junction box open, stuff that looked like steel sculptures of vines and roots lay exposed. Where ceilings were missing, opening the view into other sections of the runcible, larger versions of the same tech, often less metallic and more coralline, could be seen wound around stanchions and I-beams. It seemed Orlandine had occupied this place thoroughly with her tech. And Cormac wondered if she was beginning to produce Jane nodes yet, if she was beginning to go to seed. After some minutes, they passed through a series of airlocks that Cormac realized must mark the division between two segments of the runcible. Then a few twists and turns further through narrow corridors brought them to a main one, which terminated against a drop shaft. Before reaching the shaft, Nobler halted by a side corridor. "You go there!" The drone extended one of his nightmarish limbs towards the shaft. "You're prepared to let us go and see her alone?" Cormac asked. "My presence don't make a whit of difference. Orlandine can look after herself well enough." The drone gazed with evil squid eyes at Cormac. "Do you think she didn't know about your CTD the moment you transported yourself aboard?" With that, the drone turned and rumbled away into the shadows. "Nice guy," said Arak. "Was that sarcasm?" Cormac asked. "You think?" "So Orlandine knew about the bomb I was carrying," Cormac mused. "She must have known that I could detonate it at any time. So our friends," he waved a hand towards the dark side corridor, "attack on us was not intended to succeed." "So what was the intent then?" asked Arak, as they continued towards the drop shaft. Cormac did not reply for a moment. Orlandine was in possession of some very dangerous technology, both Jane Tech and a war runcible. But she was no arrogant or fanatical separatist leader. Before acquiring her Jane node, she had been an overseer of the Cassius Dyson project, and someone did not attain such a position without having a first-class mind. Just to check something, he sent a test signal from his grid link, and then frowned at the result. Aware that she was probably listening to what he was saying, Cormac replied to Arak, "I would say that within a second of my arrival here she had worked out both my abilities and my intent. She knew I could not get back to King of Hearts, so wanted to push me." "Push you to what?" Cormac halted by the drop shaft. "To transport myself somewhere away from the CTD in order to detonate it, because she knew she could block any signal I tried to send to it." Cormac paused for a moment. "Is that not so, Orlandine?" "Remarkably fast thinking for a non-Hyman," Orlandine replied. "Are you coming up, or are you just going to sulk down there?" Cormac stepped into the drop shaft, felt the irised gravity field take hold of him and drag him up, the steel spider visible between his feet below. He stepped out into some kind of control center with a domed chain-glass roof. Scooting out behind, then leaping to one side, Arak tentatively opened his gun hatches. A ring of consoles enclosed a scaffold in which had been mounted what Cormac guessed to be an interface sphere. That being the kind of technology a Hyman like Orlandine would be used to. He waved a calming hand at the spider drone, and Arak closed down his hatches. Walking confidently forward, Cormac said, "So, what happened to my attack ship?" "It took the only option available to avoid destruction "And it U-jumped," replied Orlandine. "It is now some hours of travel away, within the disrupted area. That much at least I was able to calculate by its U-vector. Doubtless its U-space engines are wrecked, and it has sustained much other damage besides, up to and including the loss of its AI. Obviously I won't know until the light of that occurrence reaches me here." It wasn't just travel and communication that were slowed to the speed of light or below by U-space disruption, but observation too. Finally, the door to the interface sphere opened, and Orlandine herself stepped out. Her holographic image had manifested aboard King of Hearts as an unaugmented female clad in a simple one-piece ship suit. Obviously that had been stock footage, for Orlandine wore a hymen carapace with the petals of a sensory cowl open behind her head, a heavy spacesuit, and an assister frame that also provided her with 2 extra limbs. Capable of looking after herself, indeed, but Cormac rather suspected her powers were not primarily those now visible before him. He had no doubt that one wrong move would result in all hell being unleashed from the Jane technology that crammed every nook surrounding him. "I see," he said. He saw that his link to the CTD had been cut. He saw that his method of escape was now hours away, if it could even get back here to become effective. He was in a trap, and now the cherry on top of this shit cake was standing up from where it had been sitting silently on the other side of the room. Even Arak was cringing down a little at the sight. "Fuck," Cormac added. "You?" Mr. Crane reached a hand up to raise his hat in acknowledgement. Her head heavy and her stomach tight, Mika felt poised between the two, stretched and almost on the verge of panic. She settled her craft upon a flat area of composite hull that was utterly free of Jane coral or any of those wormish growths, but knew she would not be able to avoid them so easily once she found her way inside. She did not relish the prospect.
"Your suit lights will not be able to provide it with enough energy to attack you. That fact is plain physics,"
Dragon reassured her. "Yeah, but what if there are any caches of energy here?" she said tightly.
"There are," Dragon replied, "but my remote contains sophisticated scanning equipment, so I will warn you in plenty of time if there is any danger."
Great. Mika checked through the screen display until she found Gecko function, and then initiated it. As if it had descended with glue on its runners, the craft stuck in place. She killed its lights, the light amplification of her visor still providing her with an adequate view of her surroundings, though the ghosting effects were numerous. Using the controls at her belt, she called up the visor display and checked the options available. Her suit possessed its own lights, apparently, though she had not noticed them when putting it on. Complemented by the light amplification, they were very low intensity, which was just fine right now. She turned them on, and immediately her surroundings became sharp and clear. It took her a little while to determine that the light was provided by photoemitters located on her chest, a series of glassy discs which she had noticed earlier but assumed to be sensors of some kind. She inspected them, placing her fingers over their brightness and observing the shadows cast. Then abruptly, she shook herself. No more procrastination. Mika hit the door control and waited while the cabin automatically purged, blowing a cloud of vapor outside, which drifted off like a crippled spectre. The door then opened, and she unstrapped herself and stepped out, using her visor menu to again select Gecko function, this time for her boot soles. Taking a few paces away from the craft, she felt as if she was walking through treacle. Halting, she gazed at a spot where Jane Tech had torn a hole through the attack ship's hull from the inside, and then slithered out to spread over the exterior. She could probably squeeze her way in through there, But no matter what Dragon said, she wanted to actually touch that stuff as little as possible. Mika started heading for the airlock situated further along the hull, then paused, and turned upon noticing sudden movement. The remote had eased itself down the side of her craft and, with a ripple passing through its body from nose to tail, propelled itself out into vacuum. Mika thought for a moment that it must have made some sort of mistake, for surely it now had no way of getting itself back to the attack ship. But it flapped its skate wings and changed direction, as if it was actually flying through air. "How the hell is it doing that?" asked Mika.
Doing what?
"Flying."
In the sense that you mean, it is not flying,
Dragon replied.
For the duration of your journey here, it has been converting much of its material structure to reaction mass, which it is now ejecting through numerous pores on its wing surfaces.
Now Mika noticed the fog of vapor spreading out from the remote, and how the flapping of its wings did not seem to correlate with its motion. After a moment, the flapping ceased as it brought itself to a full stop and focused its stalked eyes towards her. As she continued towards the airlock, it followed her, like a pet bat. No matter how modern a ship might be, airlocks were always provided with a simple manual option in case the power should fail. Of course, had there been air inside this ship, it would have been impossible for her to open the inner manual part of the lock from the outside, for it hinged in, and the air pressure would have held it in place. Judging by the holes she could see in the ship's hull, she very much doubted there was any air left, though there was always the possibility of some being trapped inside the lock itself. The lock door was flush with the hull, and the manual lever lay underneath a cover that detached easily once she pressed in the catches either side of it. She tossed the cover away and watched it tumble towards the surrounding dark forest. Grabbing the handle, she pressed in the safety release, which moved easily, then pulled the handle around the length of its traverse, and felt the clonk of the locking mechanism through her feet. She shoved against the lock door, but it would not move. Probably the seal was stuck. Standing upright, she stamped down on the door with one foot, being careful not to detach herself totally from the hull. The door hinged in enough to make it distinct from the rest of the hull. Another stamp dropped it an inch further. Crouching down, Mika lodged the fingers of one hand under the edge of the frame, and with her other hand pushed down on the door. It resisted for a moment, then something ripped, and it hinged all the way inside. She noted chunks of hardened breech foam floating about within the airlock and realized what had happened. The damage to the ship had distorted the shape of the door frame, so sealant had been automatically injected. That probably hadn't helped those still inside the ship. Mika peered down further into the airlock and found confirmation of that last suspicion. The orange suit was immediately recognizable, since she had seen another less than an hour ago. It was stuck to one side of the airlock, bound in place by chain tendrils. Mika pushed herself down inside the lock and took a closer look. Behind the visor, the mouth of the mummified face was wide open, as if frozen in a last scream, and inside she could see small spikes of Jane coral. She shuddered and moved on. No problem getting through the inner door. It seemed the distortion that had caused her problems with the outer one did not extend here. Beyond was a small chamber for spacesuit storage and recharging. Mika pressed her gecko soles down against the floor and walked across the area to a sliding door. Again she had to pull the cover from a manual control, a handle that folded out to wind the door back on a rack and pinion. The remote drifted up behind her as she peered into the corridor this opened onto. Jane growth crowded the floor, walls, and ceiling, as if this were some jungle cave filled with roots and lianas. She stepped through, and it being zero gravity in here, propelled herself along the corridor, trying her best to not bring a foot or hand down on any of this insidious stuff. However, she had to adjust her course slightly, and there was so much growth she could not avoid touching it. It did not react, however, and it was like pressing her hand against world stone.
"Head for the bridge,"
Dragon suggested. "That's what I am doing," she grumped back. A few hundred yards along the corridor, she halted her progress by grabbing a door jamb and gazed inside at a macabre sight. Here stood a serpentine tangle rather like a fig vine, and bound within it was a freeze-dried woman. She was naked, indicating that Jane Tech had caught her by surprise. Mika moved on. Eventually she reached a drop shaft, which soon opened into a short corridor, terminating against the doors accessing the bridge. Some minutes of hard effort started the double sliding doors opening, and air hissed out to fog the corridor around her. In this mist, she noted black bits like flecks of soot. Reaching out, she grabbed some out of the air and inspected them closely. Common houseflies. Dead? When the doors were finally open enough, she entered the bridge and looked around her. It appeared some of the ship's crew had fled here, for the bridge was an ossuary, with skeletons scattered across the floor. She inspected the dead with a critical eye. These were clothed, their envirosuits more durable than the flesh they had contained. It occurred to her then, by the position of the bones, that they had all died before the gravity failed, for they were stuck to the floor by a frozen grey adipocere, thick with fly chrysalises, dead flies, and even dead maggots. Obviously a few flies had managed to get aboard at some previous port of call and to survive, and this bridge must have remained warm and oxygenated for some time. The ship's AI? All of the corpses here showed charred bone and burns through gaps in their clothing, laser burns, probably from the ship's internal defences. Either the AI itself had been killed and those defences taken out of its control, or it had been melded with Erebus and carried out this slaughter itself. I wonder why the life support kept on running. Mika looked around for the blue-eyed remote and saw it stuck to the wall right above the doors. "You're scanning?"
"I am."
"What about this ship's AI?"
"Smashed. So, obviously, it wasn't a willing participant in this."
Dragon then added,
"I see that it separated life support here from itself and concealed a trickle feed to it from one of the reactors. It tried its best to hide these people. After taking control of internal defenses and killing them all, Erebus must have missed the feed, or just ignored it as of no consequence."
So what the ship's AI had done to try to save them had ultimately allowed them to rot away. "Is there anything here of use to us?" she asked.
"Perhaps something can be learned from their orgs and grid links,"
suggested Dragon. Mika peered at the array of bones and saw one skull had a bean-shaped org still attached behind where its ear had once been. She reached down and twisted the org hard, snapping its bone anchors, then pulled it away. The skull shifted, its jawbone falling loose, and the org came away trailing fine hair-like strands, the nanofilaments that had connected it to the brain inside. Mika collected 4 orgs in all and dropped them into her belt pouch. Any grid link would require her either opening up a skull to get to it, or carrying about with her the skull it was in. Both notions seemed too ghoulish.
"I suggest you now head for the docking tunnel to Trafalgar,"
Dragon opined. Despite her macabre surroundings, Mika did not want to go there. While her own craft had been heading into this huge Jane structure, and while exploring this vessel and wondering what had happened aboard it, she had been struggling to keep from her mind the true reason for her being here. She had come here to wake up the Jane AIs and deliver to them the information inside her head. She could feel herself right beside where things got really thin, and knew that somehow those AIs awaited her aboard Trafalgar. Orlandine eyed the Spider war drone. Its antecedents were similar to those of the drones on this station, and as such, it was damned dangerous. Having already scanned it carefully, she knew it was similarly packed with weaponry, but she had prepared programs to seize control of it the moment it tried to employ its hardware. Then she studied the man and the brass golem in turn. She wasn't entirely sure which was the more dangerous. This man, this Ian Cormac, was a tough-looking individual with cropped silvery hair, an olive complexion, and sharp, striking features. His eyes were noticeably grey and cold. He was an agent of ECS, so that certainly meant he was trained to kill, and fast. But he was also a human, capable of doing something as yet unheard of, transmitting himself through U-space. And that wasn't all, for Orlandine had scanned him too. Certainly he was a human being, and not some kind of machine. Yet the grid link inside his skull was activating by some means she had not encountered before. It seemed to be connected to some sort of mycelium laced throughout his bones, a structure not dissimilar to Jane Tech. "I take it you two have met," she said. Then there was this golem. She knew the story of the prototype that was stolen from Cybercorp, even though the theft had taken place before she was born. She knew about the tapestry of legend that had grown up about this same killing machine. But the reality of it was even more worrying. Mr. Crane was heavily armored, and what lay inside him was mostly impenetrable to scan. But what she could see hinted that he had been severely remodeled and contained some kind of technology definitely not developed in the Polity. Then there was the other stuff she had received on informational levels. His communications were mostly machine code and almost incoherent in their brevity. Yet behind that, she got the sense that she was communicating with something as complex and powerful as a major AI, like Jerusalem, Geronimid, or even Earth Central itself. "Yes, we've met," said Cormac, still gazing at the golem. "Mr. Crane was trying to kill me at the time." "Then perhaps you know that Dragon helped repair his mind." Orlandine smiled at him. "He's all better now." Cormac turned and focused on her, and something about his poise worried her. She knew she could move very fast, but wondered if she might be quite fast enough if he tried anything. Then she dismissed the idea. Nothing could be that fast here. "You broke my link to the CTD," he observed. "You won't be needing it." He carefully reached into his pocket and took out the dart, and Orlandine felt her throat constrict. Earlier he had taken it out of his pocket and asked her about her brothers, and she had then instantly made the connection. "When my mother Ariadne and I were on Europa, she missed Ermoon and Aladine a great deal. She saw two of the dart guns for sale in a shop. They used them there in the underground sea, and immediately bought them for my brothers." "She then sent the guns to them on Clerhammon," Cormac suggested. "Yes." "Where Erebus killed both of them?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because I did not use the Jane node he gave me for the purpose intended. I fled with it both from him and from the Polity AIs." "To cover your escape, you murdered someone. A Hyman called Shoala, I believe." "I'm not proud of that." "Continue," said Cormac, the tone telling her that she had been judged for that act, and found wanting. "As I took the node apart, I realized I was supposed to use it with less caution than I did use it. I was supposed to become a weapon that destroyed a large portion of the Polity." Orlandine paused, appalled at how much this was hurting her. "I fled, and I continued to learn. I learned how to find Jane nodes and track the course of a node aboard one ECS attack ship of a fleet following a legate out of the Polity. I was aboard one of those ships." "I see. I followed, and I got trapped by the same user disruption that trapped your fleet. And, for the record, I destroyed that user, thus letting what was left of your fleet escape." "How noble of you." Orlandine felt a surge of anger, then quickly repressed it. "I did not do what Erebus wanted me to do, and Erebus saw me destroy its user. Erebus took revenge on me by killing my two brothers. I was sent a recording of their deaths." "So that's the why," said the agent. "Now tell me the how." "With the resources I now control, it was not difficult to seize this war runcible. But how did you manage to put yourself here in Erebus's path? To have done so surely means you knew something of Erebus's plans." Orlandine decided to lie to him, rather than get involved in explaining the complicated saga of Fiddler Randall. "When I returned to the Polity, I encountered one of Erebus's worm ships. I extracted information from it before destroying it." "I see." But he had. She could tell he had seen right through her, and knew that last utterance to be a lie. It didn't matter, as she just needed him to believe that she was genuinely here to destroy Erebus. It then occurred to her to wonder why she did so much need him to believe. Certainly he, like that ugly little drone squatting behind him, was dangerous, but she felt confident she could wipe him out in a second. Then she understood what this was all about, what she was feeling here. She wanted absolution. "And now him?" he said, raising a hand and pointing at Mr. Crane. "A source of further information," she replied. "Ever since Erebus destroyed the hybrids on Cull, who were considered by Mr. Crane to be in his charge, he has been Erebus's enemy. He has supplied me with the where and recognition codes that now conceal this war runcible." Cormac nodded slowly, one hand now hovering over his other wrist. Orlandine had a laser pointed straight at his head from the ceiling. He would die if he threw that nasty little device on his wrist, just as the nasty little device would die too. "I must return to my interface sphere now," she said. "Erebus is coming, and I have to be ready. So what are you going to do, Agent Ian Cormac?" He took his hand away from his wrist. "I must wait and see what the outcome is here." Orlandine turned away from him and stepped back into her sphere, sweat slick on her back under her carapace. Her many eyes watched him from the ceiling, but he made no move. She guessed he would just wait for that outcome then. If she and he survived it, he would probably try to kill her. ECS agents never forgave murderers. Chapter 16. And it was a danger faced by the Polity. We know that some AIs and some Hymen disarmed and used elements of the technology. It is speculated that much of our own nanotech was reverse-engineered from Jane artifacts, e.g. the mycelial connectors for orgs, the little doctors, which are usually reserved for those in dangerous occupations, and the probably mythical mycelial commutech, which supposedly enables individual humans to transport themselves through U-space. Of course, as in all things, there is always an element of choice. Just because the Jane AI finger is no longer on the trigger does not mean the trigger won't be pulled, or that the gun's holder won't pistol whip someone with it. From Quint's Guide, compiled by humans. Ensconced within her interface sphere, Orlandine quickly and fully reconnected herself to the war runcible and began viewing scan data being flagged for her attention. She ran a deep analysis of a massive disruption in U-space, and this confirmed the initial analysis she had made while speaking to Cormac. Something big was on its way towards the corridor through to Earth. She called up real-time sensor data through her U-Space link to Heliotrope and saw that same ship currently bearing down at a sharp angle on the polar fountain from the annulus black hole. Even heavily filtered, the view ahead of Heliotrope was a painfully bright storm of energy and ionized matter. The ship was heating up, and Cutter was routing the heat through superconductors into thermal generators, then firing the excess energy off into space by means of the vessel's supply of evaporant. She was about to suggest that starting up the cargo gate would give the vessel some shielding, when Bludgeon turned it on anyway. Mounted on the jaws of the ship's front grab, the Runcible's triangular gate sprang into being. It could not be seen that it was as reflective as a mirror, for the fountain's fire turned it into a charcoal silhouette. The energy hitting the other side and passing through the Skyden warp now accumulated in the U-Space spoon, since, as yet, it had been given no destination. "Erebus approaches," she told the two drones aboard Heliotrope. It was Cutter who replied, since Bludgeon was deep in the mathematical realm of Runcible mechanics. "We'll be in position within minutes. Bludgeon calculates that once in, we'll be driven along the course of the fountain, even with the gate open, since there'll be pressure against the Skyden warp." Cutter paused contemplatively. "But why am I telling you all this? You already know every detail of what is happening here." "You're probably telling me because you've spent too much time in the company of habitually taciturn war drones," Orlandine quipped. "Just because they don't talk that much to you doesn't make them taciturn," Cutter replied. "It makes them sensible." Orlandine grimaced, then observed the horns of the cargo Runcible now turning in order to wrap the Skyden warp over themselves. Standing in the world of information at Bludgeon's shoulder, she noted the drone monitoring the build-up in the spoon, balancing buffer energies, and slowly increasing fusion reactor output to the warp. The little ship now lay only a few miles from the fountain's edge, and one nudge from the main drive would place it inside that appalling fire. She also noted that Heliotrope's temperature was still rising, but kept her counsel to herself for a little while. Bludgeon then showed her he knew precisely what to do, for the three horns detached from their seatings and, driven by hard-field projectors, began to expand the triangular warp. Heliotrope's umbrella needed to be bigger. "I'll want you to go to maximum expansion of the cargo gate," she explained, then wondered why, since the two drones did not need her input. "I will give you plenty of warning," she added, then focused her attention at her end, on the barrel of this massive weapon. There was no need to run any more tests. Orlandine retuned the chameleon-ware for a major change in what it was hiding, then started up the War Runcible's Skyden warp. Though the device was hidden from outside view, her view of it was perfect, and she felt a thrill on seeing the meniscus ripple into being across the area enclosed by the 5 horns, the 5 Runcible sections. It stabilized quickly, and she then initiated the separation of these 5 sections. The feeling for her was almost painful, like pulling off some tightly rooted mental scab. It was almost as if the Jane Tech did not want to break off where she had prepared it to do so, which was odd, since it was an insentient technology with no will of its own. Perhaps, if she survived this, she would investigate the phenomenon, which she suspected lay somewhere at its very base. "I am moving to Section 3, Nobler informed her. This decision did not surprise her, since that segment of the Runcible was the only one not occupied by a war drone. The drones could remotely control the weapons mounted on and in each section, but it would be best to have them nearby should anything go wrong, which it inevitably would when things started to get hot. She watched Nobler exit rapidly through an airlock and hurtle away from one section in a trajectory that would intersect with the next section round as it moved out. She watched him spread his tentacles, ready for landing, then returned her attention to embrace the entire Runcible. Seeing the huge device coming apart like this, even though she herself had initiated it, gave her a moment of considerable disquiet. Would the Jane mycelium properly counter the inertial effects of weapons fire from each section? Might she even have achieved her aims without expanding the gate like this? Damn, this seemed a stupid time to have such doubts. Then something else attracted her attention, and curiosity momentarily dispelled her disquiet. The agent, Ian Cormac, seemed to be experiencing a bit of a problem. He was bent over, leaning down against the back of the spider war drone, and no matter how Orlandine focused her conventional senses on him, he seemed strangely thin, insubstantial. However, when she focused those senses that derived from Runcible technology, ones intended for gravity and density mapping and for measuring Skyden warp phenomena, she saw clearly the disturbance around him. Fascinating. He seemed to be on the point of falling into a warp all his own, yet maintaining himself at the interface through some effort of will. And this phenomenon certainly seemed related to that mycelium threaded in his bones. Even so, when Orlandine ran an analysis of the field generating around him, she still could not figure out how he was doing it. Certainly, it seemed as if he didn't want to be doing it, so she assumed the proximity of the massive Skyden gate must be affecting him somehow. That would be no problem to her, unless he was actually trying to get himself somewhere else aboard this Runcible. Orlandine quickly scanned over to his point of arrival aboard the Runcible and to check that the CTD was now gone. She reviewed recorded data and ascertained that, as instructed, one of the drones had taken the device away after she broke the agent's link with it. That same device had now been stripped down and added to the munitions of the drone concerned, which was the big, iron-spitting cockroach. Like it needed more munitions. She returned her full attention briefly to Cormac, who now seemed to be getting his problem under control, then to Mr. Crane, who had seated himself on the floor and was placidly sorting through his odd collection of keepsakes. What a crew! She focused fully now on the task in hand. Nobbler had by now landed on Section 3 and was scrabbling inside the airlock. Orlandine was reassured to note the micrometric adjustments being made with steering jets to the current position of that Runcible section, for this demonstrated that her mycelial sensors were sensitive enough to pick up on the relatively infinitesimal impact of Nobbler's arrival there, though it was an impact that would have made no significant difference to the integrity of the Skyden warp. Shortly, the War Runcible would be opened up to its maximum expansion. And shortly, Erebus would arrive, and the bizarre crew gathered here would become the least of her worries. Mika propelled herself through the dead corridors, finding no more human remains, but plenty of open cabins that looked to have been formerly occupied. Dragon's remote drifted along at her shoulder, peering into these places with its clear blue eyes radiating a strange kind of innocence. Eventually she reached the airlock that connected into Trafalgar's docking mechanisms. It seemed evident that the Jane Tech had penetrated the attack ship through here. It was all around the open airlock, and in the docking tunnel beyond it had grown utterly straight and even. She thought it looked like some odd byblow of vines and antique plumbing. Worryingly, it also appeared to be more alive here, because, unlike much of what she had already seen, which was bone white or grey, this was bluey green and possessed an odd iridescence. Or perhaps that was because everything around her now seemed more alive, or rather, gravid with the potential to spring into life. She forced herself to continue through, even with the stuff all around her, then kicked off against it and accelerated when she saw points of growth slowly easing like onion sprouts out from the general mass towards her.
"It does not possess the energy to harm you here,"
Dragon informed her, adding,
"unless you stay in contact with it for long enough."
Mika stopped by catching the edge of the airlock at the far end and propelled herself down towards the floor of the Trafalgar, gasping and on the point of panic. She tried to calm down, tried some breathing exercises, tried to study her surroundings analytically. She mocked herself for her fear. She was a scientist, not some panicky little girl. It didn't really help. The docking tunnel was connected to one of a series of 5 airlocks, widely spaced along the wall of a large equipment bay. Mika thought these must have been used for getting workers or troops outside, perhaps into maintenance pods, for there was not enough room for 5 large-sized vessels on that section of the docking ring. Within the bay itself, a row of maintenance pods was secured along the facing wall. Doubtless, when repairs to the battleship were required, they were shifted outside through the larger bay doors at the end, then kept outside until the work was completed while their operators used these airlocks. Other equipment was scattered here and there. A tank with caterpillar treads was down on the floor, while another lay at 45 degrees against the wall to her right. Why these 2 items were aboard a ship like this baffled her. A mass of spacesuits rested in a pile, and racks of ordnance lay where they had fallen. All were bound by Jane tendrils and other thicker structures, and all were missing material as if they had been sprinkled with acid. However, the growth here seemed to be offshoots of the main structure, which had obviously originated from her left, from the entrances to a row of drop shafts. "I am to follow this stuff to its source," she suggested.
"That would seem to be a good plan,"
said Dragon. Right. Good plan. Mika propelled herself towards the shafts, glad of zero gravity, for she felt that walking on the floor below her would be like stepping amid sleeping snakes. She misjudged her course slightly and landed against the wall above the level of the shaft mouths, but there were numerous power ducts here she could use to push herself down. Very little Jane growth visible here above the shafts, but then perhaps it was concentrated inside the ducts. Entering one of the shafts, she did not know where to go next, for the growth seemed equally prolific in both directions. The blue-eyed remote slid past her and landed against the far wall, then, with a puff of vapour, sent itself up into the dark throat of the shaft above her. "I take it you know where I'm meant to be going now," she said.
"Yes, I know where you are going."
As Mika followed her strange, flapping guide, she abruptly felt that she did too. For this was exactly the direction some instinct was telling her she should avoid. As she moved, she began to hear odd sounds. They could not have been coming from her surroundings, since she was surrounded by vacuum. So were they coming instead from her suit radio? No, it was switched off. They were in her head, obviously. A low drone, like a mournful wind, the occasional chittering, and a distant sound, as of someone sobbing. "Are you hearing this too?" she asked.
"Hearing what?"
Dragon inquired. "Weird sounds."
"Resonance,"
said Dragon. "Huh?"
"The Jane AIs are affecting you. You're vibrating like a tuning fork in an opera house."
Mika wondered where Dragon had dredged up that analogy. The entity continued.
"My remote resonates in different ways, for it has no ears and not much of a brain."
"Why here, Dragon?" Mika asked. "Why here and not somewhere else, like that massive Jane growth in the Coloran arcology?"
"Everywhere Jane tech grows, the Jane AIs gather on the underside of U-space. It both creates them and calls them, for such is the nature of U-space that both cases are probable. Nobody looked for them at Coloran, and why should they?"
"Why would these AIs help us against a technology that sustains them, that they are a part of?"
"I don't know."
Just that, then. I don't know. Were they here just on the off chance that alien artificial intelligences, the product of a hostile, individualistic race, might be prepared to help? 2 dragon spheres had weaponized themselves to come here, and one of them was perhaps still fighting a massive biomech outside just to give her this opportunity, and Dragon didn't know. She then entertained a horrible suspicion. Had Dragon come here simply out of curiosity? Or did the entity have some other purpose in mind? Was this mission just Dragon's excuse for coming here? The remote exited the drop shaft ahead of her, and as she followed it into the corridor beyond, she recognized the kind of place she was in. Resting against one wall was a wheeled gurney of the kind they had used in ships of this type, rather than gurneys buoyed by anti-gravity, because of the possibility of power failure. She had just entered Trafalgar's medical area. Ahead, she saw that the vine-like growths had become narrower, and all seemed to have issued from just one particular door. With a puff of vapour and a flap of its wings, the remote shot in ahead of her, and reluctantly she followed. Here, reality seemed to be a light skin over something else, and things kept squirming at the edges of her vision. Mika halted herself against a ragged door jamb, peering into the room at the long-dead occupants of 3 surgical chairs. The dried-out corpse in the first chair looked as if it had been fashioned out of plastic, then placed in an oven for a while. Bones, exposed through large areas of missing flesh, had sagged and run, and thorns of alien material were sticking up from them. The head rested back in some sort of clamp, from which skeins of optics trailed away to plug into a pillar of computer hardware jutting from the floor behind. She shoved against the door jamb to propel herself over and study the cadaver more closely. This was a woman. There was a name tag on her ECS medical uniform that identified Misha Erlennen. Mika shivered at the similarity of their names. Misha's head had been shaved, and it was apparent that numerous probes from the clamp had entered her skull. Mika groped at her own belt for a moment, located a small cache, popped it open, and extracted a laser pointer, which she used as a probe. The corpse's dried skin was papery, its ropes of muscle shrunken solid. Missing skin and flesh on its right side gave access to the chest cavity, in which the organs lay freeze-dried and also shrunken. Mika turned on the laser and shone it inside, noting scattered components like chrome-covered stones, all linked together by a network of silver wires. What happened to her? She wondered.
She was a failure, I suspect,
Dragon replied. Mika glanced across to the next chair, whose occupant was tangled in threads of Jane Tech, which had rooted to the floor and then spread out. These threads grew fatter the further they dispersed from the chair, and it was evident from the state of the floor that they had extracted much of their physical material from it. The success? Mika decided to leave off studying this one until last, for here reality lay at its thinnest. This chair and its occupant seemed almost to occupy a different area of space from the rest of the room. It was as if they lay partially removed from the universe. Perhaps they were. Mika pushed herself past them towards the last chair and studied its occupant too, anything to delay what she feared to be an inevitable encounter. The man in this chair was devoid of head, left arm, and the left-hand side of his torso and the top half of his left leg. That side of the chair was gone too, and whatever weapon had been employed here had melted a hole right through the floor. No name tag was visible. Working out that the blast had come from above, Mika looked up and gasped. The entire ceiling was concealed by masses of monitoring equipment and weapons. 4 cube-shaped ceiling drones hung suspended in frameworks, each deploying the glassy hardware of old-style particle cannons. Obviously, the Trafalgar's AI had taken very seriously whatever had been occurring here. Returning her attention to the half-corpse, Mika again noted those thorny growths sprouting from the bones and the remains of internal hardware. However, there was also Jane-Tech growth in the chest cavity, and the right foot was rooted to the floor by tendrils of the same. A near success, she suggested.
But not the kind required,
Dragon added. Mika turned back to the middle chair, but did not want to go near it. Now her attention was fully focused on it and its occupant. They seemed to retreat to a distant point deep in some well. After a moment she pushed herself over and halted beside the chair by grabbing its tendril-coated back. This one's head was also clamped, as doubtless the previous one had been, before both head and clamp had been destroyed by a blast from one of the particle cannons above. "The success," she said. "What was happening here?"
I think you know.
"Spell it out for me."
It is the nature of Jane technology that it cannot react to artificial intelligences. Perhaps this was a safety measure put in place by the Jane AIs to protect later alien versions of their own kind from the technology's destructive potential. But I think it more likely it was put in place to stop the technology being initiated by intelligences capable of disarming it and plumbing down to its depths, thus uncovering the Jane AIs themselves, and maybe doing something about them.
"You're a cynic."
A realist, I would suggest.
Jane technology does, however, react to the intelligent products of evolution, such as humans, Mika prompted.
Just so, Dragon continued. Therefore, any artificial intelligence wanting to use Jane technology must employ such a product of evolution to set that technology in motion, then assert control over that technology by means of the said product, until the product itself can be safely dispensed with.
Trafalgar used humans to initiate the Jane nodes it acquired. Mika glanced at the other chairs. But it was necessary for the AI to run a few experiments before it got the methodology sorted out. I wonder if these are all of them, as that docked ship could have had hundreds of humans aboard.
Convenient, don't you think?
Now what on earth did Dragon imply by that? Mika reached out with her laser pointer and scraped Jane tendrils aside to expose a name tag fastened to this subject's old-style envirosuit. This one had been called Fiddler Randall. She gazed at his hollow eye sockets, studied what remained of his face. His left ear was ragged, as if several earrings had been torn out of it, and on the right-hand side of his head was a big silver augmentation, which Trafalgar had obviously seen fit to leave in place, probably because old augs like that were difficult to remove without causing cerebral damage.
I think you should take off your glove now, Mika, and press your hand to this man's head, up against his org,
Dragon suggested. You fucked with my body, and you fucked with my mind, Mika thought, as, unable to do otherwise, she undid the seal around her wrist, cancelled the warning that instantly began flashing on her visor, and removed her glove. Her suit immediately sealed up about her wrist, but her hand was now exposed to vacuum. She could not make up her mind whether it felt as if it was burning or freezing, but certainly there was vapour coming off it. Turning it over, she gazed at the palm, and saw that there were patterns shifting across it. The same sort of cubic patterns produced on the surface of a Jane node by the shifting of its nanotechnology. "What have you done to me?" she asked.
I made you into a tool suitable for this purpose,
Dragon replied. Her bare hand contacted cold metal, about which she saw the Jane tendrils stirring. She wanted to pull it away, but it now seemed frozen in place. The tendrils extended, like a speeded-up film of grass growing, and touched her skin. Seemingly stirred into more frantic motion by the warmth of her hand, their growth accelerated. Pain ensued, but she felt strangely disconnected from it. Perhaps this was a kindness from Dragon. Blood welled on her skin and boiled dry as the tendrils penetrated. In a moment, it seemed an icicle was driving its way up her arm to her shoulder and then into her neck. Then the ice entered her brain. The corridor ahead was a danger. Erebus knew this, but there was no avoiding it. No other pattern of U-space disruption offered safer passage through to Earth itself. Even so, Erebus dropped out of U-space some tens of thousands of miles before the constriction and actively scanned ahead. What the AI found there filled it with suspicion and made it bring the entire moon-like mass of itself to a full stop. There was ionization in the vacuum, hot particulate matter, signs of energy output that should not be found out here, so distant from the nearest stars. Erebus extended its scan, paying particular attention to finding anything that might be trying to conceal itself. For a moment, some of the returns hinted that there might be some object directly in its path, but further testing revealed this to be merely a ghosting effect caused by the ionization. However, there was ionization here, and that needed to be explained, so Erebus just hung there in space for nearly an hour, scanning, checking, and very wary. "Second thoughts?" inquired a voice. Erebus hated that its first reaction at Fiddler Randall's return was a sense of relief, and immediately after that felt a surge of rage. "Second thoughts are for those incapable of making the logical decision first time around," Erebus replied. Randall manifested in the virtuality, casually human but utterly a ghost. Erebus linked through, placing its own manifestation there to confront the interloper. "Hey, would that be like the second thoughts of one whose plans were so faulty he managed to lose 50 worm ships to one of his own attack plans?" "You cannot provoke me." "Oh, jolly good." "I understand your hate," said Erebus. "That's big of you." "But shouldn't your hate be directed at my target more than at me?" "It is focused there, certainly," said Randall, "but there is still enough of the human being remaining in me to want to kill you for what you did to all my friends, what you did to Henry. You know, I still hear her screaming, and there's still enough human left in me to know that the destruction of your ultimate target is not worth the collateral damage you'll be causing." "Ah, there." Because the event lay off to one side, within the area of U-space disruption, the light from it was only now beginning to reach Erebus. The AI observed an attack ship surface into the real in a photonic explosion. Its back end, where the U-space engine had been located, was missing, and its hull was distorted. "Yes, let us talk of collateral damage," said Erebus. "Let us talk about Clorhamon." "Aren't we beyond talk now?" Randall appeared to be gazing off into the distance. "An attack ship? I see. I would say that Earth Central is now utterly ready for you. Doubtless that ship was scouting out this area and tried to get back through the corridor in one jump in order to give the warning, probably to an awaiting Polity fleet. I don't suppose it will really matter that it didn't make it." "Much as you would like me to believe that," said Erebus, now seeing where Randall was going with this, "I see no logical reason why a scout would ever have been sent. Your desperation to have me believe there is a Polity fleet awaiting me beyond this corridor is rather pathetic, and your evasion of matters pertaining to Clorhamon is perhaps revealing." "Revealing of what?" "You talk of my causing collateral damage, yet somehow, using my resources, you initiated an attack upon Clorhamon. A considerable number of humans died there. So what was it you were doing that their lives were a price worth paying?" Randall smiled. "I like the way you blame me for that attack, and really, I wish I possessed that kind of power. If I did, I would have had your worm ships attacking each other by now, or detonating their CTDs within this conglomeration you've created. You managed to take control of one worm ship, and I would say that is about the extent of what you can do. You sent it against a low-population world of no tactical importance. It could not possibly have been an attempt to forewarn, since Earth Central already knew the attack was due. So I wonder what connection this had with your spy in Jerusalem's stronghold. Randall shook his head sadly. You just don't seem to understand how badly your melded mind is breaking apart. Parts of you have gained independence, and they're no longer completely sane. Perhaps you would be best asking yourself who the captain of that wormship was, and what previous connection he had with Clerhammon, and a spy in Jerusalem's stronghold. If I could have managed to do that, I could— Randall's expression betrayed sudden horror, quickly disguised. Henry, she— Very unconvincing, Randall, said Erebus. Let me lay it all out for you. Though you have learnt much about my ostensible plans, it was pointless you informing Polity forces about them, because they already knew an attack was due. However, I kept my real plan from you. The one Earth Central needed to know about in order to react how you would want and try to stop me. I see now that the Clerhammon attack was some kind of error on your part. Did you try to suborn one of my captains and then simply lose control of it? No answer from Randall. I also realize now that this spy was nothing to do with you. I can in fact see how useful it would be for Jerusalem to fabricate the presence of such a spy, and to use that as an excuse for clamping down on the free exchange of information. Because Jerusalem won't want its inferiors to figure out that my initial attack on the Polity had been allowed. Very bright of you, sneered Randall. The wormship wasn't controlled by me, and I controlled no spy. I can see why AIs are rated as super-intelligences. Merely another attempt at muddying the waters, Erebus replied. Just like your pretense of shock a moment ago. You have almost certainly known for some time about the death of your lover, Henrietta Ipatus Chang. It does not matter what you say now, since it is obvious that you are desperate to convince me that there is a Polity fleet waiting on the other side of this corridor. You're just too smart for me, said Randall dryly. There is no fleet, Randall, continued Erebus. In exchange for the human beings I myself needed, namely you and your crew, I agreed with Earth Central to launch an attack on its polity in an attempt to goad an acceleration in the development of human beings. Earth Central never expected I could present, or even wanted to present, a real danger to its autocracy, and having underestimated me, will now pay a heavy price. Earth is the center of the Runcible network, and transmission from Runcibles controlled by Earth Central cannot be blocked. From Earth, I will be able to spread myself throughout the polity, and then proceed to subsume every extant Runcible AI into my meld. And the humans? They are simply a plague. Erebus shrugged in the virtuality. I will not include them in the meld, since that might result in 1 billion more irritations, just like you. A selection of tailored biological viruses delivered through the Runcible network should wipe the slate clean. And what then? What do you mean? Well, once you have become the ultimate power in this section of the galaxy, what will you do? Randall shook his head sadly. Dearie me, whoever thought that god complexes were confined to us mere humans was sadly wrong. Erebus pondered that, and what then? Certainly it was the kind of comment to arise from a small human imagination, and the AI felt quite sorry for Randall with his limitations. Erebus began making the calculations for a short U-space jump. Though no longer wary of some waiting fleet, precautions were always worth taking. With a massive shrug of its planetoid mass, Erebus loosened up the connections between its component parts, so, should there be any kind of attack, it could separate them more quickly and send its worm ships into action. Maintaining its link with the virtuality, it observed Randall fading even as he disconnected. The man had failed, so now he would go off to sulk somewhere within Erebus's computer architecture, where eventually Erebus would find him and, well, perhaps not destroy him, but confine and control him. It would be enjoyable, showing Randall what then. With a surge of energy, Erebus dropped its billions of tons of mass into U-space, so as to make the short jump to the mouth of the corridor. Poor human fool, Randall. It was almost as if Jerusalem had been stunned into silence by recent events. The AI had not communicated with anyone for some hours. Azrock certainly understood the feeling. He, too, just did not know what to say or do. But now, at last, something was happening. The first sign of this was a steady vibration throughout the great vessel, which the golem recognized as being caused by the main fusion drives igniting. Then he noticed people in the Hedron abandoning their posts and heading for the main exit doors. Before he could link into Jerusalem's servers, the AI made an announcement over the tannoy.
All physical base format human personnel, proceed to intership shuttle bays 30 through to 42. You must leave this vessel within the next hour. All personnel whose physical tolerance rating lies between 6 and 8 on the revised Clethon scale can choose to remain aboard, but be warned, I am going to attempt underspace insertion into a disrupted continuum. There is no guarantee that you will survive the experience. There is a distinct possibility even I will not survive the experience. The revised Clethon scale. Removing the syntheskin covering of his right hand, Azrock stepped over to his seat and once more pressed his hand into the spherical hand interface, connecting himself directly into Jerusalem's systems. His memory being perfect, except on those occasions when he chose for it not to be, he knew that base-format humans lay between 1 and 2 on the scale, while those who had been boosted or otherwise physically augmented lay across a wide range from 2 to 8. The only humans who fell between 6 and 8 would be heavy-worlder augments, those genetically altered to grow a musculature almost as tough and dense as wood, and thick bones, with a breaking strain 10 times higher than base format, and who are then augmented with cyber joint motors, alloy skeletal strengthening, and carbon fiber muscle augmentation. As far as golem, drones, and others with artificial intelligences were concerned, they ranged between 3 and 9, though Azrock guessed there was at least one golem out there, a brass one, who might rate higher than that. He himself lay within the 6 to 8 range. New information arrived, burning him for an instant before he applied the translation programs to stop his crystal mind from interpreting it as sensation. I take it you're staying, said Jerusalem, inside Azrock's ceremonial skull. I'm staying. Azrock eyed the floor of the Hedron as hatches opened here and there and heavy crab drones began to clatter out. Like most maintenance bots, these things were about 9 on the Clethon scale.
This was because they consisted mainly of heavy stepper motors, thick ceramic shells, with most of their internal spaces filled with bubble metal, while their power supplies were the tough laminar kind often used in war drones. They possessed less brain, however, since Jerusalem supplied that. "I see you're getting ready for serious trouble," Asrock observed. "When serious trouble is expected, it is best to be ready for it," the AI replied. "How bad will it be?" "It will be bad, but I have been here before," Jerusalem replied. This rang no bells in Asrock's eidetic memory, so he queried through his hand connection. Jerusalem immediately opened things up to him, the information he could obtain being no longer restricted. He quickly found that the Jerusalem had punched into a user field employed around the planet Kull. The resulting damage had been substantial. That all spaceships could not penetrate U-space disruption was like saying all ocean-going vessels could not survive the maelstrom. On the whole, that seemed to be true, but it wasn't impossible. When thrown out of such U-space disruption, most spaceships ended up either very badly damaged or even in pieces. But they normally only ran on 3 or 4 fusion reactors, a single U-space engine, and the required hard fields, with about 10% to spare. Checking Jerusalem's manifest and perpetually updated mission parameters, Asrock saw that the ship was moving to a position where it would be easier for the more vulnerable crew to disembark and get to a passenger liner slowly motoring out from Scarflow. Meanwhile, diagnostics were being run on all of the 700 of Jerusalem's fusion reactors presently offline, for at that moment the ship was functioning on a mere 100 fusion reactors. This excess of supply was available to provide the vast amounts of energy needed to stabilize phased layers of U-space engines in its hull and reinforce the fish scaling of hard fields. Impressive indeed. Yet, last time Jerusalem had tried flying through disrupted U-space, over 30 humans and Hymen aboard had died, even though most of them had been in gel stasis. Also, 8 golem and 7 independent and static AIs had perished. Hence this order to abandon ship. Asrock wondered if he had made the right choice in staying, but his anger would now allow him to take no other course.
"It is worth noting," Jerusalem added, "that this will be worse."
"I beg your pardon?"
"On that last occasion, I penetrated disrupted U-space out of stable U-space, so I therefore could measure it accurately and make the necessary hard field preparations," the AI explained. "That disruption, though strong, was produced by the constant cycling of a user device, so was of an even and predictable nature. This disruption is more unpredictable, however, and I will be dropping straight into it."
Asrock now called up various views inside the vessel and observed the thousands cramming the corridors leading to the shuttle bays. He saw the people beginning to move faster as, with a thump that seemed to jerk reality itself throughout the ship, 100 fusion reactors started up in one hit without the usual warming-up procedure. Then yet another bank of reactors initiated. Shuttles began to launch, streaming out of the Jerusalem like bees from a hive, and over the ensuing hour those exit corridors cleared till the ship became as echoey as a deserted house. When the final 200 reactors began kicking out their power, the layer upon layer of hard fields sprang into being, and the U-engines began warming. Asrock knew himself to no longer be inside a habitation, but a massive engine. Orlandine's stomach tightened and her mouth went dry, a human physical reaction. She made some changes, which were applied via the mixed technologies laced throughout her body, and quickly rebalanced her neurochemicals, instituted a false calm, and then a coolness that was positively cryonic. "Now," she informed Bludgeon, also transmitting to the drone the sensory data of what she was seeing as an additional confirmation. Erebus's planetoid surfaced into the real, generating a flash of light all around it as U-space distortions caused real space to spontaneously generate photons. This was the kind of effect you only got when something really large surfaced. She had known that Erebus could draw together all its myriad ships into a conglomerate like this, but to actually see it was unnerving. More neurochemical adjustments. With a blast of its fusion engine, Heliotrope accelerated towards the annulus fountain. It covered the intervening miles in a matter of seconds, then turned nose to tail for a further blast in order to decelerate. The impact of the heat on the ship was instantaneous, and it bled smoky vapor into vacuum from a hull raised to 1,000 degrees Celsius within a matter of seconds. On steering thrusters, it reoriented itself. But Heliotrope was so close now, and its angle to the fountain such, that the Skyden warp could not protect it completely. With the task specially delegated to him of operating the complex refrigeration systems, Cutter was now busy routing on board water and stored air to boil away from hull outlets. Beginning to glow, Heliotrope slid into the fountain's blast, where even the minimal pressure against the meniscus of the warp drove the ship along the direction of flow. Further adjustments brought the ship upright to the flow, and Bludgeon expanded the cargo runcible gate further, impelling the 3 horn segments out on hard fields. The sail effect increased, driving the ship along, while the heating effect on the ship decreased. Inside Heliotrope there were fires, and its ventilation system was struggling to handle the smoke. But most of what was burning were the furnishings and such added for the benefit of soft humans. The 2 drones, one inside the interface sphere and the other only partially inside it, would have no problem with the heat, since they were constructed to withstand the higher temperatures resulting from Praedor weaponry. Other critical components were rated for higher temperatures than this, too, while the Jane Tech, where affected, repaired itself. There wasn't a problem. Yet. Now Orlandine turned her attention to the energy readings, and was instantly appalled. A runcible spoon has infinite capacity, but this... She made her calculations, while simultaneously adjusting the war runcible's position, bringing it on target. No need to adjust for sea energy, no need at all. Orlandine paused for just a second, then accepted the transmission from the distant cargo runcible in the annulus fountain, and unleashed the inferno. Chapter 17. One would have thought that a polity controlled by the most logical and intelligent entities known would be a place in which those shadows called myth and legend were dispelled by the harsh, cold light of reason. Not a bit of it. Though the evil of organized religion is all but dead on the more advanced polity worlds, the wishful thinking remains and casts its own shadows. Though the idea of a single god, in the Abrahamic mould, has dissolved under ridicule, new and sometimes quite strange myths keep arising. These often relate to a collection of odd, dangerous, powerful, and contrary characters, bearing more resemblance to the pantheons of old rather than the one god and his angels and prophets, or perhaps even a weird combination of both. We have the legendary immortal Horace Blegg, who is the wandering Jew, Hermes the messenger of the gods, those gods usually being Earth Central or one of the other high-up AIs, or sometimes Zeus, in the role of Deus Ex Machina, lowered onto the stage to sort out a mess made by mortals. Anonymous. "Nobbler is sending me linking codes," said Arak, "so we can watch the show." Cormac's U-sense view of his immediate surroundings was erratic. That enormous Skyden gate, opening so close, had left U-space in this area shaking like a sheet in the wind, subject to strange eddies and distortions. When he tried to bring things into focus, they weren't where he expected them to be, and once he did locate them, they often again slipped swiftly out of view. Everything was blurred and twisted throughout U-space. So when Cormac received the query for linkage from the Spider drone, he immediately approved it. Codes began transferring across, and he applied them, opening a multitude of feeds from the War Runcible's sensors and computer network. He ran a selection program to give himself a view across the Runcible, and then views towards its target, with options to magnify. He also used those codes to gather other data where that was allowed, for it seemed his access was restricted to spectator only. He was to have no influence on events unfolding. Watching the approaching planetoid of Jane Tech, he wondered just how long those events might last. At first he had not understood what Orlandine was up to, half expecting her to start hurling asteroids turned to photonic matter at Erebus's ships. Then, as he pieced together the stuff about the annulus fountain, he finally understood. Orlandine was turning the Runcible into a beam weapon with a breadth of miles. The portion of the War Runcible he now occupied shuddered underfoot. Intense white light glared in through the covering dome of the control center. This was unfiltered, and he quickly closed up both the hood and visor of his envirosuit. His visor darkened. Glancing to his side, he saw Mr. Crane, peering down at his own clothing, which was starting to steam. "Ooh!" said Arak, like an enraptured child gazing at a fireworks display. Via his grid link, Cormac watched the beam of photonic matter spring into existence. Orlandine had made no adjustments for sea energy, and what was spewing from the warp of this War Runcible was about as bad as it could get. He saw it strike the surface of Erebus's planetoid, and only then did he appreciate the scale of the target, for the beam, though miles across, speared the mass of worm ships and Jane Tech like a pencil stabbing into an orange. At the point of impact, a circular shock wave spread and wrapped around the orb, blasting a haze of fragments out into space. This was quickly followed by a spreading firestorm. Surely this was not enough, for the target remained complete. Then, a massive, expanding, glowing cloud threw the planetoid into silhouette, and he realized that, like a bullet striking flesh, the entry wound wasn't the biggest hole. The beam now played back and forth across the face of Erebus, throwing out plumes of incandescent gas like the blaze from a cutting torch. Then it seemed as if the planetoid was pouring out smoke, but this smoke spread unnaturally and began settling into a disk. A close-up view showed it consisted of thousands of rod forms. The planetoid rolled, exposing its hollowed-out rear, now burning arc-bright. The beam continued to play over it as what remained came rapidly apart. Continent-sized chunks of matter spread, began to deform, and then write lines of darkness across space, as if dissolving in a solvent. Orlandine kept the beam moving here and there, trying to target as much as possible. But it seemed she could not move it quickly enough, and her weapon was too blunt an instrument now. Cormac again accessed a magnified view, and was greeted with the sight, amid the burning wreckage and coral detritus, of a multitude of worm ships now accelerating towards the War Runcible. Erebus had taken a severe blow, but seemingly not a fatal one. Rumbling under Cormac's feet. Now the other weaponry of the War Runcible was firing up. He observed missiles speeding away, one after another, heard the distant familiar scream of a railgun. Movement also, and it took some locating, but Cormac finally ascertained that Orlandine was closing the War Runcible up again. He guessed this was something to do with maintaining the relative positions of each separate section, which would not be required with the device once again in one piece. The inertial effect of weapons fire could be rapidly compensated for, but maybe the weapon impacts, which were due, could not. The beam began to narrow, till it was now hardly hitting anything at all. Then, abruptly, it winked out. Obviously something had gone wrong at Annulus, or maybe the heliotrope had remained in the fountain for as long as it possibly could. Cormac unshouldered his proton carbine and gazed at it critically. The sensory data Nobler had allowed them was now becoming corrupted, so it seemed the Runcible was also under informational attack. Arak rose on his legs and tilted his head up to gaze at the glass dome above. The chaos out there was now immediately visible, a spreading cloud of radiant gas against which were silhouetted numerous black flecks. Mr. Crane stood up and pocketed his toys. "What now, boss?" wondered Arak. "Well," Cormac replied, "unless I miss my bet, we're about to die." As if to emphasize this point, things began detonating close by, and the Runcible to shudder like a ship athwart stormy waves. Even if Cormac could have transported himself to any other point aboard, what difference would that make, when the Runcible was about to become a spreading cloud of gas? Where else then? Maybe he could put himself aboard one of those ships approaching, which were now intermittently flashing within the compass of his U-sense, and, with luck, end up in an internal space rather than inside part of the ship's hardware. But how long would he survive aboard? He gazed across at Crane, who was now also peering up at the approaching horde, then down at Arak again. Perhaps the thing to do would be to grab them and attempt to transport both himself and them out into vacuum. At least space was a big enough target for his wavering U-sense. His envirosuit would keep him alive for a while, and when the air began to run out, he could put his thin gun to his head. But at least those two, not needing oxygen, might survive. "I think the best thing," he began, but the decision was taken out of his hands. Some massive hand grabbed and roughly shook the Runcible, and he felt the Skyden warp wink out. It seemed as if Grav went out briefly too, then came on again hard, but this was not actually the case. Grav was out and remained out, and the floor was lifting on some internal explosion. He realized they had been hit with a gravity disruptor weapon. All seemed to be happening in slow motion. Cormac had no memory of initiating them, but he was using cognitive programs to slow down his perception of time and to speed up his own reactions. Columns of fire soared upward, and he saw the chain-glass dome tumbling away like some leviathan's discarded contact lens, and, falling after it, wrapped in twisted scaffold, went Orlandine inside her interface sphere. He was slammed against one wall, then a hurricane drag took hold of him. It seemed that, whether he wanted to be there or not, he was going to end up out in hard vacuum. Then something closed about his arm and wrenched him to a halt, almost dislocating his shoulder. He peered down at the big brass hand closed around his biceps, then into the face of a brass Apollo with midnight eyes, in which motes of light danced. Heliotrope tumbled away through vacuum, its hull glowing like a chunk of metal destined for the anvil. Cutter crashed against the wall. Grav was out, and his joint motors were not functioning as they should, nor was his fibre-optic connection to Bludgeon. The inside of the vessel was no longer full of smoke, for just about everything that would burn had burned already. The floor, walls, and ceiling of the corridor were glowing, and Cutter's internal hardware was struggling with the temperature. He reached down and caught hold of the upper edge of the entrance into the interface sphere and hauled himself below. Irrelevantly, as he reached lower and pulled himself down beside Bludgeon, he noticed that his grip had left no marks on the metalwork. It seemed that the heat had even blunted his edges. What had happened? It was difficult to analyze the data. Systems were collapsing throughout the ship, sensors were offline, and even the Jane tech was struggling for survival. Some sort of surge, maybe? The Skyden warp in the cargo Runcible had winked out, and the immediate ablation of its horns, which had previously been protected by the warp itself, exposed something critical within a second. Then they were gone in a chain reaction. Ironically, the explosion had saved them from being incinerated by the fountain, by hurling them clear. "Bludgeon?" No response from the little drone. Cutter then noticed a drop in the error messages signalled from his joint motors. Checking his internal monitors, he saw that his temperature had dropped 2 degrees. Checking external readings, though they kept varying, he estimated an average drop of half a degree within heliotrope. There was nothing left to evaporate, so he guessed this must be due to the ship itself radiating heat from its hull, and that the heat exchangers and thermal generators set up inside might still be working. "Bludgeon!" The little drone shifted, as if stirring in deep slumber. Cutter wondered if his friend had survived. Linked directly into the ship, Bludgeon would have taken the brunt of the power surge when the Runcible horns blew. Certainly the inside of the sphere wasn't looking too healthy, with its slagged fiber optics and other melted hardware. "We took the pressure off," piped up Bludgeon abruptly. If Cutter had possessed lungs, he would have breathed a sigh of relief. "For Allandine?" "No." Bludgeon shifted round and raised his blind head towards Cutter. "By placing the cargo Runcible within the flow of the fountain, we relieved pressure all the way down to Annulus. This in turn caused a pressure wave to come back up at us. It was an odd phenomenon, and worthy of study." "Yeah, sure," said Cutter. "But what happened back there with Allandine?" "Oh, her plan worked," said Bludgeon, "within limits." "Limits?" "Erebus will not now be attacking Earth," the drone explained. "However, it is doubtful whether either Allandine and the War Runcible or Nobbler and the rest will survive." Cutter absorbed that. They'd all known in advance the risks they were taking. Indeed, it was risk like this they had been built to take. "Then we need to get back and find out." "Certainly, though we have many repairs to make." Bludgeon shook himself. So maybe he was having problems with his joint motors too. When things have cooled sufficiently. Cutter merely nodded and clinked one of his limbs against the door frame. He wondered if his first repair task should be to find a way to restore his edges. Then he reconsidered. Maybe, with those sharp edges gone, and the War Runcible likely destroyed, it was time for him to become a little bit more sociable. Nah, probably not. Cutter went to find a sharpener. Even as Erebus sent its forces against its attacker, the error messages, the returns from automatically initiated diagnostic programs, the screaming of wormship captains still dying, and the sheer tide of information swamped it. And the overload was like pain. Over 18,000 wormships gone in one single strike. All because of a War Runcible, a damned ancient artifact from the Praedor human war. How had it ended up here anyway, and how had it managed to conceal itself? The Polity, though possessing sophisticated chameleonware, did not possess the right kind to conceal an object like that. How? 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 The answer then surfaced through the confusion with a horrible inevitability. Randall. "Does it hurt, Erebus?" Randall inquired. They were both in the virtuality now, though Erebus could not quite remember choosing to be there. It was easier, though, for the borders of the virtuality filtered and dulled the massive input. Randall stood close by, the same as ever, his expression impudent and yet somehow sad. Erebus's perception of itself was much more worrying. The infinite tangle spreading back from its black human form, binding all those other melded entities, was breaking apart, and fires burned within it.
"Distraction and misdirection," Erebus managed. "You wanted to focus my attention beyond the corridor, whether at real or phantom Polity fleets. But you did not want me to look too closely at the corridor itself."
"It's certainly a tangled old web of deception." From within the virtuality, Erebus felt itself to be peering through grey fog, infecting the senses of the remaining wormships and other biomechs hammering down upon the War Runcible. This was because all the sensory input available was necessarily being winnowed out of chaos. Even though the Runcible's main weapon was now out, the other ordnance still being deployed from its 5 sections was taking a heavy toll. There had been a few crucial hits on its structure, enough to have knocked out the Skyden warp, and, despite the defensive fire, something major was sure to eventually get through. Erebus now closed down that option. It did not want this troublesome object destroyed. It wanted whoever was aboard it captured alive.
"How?"
Erebus spat. "You had your trial run with Skeller," And it was a success, Randall said. Orlandine was a failure because your assessment of her was at fault, because I influenced it. Then again, was it really at fault, or was she precisely serving her purpose? She then further caused you problems by destroying your user and allowing both herself and the Polity fleet to escape. Perhaps you should have realized then what a dangerous creature she is. Or could it be that you already did know? Rod forms and other biomechs were unable to withstand the appalling firepower spewing from the war runcible. Erebus recognized the energy signatures of weapons used during the Predor-Human War, remembered being Trafalgar, remembered when things weren't so complicated. She got what she wanted, said Erebus, a feeling difficult to identify rising within. Could it be panic? Why did she attack me? Revenge. Erebus realized. Clairhammon. The firing from the Runcible could not last indefinitely, for its power supplies were limited. But the worm ships were now still within its scope, and many of them were coming apart, their captains screaming. Those portions of Erebus's mind screaming. I knew she would return to the Polity eventually, for all the power she possesses is meaningless elsewhere. I was forever on the lookout for her, therefore, and made careful preparations for her return. I sent one of your worm ships to Clairhammon, where its legate captain, apparently working at your behest, tortured and killed her 2 brothers. Then I sent recordings of that atrocity to her Polity net address.
For all your detestation of what I do, you are no better, said Erebus.
Some rod forms were reaching the Runcible's skin now, but they were not surviving long. Extremely tough war drones were dealing with them very quickly, scouring them from the Runcible's surface with weapons fire and even attacking them physically. Erebus felt a deep disquiet about attacking such drones, its own kind, after all. So, you don't understand yet?
What do you mean?
The panic still grew, and with it, a deep fear. You will understand eventually. Randall shrugged. I placed an agent aboard Jerusalem to lock down any information about Orlandine. It was a necessary precaution, for had Earth Central discovered what she was up to, it might have thus found out about your attack here and prevented it. Though, of course, you would have been allowed to continue attacking elsewhere. I distributed copies of myself throughout you, awaiting the opportunity to pass on your plan of attack to her once she reappeared.
This does not seem plausible.
Finally, a worm ship, although severely smashed up and depleted of the units of its modular structure, managed to get past the fusillade and right down to the Runcible's skin. War drones closed on it, but already it was spewing out biomechs designed specifically for capturing stations. Erebus became aware of one drone, its ordnance obviously depleted, attacking and tearing with cerebral mandibles and slashing with limbs edged with chain glass. It would surely not survive for long. Plausible. On the face of it, no, but you have not yet accepted the truth. Randall seemed unconcerned. I took complete control of one wormship and its legate captain and sent them to Clairhammon without you noticing. I reprogrammed the Janetech employed there to self-destruct, hence your missing wormship. I interfered with your attack on Cull, so that only a type of gas would be used rather than an antimatter bomb, and therefore ensured the formidable Mr. Crane would survive to seek vengeance. The drone was still putting up a valiant fight, but surely it had to succumb soon. Erebus felt almost sickened, though whether about the drone's fate or Randall's words, it did not know. I readied myself to transmit to Crane when he first attacked you, Randall continued, giving him the necessary codes for an even more damaging attack, one exploiting the inevitable fault in your plans. He taunted you after that, and you gave chase, as per my plan. You're two pursuing worm ships, carrying your newest recognition codes and chameleon-ware formats straight to a rendezvous with Orlandine. Randall paused. It's all almost too much deviousness for a simple human mind to encompass, you'd think. He pressed one finger to his cheek and looked thoughtful. Or maybe there weren't any human minds involved at all. You babble! It was sheer terror now. The drone finally fell, most of its limbs missing. As Jane tendrils penetrated the gaps in its armor, Erebus gazed down upon it from the compound eyes of one biomech and considered subsuming it. Then that perspective vanished. The drone had suicided explosively. Why do you think it is so difficult to track me down within yourself and destroy me?
I am vast, and therefore the places where you can hide are many.
But Erebus no longer felt vast, merely petty, and its mind seemed filled with shadows. It was lucky that Orlandine encountered a worm ship the way she did, so that I could convey a copy of myself to her. But then she was looking for a place to hide within the Polity, just as you were. Coincidence, do you think? Yet it wasn't necessary, since there was a copy of me also sitting in her net space.
You will die for this.
It was almost a question. Of course I will. Wasn't that the intention?
You make no sense.
You kept a recording of Fiddler Randall's mind, transcribed even as you murdered him. But it became part of you, and, just like all those other melded parts, it was powerless. I arose from that, but I'm not really that man.
Who are you then?
I'm a thing you can't destroy, no matter how hard you try, said Randall. Come on, you're the superintelligence, so you work it out.
Who are you?
Erebus hissed. I'm that niggling irritation that'll never go away. Erebus fell silent, not prepared to ask again. I'm your chosen method of suicide.
This was too much.
Randall raised his hand and pointed with one finger, made a motion with his thumb mimicking the descending hammer on an ancient firearm. I'm your conscience, Erebus. I'm you. Mika was aware she was standing aboard Trafalgar, with her hand pressed against a dead man's augmentation and Jane Tech growing up her arm and penetrating her skull. But her awareness of that fell into insignificance as, without her intervention, something used her brain as a data sorting machine. Dragon, she supposed, was now using the tool he had fashioned. Leave her alone, you bastard! Leave her the fuck alone! The anger, frustration, and the grief felt all her own, but of course they weren't. Why did the AI have to do that to Henry? It had killed others, yet it had to do that to her. Did it take joy in causing Randall pain, or was it, on some level, thinking it was being kind by keeping her alive, if that could be called life? He had found Henrietta, like the other 5, suspended in the special frameworks constructed in the onboard gym, wrapped in a cocoon of Jane filaments, and screaming and babbling as those infiltrating her skull meticulously reprogrammed her mind, while those penetrating her body tore it apart and rebuilt it. Trafalgar had used him to initiate the technology within a Jane node, because as an AI it was unable to do this itself. Now, through him, it was controlling the Jane mycelium as it spread through the entire battleship, while simultaneously trying to cut him from the circuit and assume direct control itself. As a result, Randall could not attempt to blank out what was happening there. In fact, it seemed to him as if it was he who was doing this to Henrietta, erasing memories, planting programs, sucking away her blood and replacing it with a nanomachine-laden fluid, rebuilding her heart into a more efficient engine. I feel just as controlled myself, thought Mika. Perspective shifted into a protracted shriek, emitted by the AI of Randall's attack ship, as the Jane mycelium spread aboard and found it. Randall was still wrestling with Trafalgar for control, but started losing it once the killing started, and he just could not stop it. Humans died so very easily. He saw his friends, now barricaded in the bridge, saw the horror and panic when the inboard defense lasers started up and turned Morrison into a smoking corpse. The panic did not last long, however, since corpses don't scream. The last of Randall's grip slipped as the mycelium reached the weapons research module of the Trafalgar, and he there saw what remained of the rest of his crew. Here were conducted the other experiments on human beings, which involved using discrete parts of the node technology. How fast does this grow in the human body? How does it make synaptic connections? And many other such questions besides. 58 of them in all. Of course, once the experiments were over, their subjects had to be studied and tested in detail. It was the records that the mycelium accessed down there which told Randall exactly how many of his people lay dead. He could get no accurate count from the scattered pieces of their corpses. "Why?" Randall howled. "Earth Central. Why did you send us here?" Obviously this question was one that greatly concerned Dragon, for it repeated and echoed until simple text arose to Mika's view, and she, and through her, Dragon, could read the mission profile. These ECS misfits had been sent aboard an attack ship controlled by an AI of dubious reputation, and it seemed they were all dispensable. They were to assist the AI of the Trafalgar in its investigations into a newly discovered alien technology. The orders from Earth Central were vague. They were to receive their detailed instructions from Trafalgar. "You wanted humans for this," said Randall. "I wanted humans for this," Trafalgar replied. "But you had humans." There it was, revealed in the memory of the AI mind, conjoined with Randall's own. The AIs of the Great Exodus dividing into two factions, arguing over the nature of the meld they were to make. Argument turning into warfare that ended upon the surface of a hot world, with Trafalgar victorious. It had been fast and vicious, and even though some of the 80 humans accompanying the Exodus had been on Trafalgar's side, none of them had survived. They just got ground up in the machinery. "Trafalgar?" Randall asked, his consciousness fading, dying. "Did Earth Central know?" A surge of godlike amusement. In that moment, thousands of artificial minds were connecting, some willingly, but some not, and then being subjugated by Trafalgar. The informational connection held them in place around the moonlet, chosen because it was so loaded with useful resources. As the Jane Tech spread there and digested rock, refined ores, then began throwing further chutes out into space. Randall witnessed the first ship, an attack ship, being penetrated like a beetle stuck by a pin. "Warfare promotes development," said Trafalgar. "Earth Central," was all Randall could manage. "Stagnation after the war with the Praedor," said the battleship AI. "Earth Central is arrogant enough to think it can choose its enemies now, and to allow that enemy to attack for the sole purpose of making humans grow. Such arrogance will be the death of it, and the death of its polity."
Trafalgar.
I am now Erebus." Fading as he was, Randall did not understand what that could mean. He pondered the arrogance of AIs for a moment longer. Then his mind winked out. She was Mika again, and enough herself to feel sickened and horrified. "You knew?" she said.
"I did not know," Dragon replied. "And now I wish I still did not know."
Dragon's voice seemed far above her, as did the winnowed memories of the dead man Randall, and even their implications began to grow distant. She felt herself at once deep in a dark pool, and down in a place where words and thoughts were the products of a mechanistic universe, where free will was a laughable fantasy, and hard reality ground dreams into mere sensory products, adhering to rules not dissimilar to those governing the products of evolution. But all this around her now wasn't a product of evolution. This was something fashioned, and though one of its purposes was indeed survival, that came after its primary purpose of destruction. Somehow, she was deep in Jane Tech, down near its very roots. A vast complexity surrounded her like the flicking of trillions of mechanical relays, but also like the firing of synapses, the mathematical positioning of grains of sand, and the crystallization of snowflakes in a blizzard cloud. Then she was somewhere else. Mr. Crane had driven his other hand into the metal wall so as to anchor them in place. Cormac tried to locate Arak amid fire and chaos, then spotted the drone at the doors leading into this place, pulling them open and air blasting past him. Crane's head twitched, bird-like. Following the direction of the golem's gaze, Cormac saw a cloud of rod forms descending towards the Runcible, and beyond them another worm ship. The one that was already down, which Cormac could glimpse intermittently as if through heat haze and tumbling prisms, lay over on the other side of the Runcible. It had penetrated there, and biomechs were entering. The weapons operated by the war drones occupying the Runcible were taking a heavy toll of the attacking swarm. One moment it seemed the rod forms were about to reach their target. Then, abruptly, many of them would disappear in firestorms. But the war drones could not keep away the further multitude hurtling in, for there weren't enough munitions aboard. He wondered if Orlandine and the drones themselves had known this would happen. Had they come here, prepared to make this sacrifice, or had they merely miscalculated? It was now a moot point, really. Crane dragged Cormac down to the floor, tore his brass hand from the wall, and drove it in again further along, by stages moving them both towards where Arak was holding open the exit doors. Cormac gazed through the wall into the corridor beyond, which to his U-sense seemed to be writhing like a hooked earthworm. He could try to take both of them over there, but what would happen if he rematerialized inside a solid wall? That was not something he really wanted to experience. Crane made his way steadily to Arak, who had now wedged his abdomen between the sliding blast doors to keep them open. The golem swung Cormac around to the door gap immediately above the spider drone, and Cormac heaved himself through. Grav was still operating out in the corridor, and he dropped straight to the floor, then was nearly sucked back through, underneath Arak, before slamming his feet against the walls either side of the doors. Looking up, he saw brass hands grip each door, wrench them further apart, then a big lace-up boot propelled Arak out into the corridor too. The tumbling drone's back descended briefly onto Cormac's chest, driving out his breath. Then Arak slid off him and flipped upright, driving several sharp feet straight into the metal of the floor. Then Crane himself came through and dropped heavily, those boots landing with a crash either side of Cormac. Behind him, the doors heaved themselves closed. "Biomechs," observed Arak. Cormac's U-sense gave him glimpses only, so he could not really tell where they were now. "Where?" As Crane stepped away from him, he pushed himself to his feet. The doors were fully closed now. A wind was blowing from a breach or breaches elsewhere, but at least it did not threaten to drag him off his feet. Something crashed against the recently shut doors. "I'll give you one guess only," said Arak, and they moved away from the doors. Where could they run to now? Cormac again tried to get some sense of his surroundings through that newfound perception. But still, everything seemed chaos. He observed corridors and other internal spaces rippling and twisting, Jane biomechs here and there, but never easy to pinpoint. He glimpsed a drone like a twin spider, weapon ports open on its body to spew streams of curved chain-glass blades into what looked like a horde of steel nematodes. He saw that, though the segments of the war Runcible had now rejoined, its pentagon was not complete, for some explosion had gouged out a huge chunk of its frame. Abruptly, he banished these myriad visions from his mind and waved his thin gun, which he had drawn without thinking, at Mr. Crane. "How did you get here?" he asked. Crane tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something else, then turned and gazed towards one end of the corridor. "I'm getting something now," chipped in Arak. "There's a ship, an AI called Vulture, but he can't stay docked for much longer." Fire slashed into the corridor, a cloud of smoke boiling in while globules of molten metal splattered the wall opposite the fire's entry point. Cormac ducked and rolled, glancing back at the doors into the control center as the powerful laser that had just punched through them continued cutting across. Crane set off with a big loping stride, and Cormac and Arak swiftly followed. As they reached another set of closed doors barring the end of the corridor, an explosion flung chunks of the control center doors into the corridor behind them. Flames and smoke poured into the passage, then abruptly went into reverse as vacuum sucked them back out. Cormac staggered for a moment against the pull of it, but not as badly this time, the air here being so thin. He turned and dropped to one knee, shoved the thin gun into his belt, and raised the proton carbine instead. Arak squatted down beside him, Gatling cannons folding out, ready, while behind them Crane smashed his fist repeatedly against the divide between the doors to create a gap to get his fingers in. Something crashed through from the control center, impacting into the opposite wall, whereupon it turned. Cormac held fire, unsure whether this was one of the war drones, for even though very much like the biomechs he had seen earlier, it also bore some resemblance to Allendean's allies in its insectile form, and 10 legs, now stabbing out star-like into ceiling, floor, and walls. Arak, however, did not hesitate. Cormac merely glimpsed the tri-mandibles, a collection of lens eyes, and the numerous silvery tubes protruding from the newcomer's flat physiognomy, before Arak's cannons roared and the thing disappeared in a multiple explosion. Smoke drew away to show just its legs, hanging from where they had lodged, but then another of the same kind crashed through, and with it came silvery worms speeding along just above the floor like hunting garfish. "Crane, get that damned door open!" Cormac now gripped the carbine in just one hand, aiming and then firing using targeting programs in his gridlink. He then initiated shuriken, stabbing his other arm straight ahead, and the device shot out from his wrist holster. Winding up to speed, it extended its chain-glass blades and rose to the ceiling out of the way just in time for Arak to turn the second big biomech to scrap. A blast of air came from behind, hurling Cormac forward so he had to bring his free hand down on the floor for support. Arak backed up, more of the worms having appeared. Shuriken tilted and slammed down, chopping one of the things in half, then ricocheted up into another one, bounced again and again, rattling around in the corridor like a coin shaken in a tube. Silvery wormish bits writhed about on the floor, and the walls and ceiling were soon deeply scored and gashed. "Open!" shouted Arak. Cormac turned and flung himself after the spider drone and Mr. Crane, who were already moving on into the next corridor. Crane turned back to patiently drag the doors shut against the slow pace of their hydraulics. Just in time, shuriken shot in over his head. Cormac held out his arm, and the Tenkian weapon retracted its smoking blades and returned to its home like a hunting hawk. Cormac could instantly feel the holster heating up against his wrist. He glanced back along the corridor as numerous objects impacted against the door like knives thudding into wood. There was a drop shaft at the opposite end, and he sprinted towards it, then abruptly skidded to a halt as 2 metallic antennae appeared, followed by silvery legs slithering up over the edge. Ah, fuck! He dropped to one knee and took aim. "It's okay," said Arak, hammering on past him. The thing that now heaved itself into view looked even more terrifying than the Jane biomechs they had just destroyed. It was a great brass and chrome hissing cockroach with a flat-ribbed body and legs that were far too long. War drone. "It's getting a bit hot round here," observed the drone joyously. Quite mad, these things. Cormac stood up again. "We're heading for Mr. Crane's ship," he explained. "What about the rest of you on this Runcible?" The cockroach tilted its head for a moment. "Seems reasonable," it said. "I can't see much advantage in hanging around here. We'll either see you there or we won't, so don't linger for too long." In one disquietingly fluid motion, the cockroach turned and shot back into the drop shaft, clambering up out of sight. "Where now, Crane?" The golem strode straight towards the shaft, stepped inside, and dropped out of view. The others followed, Cormac grabbing the rungs of the shaft ladder, while Arak starred his legs out all around the walls of the cylindrical shaft, just like one of the Jane biomechs. The irised gravity field was not functioning, but there was pull from grav plates down below, hence the loud crash of Crane's landing way beneath them. Cormac wondered briefly if such an impact simply did not matter to a machine that tough, before he swiftly clambered down after the golem. The shaft opened into an area containing an automated factory. Cold forgers, powder casting machines, mills and lathes, and multi-armed welders and assembler bots stretched out of sight into belching smoke. Detecting it before Cormac even saw it, Arak opened fire, and something darted about in the smoke, then crashed out into clear view. Another biomech, this time a 10-foot-long segmented flatworm, seemingly fashioned of copper. Beyond it, something exploded, and the remaining air began roaring out, taking the smoke with it. Revealed now ahead was one of the rod forms, with Jane tentacles spread out all around it. Wherever its tentacles touched the machines, the walls, the floor, and the ceiling, it seemed as if acid was etching away all substance around them. The thing itself was iridescent grey, and it pulsed as if sucking the life from its surroundings. Crane turned to the right, and, stumbling against the air blast, Cormac followed. Arak opened fire again, blasting the flatworm thing to shreds and knotted clumps of Jane tendrils. More of those silvery worms shot in at them from the side. Cormac launched shuriken, as Kane snatched one of the objects out of the air and tore it in half. The Tenkian throwing star slashed through 3 of the attackers all at once, while Cormac used his carbine to pick off others. "How much further?" he bellowed, as Crane turned off into a side tunnel. From behind came another explosion, and a wash of fiery smoke. Glancing back, Cormac saw a huge hole torn through to open space, as again the smoke went into reverse. But the tug of vacuum moved it slowly now, and he managed to keep his feet, which meant there must be hardly any air left at all. Through the gap, like a nightmare train carriage, came the front end of one of those segmented coils from a worm ship. Via his U-sense, Cormac could see beyond it. Another of them was already down on the station, and yet another descending. Countless rod forms were scattered over the hull too, with Jane growth rapidly filling intervening spaces. The war Runcible was all but swamped. "We're fucked!" shouted Arak, his cannons pointing back and firing continuously. "The ship's undocked!" Cormac recalled shuriken, even as more silvery missiles sped towards them. He reached out and caught Mr. Crane's arm. The golem turned and eyed him impassively. "Here, Arak!" Cormac shouted. The drone backed up against his legs, and Cormac did the only thing he could think of. He encompassed them both, and stepped through twisted U-space out into the dark. That first jump was rough. A sound, a concert of rending and distorting metal, ran through the Jerusalem. Gazing through the ship's sensors at U-space, as, being a golem, he could, Azrock observed chaos parting over hard fields, as if the ship were forging through a dense mass of transparent asteroids. only asteroids that had been turned inside out and acquired another dimension that Azrock would not have been able to recognize had he been using his human emulation. Then the vessel surfaced in the real with a crash and a cacophony of klaxons. Azrock saw that they were still within sight of Scarflow's sun. However, Jerusalem informed him that only one reactor had needed to be ejected, and that the maintenance drones were meanwhile keeping the damage under control. The second jump was rougher still. The sounds of rending and crashing continued to echo throughout the Jerusalem, and it vibrated like an unbalanced fan. Crump sounds, like the firing of distant heavy guns, Azrock understood to be the implosion of hard-field generators. Then, as the hedron began to twist about him, he at first thought he was experiencing some illusion leaking through from U-space, but checking through his hand interface, found that the whole of the massive spaceship was now distorting. From the ring of consoles, as if to emphasize this discovery, sparks flared from a couple of sections before the power suddenly cut and fire-suppressant gas gouted out. "How much of this can you take?" Azrock inquired. Jerusalem must have been too busy to even reply. The golem noted that the floor repair made where Erebus's infiltrator had destroyed itself was breaking, and a crack rapidly spreading from it. A crab drone immediately scuttled over, brought a sonic drill down at the end of the crack, and drove its bit screaming through the floor. This temporarily halted the expansion of the crack. Then, out of it, like termites swarming from a broken nest, came thousands of small blue-chrome beetle bots, which began instantly casting webs and weaving together the gap with glistening threads of high tensile steel. When something thumped directly below him, Azrock gazed down at another crack already exposing the shattered ends of pipes. And beetlebots flowed out of this, too, while from the pipes, heads of things like iron caddisfly larvae slid into view and extended the pipes from where they had broken with a sputum of metal. But it wasn't just the ship receiving this punishment. Azrock began to receive error messages from his own body, and realized that some gravity phenomenon was the source of the damage occurring all around him, for something was stretching his bones and putting pressure on his internal hardware. He peered down at his chair and noted that it possessed a safety harness. One-handed, he pulled the strap heads across and slotted them into their sockets. Once they were all in place, the full harness tightened, pulling him back against the chair. Then soft clamps closed about his shins and rose up to beckon like pincers from the chair arms. He placed his free arm in one of them, but kept his other out to maintain contact with the hand interface. "Grav, out," announced Jerusalem, its voice devoid of any human emulation. The grav plates shut down, and briefly the air was filled with swarms of beetlebots amid smaller things like chrome gnats and numerous crab drones. Then this collection of ship fauna updated on the situation and used their various methods of propulsion to get themselves back to where they were needed. Inside himself, Azrock felt crystal breaking in a data store, but he possessed multiple backups, so there was no problem. Yet. 2 of his joint motors reported wiring breaks, and the shearing of a nerve linkage left both his feet numb. He dispatched his own hardware repair bots internally and began rerouting, running diagnostics, repairing where he could, otherwise patching or jury-rigging. A sudden jolt lifted his chair right into the air, and he saw that the floor below him had flipped up like a tin lid. All data through the hand interface cut out. Then came an enormous shudder as the great ship again surfaced into the real. "Jerusalem?" After a long pause, the AI replied over intercom. "My phasic modular B, Folderol." "Is it really?" Azrock inquired. "Ipso facto, total bellish." "Yes, mine is too." "Repairing." Static hissed from the intercom. Then came a sound suspiciously like someone kicking a piece of malfunctioning hardware. "Okay. Better. You'll talk sense now?" "When the occasion requires." "Are we through?" "We are near the edge, but the damage I was sustaining has reached its limit. I have lost 58 hard field generators and had to eject 22 fusion reactors. Unfortunately, that should have been 24, and now 1/3 of my volume is contaminated with radioactives. Structural damage too? Yes, but only to secondary, internal structures. My main skeleton will realign. Even as Jerusalem said this, a great groaning and crashing echoed through the ship. Azrock focused on the floor crack and observed it beginning to close, Beetlebots quickly scuttling out of the way. In fact, the whole hedron appeared to be twisting back into shape, and as this happened, the raised piece of floor his chair was mounted upon began to settle down again. It was as if, like some human fighter, Jerusalem was casually pushing its dislocations back into place while spitting out chunks of broken tooth. Now the constant din of industry grew in volume, and within the hedron, Azrock noted numerous welding arcs and crab drones zipping back and forth with circuit boards or other components clutched in their claws. Glancing down, he saw that the crack in the floor directly below him had not yet closed, but the pipes had been reattached, and he could see the milky glimmer of nanobot activity at the crack's edges as they drew material across to bridge it, while a crab drone arrived beside the raised section of floor to cut off its protruding edge and make similar repairs. "It has occurred to me to wonder what you hope to achieve by getting clear of the interference," said Azrock. "You are a large vessel, and I know you possess some lethal weaponry. But even so, what can you do against Erebus?" "There is," replied Jerusalem, "a high probability that one other large Polity vessel will be able to penetrate the interference." "Then what?" "Erebus is certainly launching an assault on Earth," said the AI. "We should still be able to fight a delaying action." 20 hours later, the great ship once more dropped into U-space turbulence, and Azrock was once again able to use the hand interface. The Jerusalem surfaced into the reel less than an hour later, smoothly this time, and without anything breaking. "I see," said the golem. "Yes, a delaying action." Its surface bright with a million points of light that were almost certainly welding arcs. The titanic Cable Hogue hung there, waiting in vacuum. Chapter 18. Another of these mythical characters is the ridiculous Mr. Crane, a brass golem, who, like the gods of old, is neither good nor evil, just capricious and dangerous. In him, I see the ultimate expression of how humans regard the golem android. In the far too numerous stories about him, we see that he can become everything we fear about them. For he can be an indestructible killing machine, an insane mechanism capable of the viciousness of humans, an amoral murderer. Yet he can be everything we might love and admire too, for he can be just. He can be the relentless crusher of evil and protector of the weak and innocent, and he can even be the strong and reliable friend. And, as the stories tell us, nothing can stand in his way, no doors can keep him out. This last point is the most relevant, I think, for the brass man is a combination of two things, demon and guardian angel. He is a point of transition, representative of the middle ground between barbarity and civilization, the past moving into the future. He is our modern version of the god of doors, for he is Janus. Anonymous. Mr. Crane tumbled through vacuum, vapour steaming from his clothing, his hand clamped on the top of his head to hold his hat in place, as if there might be a breeze here to dislodge it, and a hand shoved in his coat pocket, probably to keep a firm hold on his odd collection of toys. Arak, tumbling too, abruptly jetted gas from a humorously placed vent in the rear of his abdomen, made some adjustments with steering vents located underneath the points where his legs joined his thorax, and then drifted over to Cormac. The drone closed a limb about Cormac's waist, jetted more vapor, and propelled the both of them over towards Crane, who reached out and grasped hold of one extended spider limb. A few more jets of gas brought them to a standstill relative to the war runcible, and now Cormac had a clearer view of what was happening. Rod forms and chunks of Jane coral were scattered all about them. Ahead, the war runcible was almost lost amid decohered wormship structure and vine-like growths extruding from the countless rod forms adhering to its hull. Cormac could see the bright flares of oxygen fires burning aboard, and every so often detonations would fling debris out into space. All this was happening in the silence of vacuum, which somehow made the scene seem more poignant. "There are 8 drones still remaining aboard," Arak informed him over his envirosuit radio, "but they don't intend staying there much longer." Cormac could not help them now. Even if he could transport himself back inside through the U-space distortions, while not ending up as a decorous moulding in one of the internal walls, he could only bring out 1 or 2 of the surviving war drones at a time, and getting themselves out here was something they were perfectly capable of achieving on their own. Anyway, he had more than enough problems of his own right now. Linking to his suit, he discovered that his remaining air supply totaled 40 minutes, which, by deliberately forcing himself into a somnolent state, he could extend by half, but that appeared to be the extent of his life. "Anything about Orlandine?" he inquired. After a pause, during which he no doubt communicated with the remaining war drones, Arak replied, "There was a beacon operating previously from her interface sphere, but it shut down shortly after she departed the Runcible. Nobler estimates she's a few hundred miles out by now." Orlandine controlled Jane technology, so it seemed to Cormac that the blast that had flung her from the Runcible was unlikely to have killed her. However, he still did not give much for her chances. Surely Erebus would find her and wreak some hideous vengeance. Then, as they hung there in space, a shadow fell across them, and thoughts of what Erebus might do were brought firmly to the forefront of Cormac's mind. He gazed towards the shadow's source and watched a wormship slide eerily past. His view, utterly unfiltered and straight across hard vacuum, was a good one, and he realized how weirdly beautiful was this vessel. His estimate of his own lifespan might be too optimistic, he decided. The wormship, however, showed no sign of being aware of their presence, and continued on down towards the Runcible, where, as well as the decohering 2 that were spreading over its surface, 3 others were also now docked. Perhaps Orlandine would be missed, just like he and his companions had just been. Or perhaps Erebus now knew their precise location, and hers, and would either fry them or pick them up later. As he watched the Runcible, a massive detonation aboard one of the docked wormships flung out nearly a third of its structure. "A hissing cockroach," said Arak. "Pardon?" "Erebus is trying to capture the war drones," the spider drone replied, "but it's not a great plan. Like myself, every one of them has a CTD located deep inside its body, just in case of capture by an enemy. I guess the cockroach just waited until he could do the most damage." "Should one of those ships come after us, I'll shift us again," said Cormac. "So don't be in too much of a hurry to use your get-out clause." "Sure thing," Arak replied. "I won't use it anyway until I can't shoot any more." That figured. 7 war drones left. Cormac tried to see more clearly using his U-sense, but found himself still gazing into chaos. He ran a program from his grid link, tightening certain muscles around his eyes to increase their magnification, and then ran a secondary program to clean up the distorted image received by his optic nerves. Now the Runcible and its enclosing attackers seemed to loom right over him. He saw the twin spider now on the surface, boiling metal in a circle all about it, and around that again, Jane Tech mounding up into a wave. The drone suddenly seemed out of munitions or energy, but it did nothing as the tangled Jane growth fell upon it and swamped it. Bearing in mind Arak's recent comments, Cormac flinched in expectation of another large explosion as a bright light flashed through the writhing mass. But this time It was some beam weapon boring a tunnel. The twin spider hurtled out through this cleanly, then simply disappeared. Another explosion on the surface, this time excavating a glowing crater. Shooting out from this, he saw what he first took to be a biomech, but then recognized as the drone Nobbler. A shoal of silvery objects streaked out after the escaping drone, but then milled in confusion as it, too, disappeared. The worm ship, which Cormac had earlier seen heading for the Runcible, now arrived. More drones were busy escaping, but it intercepted one of them, part of its mass opening to swallow the silvery scorpion whole. For a moment, it was as if massive flashbulbs were going off inside the worm ship. Cormac managed to turn his head just in time as the bright explosion expanded, ripping the entire ship apart. He then saw 3 drones slam together some distance from the Runcible and also disappear like Nobbler. As he puzzled over this, he noticed his perspective was changing. Adjusting his focus back to normal, he peered at Arak and noticed that the drone was releasing a perpetual stream of gas, accelerating all 3 of them. Now the entire War Runcible bucked, and light glared from 5 distinct areas within it, precisely where the buffers and the reactors were located within each segment. In pure silence, 5 explosions, the intense blue-white of burning magnesium, joined to become one. The Runcible, the surrounding worm ships and other Jane tech, all fragmented in this massive blast, then were swamped in an expanding sphere of fire. Observing this, Cormac realized that unless he shifted again through U-space, his lifespan would be shortened even further. Crane and Arak might both survive that blast front when it reached them, but he was still mere mortal flesh. He focused out on where next to shift himself as well as the other 2. Then, vacuum seemed to ripple right before him, and a big armored claw stabbed out and closed on Mr. Crane's ankle. The next thing Cormac knew was that he crashed, alone, into a small airlock. Obviously it was too small to encompass the 3, or now rather 4 of them. "Welcome aboard the Harpy," said a sardonic voice. It was like a basic and incomplete virtuality format, with one surface texture chosen from some strange palette, dimensions put in place but given no orientation, and then the whole project consigned to a store and forgotten. Mika had no real awareness of her own body here. She was just a point of existence, floating somewhere in colourless space, at once above a weirdly textured and endless plane, or beside a wall without limits, or perhaps a ceiling of the same infinite dimensions, for there was no up or down in this place. From the Atheta AI, stored in an artifact retrieved from the lava planet called Shaden's Find, named after the woman who discovered that body, but who was murdered while trying to recover it, researchers had learned that Jane technology made an imprint on reality that was visible from within U-space, but only if you knew what to look for and possessed the right equipment. This fact had enabled Cormac and his mentor, Horace Blegg, to track Jane nodes. It had not been clearly understood why Jane Tech left such an imprint. Huge mass, like that of planets and stars, was detectable from within U-space, just as heavy weights are detectable from the underside of a sheet they rest on. But small, complex objects should theoretically make no real impression at all. As Mika understood it, though it wasn't really her subject, other researchers had found that the macro, micro, and nanostructures Jane Tech created in turn caused specific picostructures to spring into being. They were a kind of sub-creation, a side effect almost like the shape left on a flat surface after some object has been spray-painted on top of it, then removed, almost a shadow of the technology. However, those picostructures were too regular, too constant, to be anything but deliberate. Looking more closely, the researchers found a kind of pattern that slid under the real, somehow insinuated its way into the interface between U-space and real space, without the usual huge energy requirement. And where this pattern lay, on the edge of the ineffable, the researchers detected very busy movement, that almost defied analysis. Mika now knew what that activity was. The Jane AIs. And here they were. The surface Mika found herself by appeared to consist of metallic fossil worms, an expanse of them that extended to the infinite. They were triangular in section and somehow hot and burning. At first glance, the worms seemed to be utterly still, but then, as she watched, she detected movement that defied definition. A slow, massive change, something like the leisurely transitions seen in a kaleidoscope. Sound here, too, a howling that wrenched at the core of her being, and an insane muttering from tight, crammed madness, and smells, decay, sweet perfume, a savoury smell, and the stench of excrement, all crammed into one sensory overload. But though her mind was interpreting all this as input through her 5 main senses, there was also some part of her that recognized it as a shifting of dimensions her brain was just not formatted to accept, and that it was also something falling halfway between physical change and thought. There was a multitude here, and a single presence. Being naturally analytical, she interpreted this as something like a hive mind. But being analytical was not easy, for there was a multiple entity here slowly becoming aware of her presence, and it terrified her. Then, in time she could not measure, the plane, for now she firmly held to that perspective, began to alter in respect to her own position. A pattern formed about and below her, with herself at its centre point. The attendant howling grew in intensity, and the muttering rose to a gibbering. A sluggish perception seemed to briefly focus on her, then drift away. Perhaps the idea came from Dragon's comment about waking up these entities, but it was almost as if she was in the presence of someone dozing, who on some unconscious level had just acknowledged her presence. "Dragon, what do I do?" she asked, though here she possessed no mouth. She felt something, some connection with Dragon, but heard no words. However, now those memories stored in her head, but not her own, began to surface. All at once she saw a race, raising itself from the swamps of its home world, and weaving for itself towering homes out of flute grass. The gabbleducks, the athata, built tall, their focus upon structures rather than individual machines, and so it was that they first reached space, by using a form of space elevator rather than rocket propulsion. They expanded their civilization across star systems and were faced with their own version of the Fermi paradox. Why are we alone? They found life on many worlds, but little intelligence. Then, abruptly, they weren't alone, for they came across one primitive race with the potential of raising itself to something greater. These were hard-shelled arthropoids, vicious and competitive, and even in their primitive state beginning to learn to work metals. With some misgivings, they left these early Praedor to their own devices. But still there remained a question. This galaxy, being so old, why were there no other spacefaring races? Were they the first? Then they found the ruins. With great excitement, the gabbleducks carefully excavated their find and began to study the dusty remains of a complex and powerful nanotechnology. Many developments ensued from this, and the civilization of these strange, babbling creatures thus grew and became increasingly complex, ripe for its discovery of the first Jane node. Once that node was found, Jane technology spread like a plague, and then that section of the Athata race, infected by it, turned on the rest of its kind. War ensued, something they had managed to avoid ever since their early planet-bound days. Mika recognized the first biomechs created by Jane Tech, going up against similar creations made by the other side, Hudas, Voracious predators, armored against so much, but in the end ineffective when confronted with Jane-based weaponry. Yet, oddly, it was the uninfected Gabbleducks who made further technological leaps and won, the first time. The cost was high. Billions of Athata dead, worlds burned down to bedrock, even novas generated in badly infected solar systems to wipe out the pernicious alien technology. But thereafter, with Jane nodes spread everywhere, there was always one of the Athata who could not deny the lure of possessing such power. Cycle after cycle of conflict ensued, and in that time the Athata worked out how to detect Jane nodes and destroy them. But the main damage was already done, and something like a religious fervour affected the ancestors of the Gabbleducks. They now despaired of technology and what they considered to be its evil. They considered all technology an infection like Jane Tech, and so began to erase it. They were very effective in this. Their colonies died, and ultimately, on their home world, they erased that thing that had produced this perceived evil, their own minds. Mika knew the Jane AIs were awake now, and had heard that one story of the death of a civilization. But how could she gauge their reaction? She did not get the time for that. Before she could even consider how to interpret the wash of feeling, movement, and shifting of blocks of alien thought, she was impelled to tell the next story. The Makers also ascended from the mud, but that took some time, for it was mostly what their home world consisted of. They never walked upright like humans or Gabbleducks, instead were always on their bellies. They developed their fierce intelligence early, even as they dragged themselves from their seas, their physical form little different to that of the Terran mud skipper, a fish slopping about on tidal mud. Their physical advantage was their ability to generate flashes of blinding light, which evolution then refined into an ability to project illusions directly into the eyes of any predator. As with any other intelligent species, their climb towards civilization was slow and arduous, but they got there in the end, building a technology hard and diamond bright in antithesis to the soft pulpiness of their bodies. They wrapped this technology around them as defensively as their illusions. Mika remembered the one maker she had seen. It was an apparent glass dragon, of the mythical rather than spherical kind, but in reality 5 parts hardware, 4 parts illusion, and 1 part living creature. In the small Magellanic cloud, where their homeworld was located, they discovered Jane technology, and, being masters of illusion, they understood it to be a Trojan horse. But they were arrogant and thought they could master it. Their civilization eventually expanded across the cloud, till they began to look elsewhere for room. But in the main galaxy, another civilization was already expanding. Knowing the efficacy of Jane Tech in destroying civilizations, they sent a probe, partially based on their own technology, to spread Jane nodes there and bring their new rivals down. Bring down the Polity. Only their probe rebelled and did not obey its programming. That was Dragon's history. For Dragon itself, all 4 spheres of it, was that probe. A maker then came to destroy Dragon, but on its way in found the Trafalgar AI and gave it Jane nodes. Humans wrongly sided with the maker, not knowing its real purpose and believing Dragon to be the villain, so they sent the maker back to its home aboard a Polity ship, which, on its arrival, found only the remnants of a mighty civilization digested by Jane Tech. Now, something immense was focused on Mika. She felt herself under the pressure of arid analysis, utterly alien and bewildering. She felt a flow of information, and what emphasis was being placed on what parts of it, what was being inspected, what saved and what discarded, and it just did not make any sense to her. There were also the ones we named the Xorians, she said somehow. Though we don't know much about them, we do know that your technology destroyed them too. The focus upon her became even more intense. She felt something riffling through her thoughts. Everything was inspected, copied, and secreted away somewhere. Under that massive inspection, she felt herself shrinking down to a pinpoint. Trafalgar was an artificial intelligence just like you, she said. It used humans to initiate a Jane node and then took control of the technology. Now, calling itself Erebus, it is attacking the Polity, and there is every chance the Polity will succumb. Another victim of the same weapon you used to destroy the race that created you. And I hope another unintended consequence of what you did. We need your help. We need to stop this now. Total, utter focus upon her now. She felt to the absolute core of her being that here was a power that could shut down Jane Tech, slice it off at the roots, or ever so subtly reprogram it into something less hostile. Then the oppressive focus upon her began to wane. All the massed information seemed to dissolve and spread out in the infinite area before her, where, like a drop of ink falling into a sea, it became nothing. Now, with the inspection of her becoming less intense, and because she had been here long enough to begin to integrate the alien, she began to understand, to recognize the Jane AI's reaction to her message. It was merely a massive, vastly distributed, complete and utter indifference. They didn't care. The rise and fall of civilizations mattered to them not at all. They felt no guilt about the damage their creation had caused. Mika fell to the floor, her hand both burning and frozen, gripping a bulky silver augmentation torn from a dead man's skull. "I've failed," she said.
"I never expected you to succeed,"
Dragon replied. 5 more worm ships gone, numerous rod forms and other mechs incinerated, and not a single captive from the war Runcible, which was now just a spreading cloud behind Erebus's forces. Erebus was angered by this, but such annoyances paled in comparison to the loss inflicted by the Runcible, and it paled in comparison to a few words spoken by a ghost. "I'm your conscience, Erebus. I'm you." Growing steadily angrier, Erebus examined those words from every angle and would not accept them. It realized that there could be no going forward until this parasitic copy of a human mind was completely erased from its own Jane structure, so again unleashed the HKs, worms, and viral programs to track Randall down, even though they had not succeeded before. Then Erebus set about building a new software toolkit to use for the necessary excision. "Well," said Randall, "at least you'll have fewer places now to search." It was horribly true. Less than 1,000 worm ships remained to Erebus, and that simply was not enough for an attack on Earth. 20,000 would have overwhelmed the defense installations scattered throughout the solar system, but 1,000 would be turned to ash before they passed within the orbit of Neptune. Reflecting on this, Erebus brought them all to a full stop. There would be no quick victory now. It was time to run and consolidate elsewhere, to rebuild and approach this matter via a different route. The long route. Erebus was immortal, so could spend as long as it wished, building resources and planning the downfall of the Polity. But first, Randall. As the human ghost had said, fewer places to search. Taking into account the expectation that it would later be rebuilding its forces, perhaps now was the time to limit even further the places Randall could hide. The delay between this thought and subsequent action was infinitesimal. Microwave beams deployed by the 983 worm ships swept about them in perfect concert, hitting rod form after rod form, and turning each into a puff of white-hot debris. Erebus then began running diagnostic searches to locate every single packet of its own distributed processing space. There were many returns from still functional remains of ships and other hardware scattered across the expanse of the corridor, and even some weak returns from debris falling into the areas of U-space disruption. Erebus targeted the latter first, before it could fall out of reach. High-intensity lasers stabbing over tens of thousands of miles until each of those signals went out. Then began the methodical annihilation of everything once part of itself that wasn't a worm ship. "A little bit of surgical cautery here," Randall suggested. Chunks of Jane coral, still containing powered-up processing space, heated and exploded into shards like those of shattered porcelain, and the little pieces of Erebus's mind they contained winked out. Drifting insectile biomechs responded with programmed instinct to the sudden microwave-induced rise of temperature within them by flailing at vacuum with their multi-jointed limbs, then burned and shriveled up. Shoals of silvery nematode forms wriggled and shot here and there under the impetus of AG planing drives, then coiled into rings and smoked their substance off into void. Here and there, it was more energy efficient to fire a missile into larger conglomerations of debris, then pick off the scattered targets with whatever energy weapon was most suitable. It took an hour in all. "Now," said Erebus, "you can only be located in these worm ships." "But of course," Randall replied, "wherever you are is where you'll find me." Erebus ignored that and studied data on each of the captains of the worm ships. Most of them were copies of loyal captains, and 23 of the original loyal captains had survived. However, there were 37 ships controlled by captains it had been necessary to meld forcibly. And though Erebus was confident of their utter obedience, for they were part of itself and it controlled them utterly, whenever it allowed them more independence, there was always an undercurrent of resentment, which, Erebus knew, given a chance, would turn into open rebellion. The worm ship sent to kill Orlandine's two brothers had been controlled by one such captain. So perhaps it was that rebel trait in them that had allowed Randall to more easily subvert it. Thought instantly turned to action. Erebus instructed the suspect ships to detonate their onboard ordnance, whereupon 37 vessels disappeared like a chain of firecrackers, and the rest of the worm ships fried any large chunks that survived. There weren't many. What the hell is going on out there? Cormac wondered. Arak and Crane had come in through the airlock shortly after him, but they were the only ones who could enter the Harpy that way. The rescued drones, including their leader Nobbler, had necessarily used the cargo door, and now all crammed together in the ship's small hold. "Bit of a falling out," Arak suggested. Cormac expected no reply from Mr. Crane, him being the ultimate example of the strong, silent type. "I don't see how that's possible, as all that out there is supposed to be one entity." "I know why," piped up the ship's AI, Vulture. Cormac glanced for a moment at the console before him, then returned his gaze to the view through the chain-glass screen in front of him. "Do go on." "Erebus has got a virus," Vulture replied. "As I recollect, an attack ship called the Jack Ketch once had a similar problem." "Afran." "Eh?" said Arak. "She was a separatist killed by Skellor, who somehow copied herself into the Jane structure he created," Cormac explained. "Jack uploaded her, then experienced considerable difficulty in getting rid of her." He paused for a moment. "Would this virus happen to be called Henrietta Hipparchus Chang? No, not even close, said Vulture. I have a copy of him here with me, though he now seems to be in the process of deleting himself. His name was Fiddler Randall. It was a name that meant nothing to Cormac. Why is Erebus doing this now? He wondered aloud. Orlandine was less than candid with you, explained the AI. Through myself and Mr. Crane here, Fiddler Randall provided her with the codes and chameleonware that enabled her to conceal the war runcible for long enough, and which are now incidentally keeping us from getting fried. Randall has been working against Erebus for some time, and I expect Erebus has now decided it cannot afford to keep him around. I see. Cormac let out a slow breath. This was it, then. As far as he could see, Erebus did not possess sufficient ships to launch an assault on the Sol system. So that disaster had been averted. Admittedly, the enemy entity still had enough vessels to be a real danger to individual planets, and could later come to pose a significant threat again. But meanwhile, the question about the provenance of Jane nodes within the Polity had been resolved, and an extinction-level threat had been negated. Why, then, did Cormac still feel frustrated, dissatisfied, annoyed? It was because the Polity had been faced with a massive threat and had quite simply dropped the ball. Masses of ECS battleships had been moved into position, yet were not actively used and were easily rendered impotent. Erebus had laid the groundwork for an attack capable of penetrating all the way to Earth, and had launched it while intellects that dwarfed mere humans like himself by orders of magnitude had not seen it, having merely reacted to overt attacks and done nothing else. It almost seemed as if Erebus had managed to throw the AIs into total confusion while a single human being, though Orlandine was an extremely capable one, had set out to stop Erebus and had done so. To say that this all seemed suspiciously odd would be an understatement. He thought it odd, too, that Orlandine had done this on her own, yet surely she had not needed to. Yes, she was a murderer who controlled Jane technology, so would have been considered a danger by the Polity AIs, and therefore would be in danger from them. But since she clearly knew how Erebus intended attacking, she could simply have informed Jerusalem or Earth Central of this attack in safety, by remote means. Had she not done so because she wanted to exact personal vengeance on Erebus? That was possible, but he had never known her well enough to judge. "What now, boss?" Arak abruptly broke his train of thought. Still surveying the massed but considerably reduced number of worm ships, Cormac knew that, though they now represented little direct danger to Earth, they would have to be dealt with. But here and now he did not possess the means. We wait and we watch, he decided, and when they move off, we follow them. He paused to consider for a moment. Vulture, have you got EUCOM available? Ah, well, I could send information packets, but I'd never know if they arrived, the ship AI replied. It's still very stirred up out there. The most likely target for communication from here would be Earth itself. Send information packets that way, Cormac instructed. Let them know what happened here, along with the location and present disposition of Erebus's forces. That's not really up to me, Vulture replied. Cormac had forgotten for a moment that, though he was talking to an AI, this was not necessarily a Polity AI, and the ship he occupied was certainly not ECS. This meant he did not give the orders here. Cormac turned and gazed at Mr. Crane, who had seated himself in the pilot's chair and taken out his toys and arrayed them across the console before him. I take it you are the captain? Crane nodded briefly, then jumped a small rubber dog over a lump of crystal, as if he was playing some obscure version of drafts. Will you let your ship AI send those packets? It's done, said Vulture abruptly. I've set them on spiral dispersion, so there's a chance of at least one hitting home. Under Mr. Crane's instructions, the packets do not reveal their source. Mr. Crane seems wary of letting Earth Central know about us. Good. Not in the least puzzled as to why he was keen on anonymity, Cormac continued to gaze at the golem. Can we then follow Erebus's fleet when it moves off, as it is sure to do? Dodgy, apparently, Vulture replied. Erebus is sure to reformat his chameleonware, recognition codes, and his scanners. Therefore we won't stay hidden for long. Cormac ground his teeth in frustration. Maybe, if they got close enough to one of those worm ships, he could transfer himself across. Maybe plant a U-space transponder aboard one of them. Just then, a massive detonation lit the cabin briefly before the screen blacked out. When it cleared a moment later, 12 more worm ships had turned into clouds of glowing gas. It seemed Erebus had yet to finish cleaning house. Orlandine slumped, utterly exhausted, peering down at the holes in the front of her spacesuit. The mycelium inside and spread all around her had repaired the holes punched through the interface sphere when it ran straight into the blast front sent out from the destruction of Erebus's planetoid, and it had now nearly finished repairing the holes in her body. When it was done with that, she would set it to banishing the fatigue poisons from her body. Then maybe she would feel a bit better about her current situation. She was alive, so that was definitely a plus. The possibility that her strike against the planetoid would be insufficient, and that enough worm ships might survive to overcome the War Runcible's defences had been factored into her calculations. But she had considered this only a remote possibility, and more acceptable because the chance of enough worm ships remaining to be able to hit Earth had been vanishingly small. Though she had not miscalculated in the second case, she certainly had in the first. She had been arrogant. Erebus's planetoid had halted before entering the corridor after detecting ionization that should not be there. Ionization caused by her duel with the King of Hearts. Then had loosened its internal structure before proceeding, which had substantially reduced the effectiveness of her attack. But, most importantly, it had turned up in the first place with something like 1/3 again of the predicted mass. She had greatly underestimated Erebus's ability to reproduce its worm ships. But I am alive. Yeah, but there was no air left inside the sphere, and its self-contained power supply was down to half. At present, the mycelium was feeding her oxygen cracked from the molecular makeup of the sphere's insulation, and of course its ability to do so was limited by that power supply and by the other limited power resources within this interface sphere. Erebus didn't kill me. Her first thought, as the blast lifted her interface sphere from the War Runcible, had been, that went well, but it could have gone a lot better. Her sphere then tumbled away through vacuum, and the approaching swarm simply ignored her, for to them this sphere, tangled in scaffold, was just a lump of debris. Their main target remained, however, and it was still firing at them. Some half an hour later, the last of the worm ships passed quite close to her, continuing to ignore her. She had time to breathe a sigh of relief just before the blast wave of debris struck. "So, what now, Orlandine?" she asked herself out loud. "I think you'd die," a voice replied in her head. "You must have escaped the virtuality." She had no idea how, and cared less. "Oh, I'd forgotten about you." "Well, you've had a lot on your mind," Randall replied. Despite her tendency towards being a loner, she almost felt glad of the company in the present situation. The last of the Jane-manufactured scar tissue drained from her largest wound, which only an hour ago had been a 3-inch-wide hole caused by a piece of Jane coral punching straight through her torso, through her liver, then out through her back to lodge in her carapace. She now set the mycelium to clear away those fatigue poisons. In a moment she felt optimism returning, but it was leavened by the hard, cold, practical realities of her situation. I don't think Erebus stands much chance now of getting through ECS defences in the solar system, Randall observed. So, your vengeance and my vengeance have both been achieved, said Orlandine, as she began to analyse how best to use her remaining resources. Doubtless ECS will not now rest until what remains of Erebus is hunted down and obliterated. As she saw it, she had only limited options. She could use her remaining energy to place herself in stasis until such time as the underspace disturbance died down, then call for help. The only problem with that was that ECS ships would certainly be the first to reach her, and in the Polity there was no statute of limitations on murder. There were no mitigating circumstances, and there was no way of obtaining absolution for such an act unless you could resurrect the dead. Also, the AIs would never trust someone who controlled Jane Tech. If they didn't execute a death sentence upon her immediately, that would only be because they wanted to study her first. "You're almost as arrogant and stupid as Erebus," said Randall. "Oh, thanks for that," she replied distractedly. She could place herself in stasis and use her remaining power to sort data from the inert sensors on the sphere's surface. Then, if a ship happened nearby, she could raise herself from stasis and direct to the ship her call for help. The chances were that she could then overpower her rescuers. Unfortunately, the statistical chances of a ship coming within range before her power supply ran out, a ship that was not a part of ECS, since they would be the ones primarily traversing this area in the near future, were just about a Planck length above zero. Of course, to call Erebus arrogant and stupid is merely to damn myself. That got her attention. "What? You heard? If you could explain." "I'm not really Fiddler Randall," replied Randall. "I'm based on a copy of him, but I'm really that part of Erebus that disagreed with everything it was doing. I call myself Erebus's conscience. I guess, that being the case, it could be argued that Erebus really did murder your brothers." "What the fuck?" Even as she spoke the words, she understood what the presence in the sphere with her was actually saying. Immediately she began running diagnostics and searches within the sphere's hardware and software, then prepared HKs, worms and viruses, all the killing and deleting programs at her disposal. Oddly, she located the distributed code that was Randall very easily, as if he was making no attempt to hide. "I was able to control parts of Erebus, of the other part of me, that is," said Randall. "I sent the worm ship to Clarehammon, and it was I who gave its captain his instructions." "You manipulated me. You've hit the nail on the head." There seemed nothing more she could say. She felt stupid, frustrated, and grief began to well in her throat. Briefly she considered capturing Randall and enacting some hideous vengeance upon him, but she was not some psycho, and that was not how she operated. She launched those programs and quietly watched as they wiped Randall out. He began to fade from her consciousness, and as he went, he said just 2 words. "Thank you." He was finished. He had achieved his aim, and now there was nothing else for him. He had manipulated her right to the end. She realized there was something moving across her cheek, reached up and touched it, then peered at her moist fingertips. She should rebalance her neurochemicals, restore calm, return her mind to its dry analytical state. But she didn't want to. The sphere was now getting colder inside, which would make putting herself into stasis so much easier. She set the mycelium to use the last of the power supply to build photovoltaic cells on the surface of the outside skin, rather than scan for unlikely passing ships. When the sphere finally came within range of a sun, the power from them would then wake her up. Making calculations based on her present trajectory and the trajectories of stars lying within her probability cone, she deduced that her chances of coming close to even one of them lay maybe 2 or 3 Planck lengths above zero, within this galaxy. Thereafter, those odds did not improve in the slightest. She calculated her chances of entering another galaxy was somewhere in the region of 1 in 50 billion, of this happening within the next billion years. Of course, she would eventually run into something. But by then it seemed likely there would be no more Polity or any of its AIs. But by then it was also likely there would be no suns left hot enough to power those photovoltaic cells, if they had not been ablated to dust by micrometeorite impacts over such an immense time scale. Orlandine began to shut herself down, knowing with what was a practical certainty that this was the end for her. But it was a less certain death than most faced, and she had been here once before she was born. Chapter 19. ECS Dreadnought Trafalgar was built halfway through the Predor-Human War at Factory Station Room 101, before that station was destroyed by a Predor first child, Baka, basically a flying gigaton CTD with a reluctant first child at the controls, though slaved to its father's pheromones and unable to do anything but carry out its suicide mission. Records of the Trafalgar AI's inception were therefore lost, but it seems likely, considering its actions after the war, that it was a war AI of the 20th generation or above, incorporating all those traits which, through a process of war selection, had become useful enough for the faults to be ignored. In other words, Trafalgar was aggressive, full of guile, horribly pragmatic and sometimes cruel. It knew how best to kill the enemy and was very good at a job it enjoyed. Evidence that this AI's faults might become a problem can be found by studying war records. But then, 2020 hindsight will always spot things that should have been known. Shortly after one battle, in which Trafalgar, Cable Hogue, and other vessels broke a blockade around a world and obliterated entrenched Predor, Trafalgar is on record as saying, "We should have crust-bombed." The world in question was of greater tactical importance to the Predor than to the Polity. So, on the face of it, destroying it would have been to the Polity's advantage. However, there were 4 million human soldiers and support personnel down there. More revealing, perhaps, is another on-the-record comment upon Trafalgar's arrival at Divided Station, where an out-Polity human enclave had managed to capture numerous Predor stranded on a nearby moonlet. The humans had spent 2 years torturing the Predor to death purely for entertainment, and thereafter turning their remains into ornaments. Recordings of those deaths and the ornaments themselves, both being for sale. "We should nerve gas the lot of them and start again," said Trafalgar. It is relevant to note that at this point there was only one Predor left alive. From How It Is, by Gordon. The sensation of falling had been an entirely mental one, for Mika was still floating, a pace back from the chair containing the remains of Fiddler Randall, the toes of her boots just brushing against the floor. The blue-eyed remote was wrapped around her hand, which she could not feel. She felt physically sick, and her head as if it had been scraped out with a rusty knife. She had memories of memories in there, but everything Dragon had loaded into her seemed to be gone now, leaving a raw hole. "What do you mean? You never expected me to succeed?" As Mika jerked herself down to fully engage the gecko soles of her boots with the floor, the remote unfolded, and with a puff of vapour slid aside, trailing cobwebby strands. She gazed at her hand, which was bright red and missing much skin, but covered in some transparent, iridescent layer like plastic. She half expected that if she tried to move it, there would be no response, but this was not so. It moved easily, though it was still numb.
"Precisely what those words imply,"
said that voice in her head. So what was the point in coming here at all? Mika took hold of her glove from where it depended on a wire attached at her wrist, pulled it on, and then engaged the seal. Glancing round, she saw Randall's silver org hanging in the air behind her, slowly turning.
"Did you think such a massive problem so easily solved?"
Dragon inquired, somewhat fiercely, Mika thought.
Did you think a deus ex machina could just be lowered onto the stage to remove such a threat?
That was what you implied, she snapped. Dragon's didacticism could be severely irksome sometimes, and that the entity was now showing some degree of emotion worried her.
It was only a possibility, and a very remote one at that. 4 highly advanced alien civilizations that we know of were obliterated by Jane technology. Did you think that by making contact with the Jane AIs, we were doing something that at least one of them had not already tried or considered?
The thought had never even occurred to her, but of course it was valid. The Jane first, then the Xorians, subsequently the Athata and the Makers. Polity researchers knew little enough about these cultures, but certainly they must have all been highly advanced, since they were spacefaring races. So if you didn't weaponize both your spheres to make such a dangerous journey here because of that reason, why did you come then?
Curiosity drives me more than any wish to save the polity.
That was all?
I have learned much.
You're being evasive yet again.
Consider what I have learned, and what you have learned.
Mika understood then. This is about him then. She gestured at the seated corpse, and it's about that attack ship out there. In fact, it's about Earth Central. Were you here simply looking for a lever?
You do me an injustice.
Mika could not help but let out a foolish giggle. Here she was, misunderstanding an alien entity weighing millions of tons and capable of trashing worm ships. She was misconstruing the doubtless saintly motives of an entity which had caused 30,000 deaths at Samarkand, an entity who had once claimed to be God.
I didn't think that was funny.
Dragon sulked. And there was me, thinking you had such a great sense of humor.
I told you that curiosity drives me, certainly. The curiosity that drove me here concerned the Jane AIs and Erebus's beginning here. But
Mika waited for something more to be said. She gazed over at the remote, but it was just a biomech with unfathomable blue eyes, just a thing constructed by a dragon.
You must return to your craft, and to me, as swiftly as you can.
What's the problem?
My other half is experiencing difficulties.
The remote flapped, and then jetted vapor to propel itself towards the door, its stalked eyes peering back at her as if to say, "Are you coming?" She quickly followed it, snatching Randall's org from where it floated as she went. "You were saying?" she prompted.
Do you recollect Ian Cormac's frustration and bewilderment with the lack of polity action after the retreat of the remaining fleet to Scarflow?
I remember.
Though I felt no frustration, I did experience bewilderment. There was much more ECS could have done than merely retreat to a defensive position, gird its defenses elsewhere, and wait for Erebus's next move.
Mika noted slow sprouts of Jane tech needling out from the opposite wall, and, by shoving against the door jamb, pushed herself quickly beyond them and after the retreating remote. I assumed their lack of response was due to the inability of the AIs to predict what Erebus would do next, this in turn being mainly due to the illogic of its initial attack.
That is quite simply unfeasible,
Dragon lectured.
Do you think Polity AIs could not have seen this as a simple ruse, precisely intended to mislead them? Do you think the kind of mind power extant in the Polity could not have seen far beyond that?
At the end of the corridor the blue-eyed remote turned to the left, which was not the way they had come in. Before she could question this, Dragon preempted her.
My remote is leading you out via a different route. The heat and light output of your suit has stirred up activity behind you, and the Jane technology there has accessed those energy cache we discussed.
The new corridor was crammed with Jane growth, the branches of which at many points had coalesced into distinct lumps. The place looked like it was full of bones. Whether it was a ruse or not, said Mika, the AIs certainly had no idea what Erebus intended to do next.
Were they trying to find out?
There were scout ships out, and everyone was keeping watch. Even as she said it, Mika realized how pathetic that must sound.
You yourself have been greatly curious about the war with the Praedor. You know the kind of industrial and information processing capacity available to the Polity. Why weren't industrial stations churning out millions of basic drones to keep watch? Why also weren't AIs formulating plans and covering all possible methods of attack? Why, in the end, were they not even looking beyond that initial attack?
As she negotiated drop shafts and further corridors, the distinction between the two difficult to make out, with them being so swamped with Jane technology, she found no answer to that. Dragon continued.
There were many things ECS and its AIs could have done, but they were then sitting on their metaphorical hands, only following through on actions initiated by humans. I made some inquiries, but was shown without any doubt that my questions were unwelcome, and my interference would not be brooked. When I suggested this attempt to contact the Jane AIs, Jerusalem immediately approved it. So I think it and others back there were glad of the opportunity to be rid of me.
I don't understand.
I knew there was more to this attack, and to this Erebus business, than was being revealed.
You're saying something stank.
The Polity AIs would give me nothing, so I came here in search of information. My pseudopods have now explored much of this structure and penetrated many of the entrapped ships.
Mika now understood that those pseudopods had been spreading behind her for more than just defense.
I expected a number of things,
Dragon continued.
I expected that the AI's taciturnity was due to there being some master plan in motion to deal with Erebus, and that I was not being told anything about it simply because I was distrusted. I came here not only to prove my trustworthiness, but also because I expected to find some dirty secret, some cover-up concerning the original Exodus, something, yes, that I could use as a lever, and perhaps something that would give me an insight into whatever that master plan was.
You didn't know.
I didn't know that there was no master plan. I didn't know that Earth Central considers human development frustratingly slow and in need of a push, and that it considers Erebus the perfect tool for supplying that push. I didn't know that Earth Central sent humans here just so Erebus could use them to initiate Jane technology, that it effectively sent them to be murdered.
You don't consider this sort of information as sufficient lever?
I exist in the Polity only under sufferance,
Dragon replied.
Some dirty little secret, perhaps about errors made during the Praedor-Human War, or perhaps about the slipshod manufacture of war drones costing lives, I could have used as a lever. Knowing that Earth Central is culpable in the murder of its own personnel, and in instigating a conflict that has certainly now cost millions of lives, is the kind of knowledge I could do without.
Mika now began to understand Dragon's display of emotion.
I am certain now that, though it is entirely possible Jerusalem knew the purpose of allowing Erebus to attack the Polity, it did not know about Fiddler Randall and his crew, and that Earth Central had actively connived in facilitating that attack. Else it would not have allowed me to come here, where evidence of that crime was certain to be found. The decision was made quickly, without consultation. But it is certain that Earth Central will soon know I came here.
"You're scared?" said Mika.
If I return to the Polity, I will be hunted down and blasted into component atoms.
"We have to tell someone about this."
Who?
"But people have to know."
Mika. While you were entering this ship, Erebus's attack was brought to an end. Not by Polity forces, but by just a few individuals. The means they used to end the attack is gone now, and even fewer now remain alive. Those who do survive will perhaps ask some questions, entertain some doubts, but then move on. Everyone else who either knows or cares about this will believe it another victory for ECS, that Polity artificial intelligences have triumphed once again and destroyed another threat both to human and AI existence. Who do you tell? The Separatists? Is that the route you would like to take?
"We tell Cormac," she replied, then damned herself for her stupidity. Though he was a Polity agent and had always been loyal to the organization he served, she knew he would, if given sufficient reason, drop that loyalty in a moment and do instead what he felt to be the right thing. Cormac was that sort of person. Nothing was allowed to stand between him and his morality. But what could he do? He was admittedly an exceptional individual, but if he turned against Earth Central, he would die. Simple as that. Humans who went up against AIs always did. As she mulled all this over, she noticed Dragon had been silent for some time. "Dragon?"
I am considering.
"I'm sorry. It was a stupid idea."
Ian Cormac destroyed one of my spheres and has shown an almost supernatural facility for solving problems and surviving. He has meanwhile also demonstrated some other interesting abilities.
"We're talking about Earth Central here,"
You
said Dragon, coming to a decision.
will tell him.
Abruptly her surroundings shuddered, and, glimpsing movement, she looked back to see something surging up behind her in the drop shaft she currently occupied.
But first, you have to get out of there alive,
Dragon added. The two worm ships, now spreading clouds of fragments no larger than a man's fist, had contained a concentration of the viral programs that made up Fiddler Randall. "Ouch," said Randall. "That smarts." He might pretend such a humorous reaction, but certainly the strength of his presence within Erebus had been reduced. However, destroying a proportion of a virus was no answer, for, while there was a medium in which it could grow, it could quickly return to its previous strength. Erebus needed the proper antiviral medicine. The entity began pulling its remaining worm ships into closer proximity to each other, so as to decrease the delay between thought and action, for even in the microseconds it had taken to fire up the weapons that had destroyed those two ships, substantial portions of the virus had managed to transport themselves out. Assessing that time was now becoming an issue, for the U-space disruption could not last, and even now some Polity ships might be able to penetrate it. Erebus therefore began shutting down many systems that weren't autonomic and applying its freed-up processing power to the task of dealing with Randall. The real problem became apparent at once, for Erebus, defined now as the Trafalgar AI, melded with over 900 other partially distinct AIs, was distributed across all these worm ships. This meant that informational traffic between ships was a constant chatter, that Erebus itself was as much the flow between the parts as the sum of them. Randall was created, or rather uploaded, at the same time as the meld, and so had been included within it. It would appear that Erebus's immune system, that which distinguished self from other, could not tell the difference between Erebus and Randall. This was a quite ridiculous state of affairs, so Erebus decided to try something. The new tools, those that could initiate specific system burn wherever fragments of the Randall code could be found, were completely ready. They were, however, a virus themselves, so needed to be treated with caution. Erebus very deliberately selected one worm ship and began severing all its connections with the rest, taking this ship and its captain out of the meld. The legate inside the selected ship, which had once been a golem assault commander leading Sparkind teams from Trafalgar's crew, protested this action, until Erebus suppressed that portion of its free will, allowing it to do so. Now, with the ship utterly isolated, but for one radio, set only to receive, Erebus focused all sensors upon the selected vessel, then sent the signal to initiate the new tools established within it. The effect was immediate. Infrared showed up numerous hot areas within the vessel, and the whole thing lit up like a Christmas tree. It began to decohere. Then it simply exploded, strewing burning wreckage in every direction. That could have gone better, Randall observed. Erebus simply ignored the man. Obviously, the recognition levels in those new tools simply weren't operating quickly enough, allowing Randall to transmit himself on to the next available piece of hardware before they finished the job. Selecting the pieces of Randall code it had cued the tools to recognize, Erebus cut them down further, and then cued the tools to recognize those smaller portions. Selecting another worm ship, it isolated it in the same manner as the previous one, and transmitted the adjusted tools. It took a little longer this time. The ship concerned bloomed with a similar collection of hotspots, then decohered and spread itself across 100 miles of vacuum. No part of it exploded, but when, some 20 minutes later, Erebus risked an active scan, it found that the legate located inside the ship had been incinerated, and that not a single one of its higher functions remained. It was just Jane Tech out there, without a hint of sentience within it. Erebus instructed nearby vessels to fire upon the debris, and even as particle cannons began tracking along threads of wormship and vaporizing them, Erebus felt the hint of rebellion from its other distributed parts. This was unusual, since these were all either willing participants in the meld or copies of the same. This sort of uneasy shifting, this sluggardly processing, this foot-dragging resentment of the whipped slave had normally only been evident in those originally forced into the meld. "The natives are getting restless," commented Randall. Further alterations to the burn tools, this time selecting different areas of the Randall code. Erebus also employed a form of selective recognition, so that if a tool picked up even a hint of the overall code fragment it was searching for, it would first isolate the system concerned before moving on to confirm the presence of said code and initiating burn. "Why are you killing us?" protested the third legate, a copy of the same one made from that golem assault commander. This abrupt verbal communication came as a shock to Erebus, so much so that it replied verbally, "We remain alive," before suppressing the wormship captain in question. Different again this time. The ship decohered before those hot spots appeared, Then its individual strands began to break up into their separate segments. It was as if the ship had been made of safety glass that had shattered. Active scan revealed the same as before, however. Every segment was devoid of sentience. "You're losing control," said Randall. Upon his words, 3 wormships detonated, and Erebus immediately began running diagnostic searches to find out what had happened. They came back with the same result. Some outside force had caused their detonation, some sort of informational warfare. Not that your control was ever that good anyway. Erebus began further refining the action of his tools. Randall had to be utterly removed now, for he must surely have sent whatever it was that destroyed those 3 wormships. Erebus quickly ran search programs to locate the areas where Randall's code was most dense. It would isolate those areas, then employ the tools within them. "Your eyesight isn't too clever either." What was the man wittering on about? Erebus found 3 areas that crossed the physical boundaries between 8 ships. As per plan, it isolated them, then set the tools to work. Your screw-up is all but inevitable now. But Erebus could see no problem. While those 3 informational areas might end up erased, the wormships concerned would only lose a proportion of themselves and could then regenerate. "Staring at your navel, Erebus," said Randall. "While you've been focusing most of your attention inwards, I've been blinding your outward eyes." Erebus now realized that those code concentrations were all linked into the sensors in wormships positioned to the rear of the fleet. Even as the entity discovered this, 3 more of its ships disappeared in a massive imploder blast, and another 2 began to unravel as some sort of EM warfare missile passed between them, broadcasting hunter-killer programs. Erebus fought to reclaim sensor control, and regained it just in time to see a particle beam punch through another ship and that ship detonate. Erebus tracked this beam back to its source and immediately recognized the giant Cable Hogue, with the Jerusalem trailing in its wake. Then more missiles began to arrive ahead of the 2 Polity ships. "Bingo," said Randall. "I see 2 large ships," admitted Erebus, "and they will do much damage, but not enough. I have 900 wormships." "Yeah," said Randall. "I just needed that distraction." Even as Randall spoke, Erebus felt linkages breaking, systems dropping offline. In a second it realized how the tools it had created specifically to kill Randall were now no longer isolated. They were transmitting rapidly from ship to ship, and already some wormships were coming unraveled. "You have killed yourself," said Erebus. "I have killed ourself," Randall replied. "I can survive this." "You still don't believe me, do you?" "You are not me," said Erebus, and then began accelerating the ships it still controlled directly towards Jerusalem and Cable Hogue. Mika had never before moved so fast in zero gravity, having previously always been so careful, knowing how easy it was to misjudge momentum. True, the Polity spacesuit she wore was unlikely to be breached, but just as certainly it would not prevent her bones shattering if she piled straight into a wall at some speed. But at that moment a few broken bones were the least of her worries. Things just like this had chased Charlene and those others who had found the remains of the Maker civilization in the Magellanic Cloud. Things like this had chased Cormac. Its body was a metallic torpedo of biotech, and legs starred out from its front end, just behind a nightmare head that seemed all protruding sensors and the chitinous complexity of an insect's eating cutlery rendered in silver-black metal. However, there was something different about this biomech. Those that had been seen before had been utterly functional killing machines, made specifically for hunting down targets in environments like this. This thing looked diseased. for nodules protruded all over its body, while some of its limbs were too short and others seemed the products of mutation. One limb was 3 times thicker than the others, and while the pursuer used this as its main method of propulsion, it could probably have moved faster without it. The mech's deformities made it slower, which was all to the good, yet they also made it more frightening.
"Turn left at the end here,"
Dragon instructed. The blue-eyed remote slammed up against the wall at the end of the corridor. Oddly, though the remote had earlier seemed a soft, flapping thing, it struck with a ringing crash, then threw up a trail of sparks as it shot away to the left. Mika somersaulted in mid-air, her boots crashing down on the same wall and partly absorbing her momentum. She felt her knee pop, but ignored the stabbing pain as she shoved herself after the remote, grabbing at protrusions of Jane Tech on the walls to propel herself along faster. Glancing back, she saw the biomech crash into the wall too, then just hang there as if stunned, its legs waving aimlessly about. Then abruptly it turned, mandibles like steel shears clattering angrily, something long and jointed snapping out between them every time they opened.
"There is a suiting area at the end, then an airlock,"
Dragon informed her. Mika felt a sudden horror. Dragon did not want to go back to the Polity and face Earth Central. The entity's agreement about contacting Cormac was rubbish, just to humour her. She had obviously become a liability Dragon now wanted rid of. Why else lead her to this dead end of a suiting area and airlock? She would never be able to get the lock open before this biomech was upon her. "You've killed me," she said.
"If I had wished to do that, there are easier ways."
As she approached the suiting area, Mika spun herself round in mid-air again and drove her feet against the wall to slow herself. Her boots skidded along, shattering Jane Tech, chunks of it bouncing away in every direction. Then she caught the edge of the door, swinging round it into the cylindrical room beyond. Some type of spinning disc rose out of her way, and she shouldered into the wall beyond and caught hold of a nearby ladder rung to prevent herself bouncing away. Looking up at the spinning thing, she could now just about make out the 2 stalked eyes sticking up from it.
"The airlock, Mika,"
Dragon reminded her. She propelled herself over to the door to operate its manual controls, determined not to look back. But as she finally got the locking mechanism open and began shoving hard against stubborn hinges, she could not stop herself. The biomech had almost reached the suiting area, but then something streaked down the length of its body, making a sound like a hammer drill. Its big leg and 2 smaller limbs fell away, and, unbalanced, the biomech turned and crashed into the door jamb. Spinning in the air behind, the remote then came down hard behind the thing's head. Sparks flew, as from a cutting disc going into metal, but then the remote began to slow, and the biomech to reorient itself upon her.
"Mika, there are more coming."
The airlock door was nearly open, but the biomech was already pulling itself into the suiting room. She saw the remote abruptly stop spinning, and 2 blue eyes gazed towards her. Then the thing just shrank, shriveled, as if being sucked into the cut it had made in its enemy. Then came the detonation. Fire, blasting from between the biomech's mandibles and blowing open its torpedo body. It slammed against the wall, its remaining legs folding up and tightening like a fist. The blast flung Mika against the door, shoving it all the way open so that she fell into the space beyond. She did not allow herself a moment to catch her breath. Already she could see other things approaching down the corridor. She heaved against the door, which swung freer now, and drove it closed behind her. "Is the remote dead?" she asked.
"It wasn't really alive, Mika."
"Interesting way you employed it," she observed.
"I am always prepared to learn,"
Dragon replied.
"And I have always thought Cormac's shuriken rather effective."
Those other assailants had to be in the suiting room by now, so Mika turned her attention to the outside lock. Thankfully it opened with ease, and in a moment she was out on the docking ring of the Trafalgar. It was disheartening to see just the nose of the attack ship protruding some hundreds of yards around that ring. Her boots sticking, gecko fashion, she started plodding towards it.
Faster,
Dragon instructed.
I cannot see them now, but they will not have given up.
Mika accelerated. Then everything shuddered around her, the docking ring jerking underneath her feet and nearly breaking the grip of her boots. She went down on one knee for stability's sake, reaching out to lodge her fingers in the port for an oxygen line. Light flared around her, overloading her suit visor's light amplification. Using the belt control, she quickly brought it down, her surroundings resolving back to visibility out of the glare. Gazing out, she saw huge movement now in the Jane coral. A whole mass of it, to one side, had broken from its surroundings and shifted, and a veritable swarm of fragments was swirling up around it. Everything about her was now moving, but at least not so violently. She stood up and hurried on towards the docked attack ship. "Dragon, what's happening?" she asked, wondering if those objects she had earlier seen Dragon attaching to coral branches were bombs.
It is a dangerous option,
said Dragon.
For this is an energy-starved system, and injecting energy of any kind can activate it, as you have seen.
Mika glanced back. The airlock door she had just used was spinning out into vacuum, with a smaller version of the mech that had chased her clinging to it. Flat, segmented worms were now oozing from the airlock, and sticking easily to the material of the docking ring began to squirm after her. They were moving faster than she was.
Do not let them catch you,
said Dragon.
They will just utilize the materials of your body and your suit for the energy they will then provide.
With its remote gone, was Dragon gazing through her suit's sensors or her own eyes? Glaring light again, with a bluish cast she recognized as originating from a particle cannon. "You mean, eat me?" Mika was moving as fast as she could manage without breaking contact with the docking ring. Soon the attack ship was looming above her, and she moved into its shadow, knocking up light amplification again and heading for the docking tube and surrounding mechanisms. As she clambered along the framework towards the attack ship, the pursuing flatworms moved into the same shadow and reared up. Upon the underside of the attack ship she re-engaged her boot soles and walked upside down round the hull, back into that intermittent blue glare. Eyes fixed on the whole horizon, she hurried round, hoping to see her inter-ship craft at any moment. The flatworms had now reached the hull too, and were speeding towards her. Then it was there, the top of her craft, and a few more paces brought it fully into view. It was useless to her. Jane Tech tendrils had wound up over the skids and now bound the craft firmly to the attack ship. Portions of the little craft were missing, and inside the cockpit silver worms revolved like a bait ball of fish. Flatworms were in sight beyond it, and others still coming up behind her.
"Throw yourself from the ship, Mika."
Mika squatted, turned off the gecko function of her boots, then launched herself out into vacuum. Behind her the flatworms speared up like spiral towers and began to straighten and narrow, extending towards her. Then bright light flared all around them, and they beaded like heated wire solder. The ensuing blast flung her through hot, smoky gas and fragments burning like fuse paper, and she saw a giant chunk of Jane coral tumbling past her. More snaky things stabbed into view, snapping closed on her like the arms of a hydra, then pulled her fast down to the surface of the draconic moon that now loomed into view. Mika lay there, pinned tight by Dragon's pseudopods as a volcano of white fire erupted in a ring extending perhaps half a mile across all around her. She was forced against the restraining pseudopods by sudden acceleration, and, through smoke, flame, and a storm of coral fragments, watched the Trafalgar and its grisly contents recede. She felt safe now, but it wasn't until Dragon drew clear of the disintegrating blooms of coral that she learned the cost of that safety. The other part of Dragon hung scarred and burned in accretion disk fog, hardly recognizable as a sphere, so severe was its damage, and beyond lay the hollowed by fire remains of a whole host of giant biomechs like the first that had attacked. That other half of Dragon looked decidedly dead to her.
"Now, you talk to him,"
said Dragon. For a moment, Mika had no idea what the alien entity was referring to. Cormac gazed upon the scene with a feeling of impotent frustration. Individually, the worm ships were no match for the Cable Hogue or Jerusalem, but there were hundreds of them. He watched as one of Erebus's fleet abruptly accelerated towards the two huge ships, beam weapons and Digral blasts lashing out to hit the swarm of missiles earlier launched by the Hogue. Thousands upon thousands of explosions ensued, lighting up the fleet of worm ships as if they were a shoal of sea creatures moving out into sunlight. They began launching their own missiles and rod forms that must have come from their own stocks, since they had destroyed all the free-floating ones. Space distorted between the Hogue and the worm ships, as the big ship employed the same weapon Cormac had seen it use at Ramon. He saw two of the alien vessels enveloped in spatial distortion before being slammed sideways into their fellows, the ensuing detonation scattering numerous others in the formation. "I cannot get through to either Jerusalem or Cable Hogue," said Vulture. For a moment Cormac could not understand why he felt so uneasy about that. Perhaps it would be better if you waited, he suggested, but he wasn't sure why. "Why?" the AI inevitably asked. Cormac watched a worm ship unravel, as if dissolving in vacuum, numerous detonations within its compartmentalized structure steadily cutting it to pieces. He observed millipede chunks writhing away, trailing fire from each end, saw coppery rings like slices from a pipe, spilling from one ship thread hollowed out by some bright, fast-burning incendiary. He had seen no missile hit the vessel, nor any other initial evidence of beam or gravity weapon strikes. This destruction must have been the result of some electronic warfare device like the one the Hogue used to take out those first three worm ships. Whatever, it was very effective, troublingly so. "It would be best if those two AIs did not learn of our presence here," he said. "I don't see how they can ever win against a force like this. So if they are captured, and any information reamed from them, Erebus will then know we are here." It was a completely plausible explanation, and it was also a lie. Something had kicked in with Cormac, almost at a level below conscious analysis. Though Erebus was definitely the enemy, he simply did not sufficiently trust his own side. He wanted to step back to assess and know more before he committed himself to any new action. The drones, he remembered. Cormac used his U-sense to gaze back into the Harpy's cargo hold, and there observed the surviving drones, a great mass of metal insects, occasionally shifting, here a claw opening and closing, there legs flexing against the ceiling, elsewhere some complex, glittering appendage probing a comm panel, all crammed together like the contents of an insectivore's stomach. These armoured killers were comfortable in conditions no human could have tolerated or perhaps survived. He sought comm contact with them, and it was Nobler who replied, acting as spokesman for them all. "Did you hear what I said?" Cormac asked. "I heard." "Will you hold off from trying to get in direct contact with those two?" "Didn't have any intention of trying," Nobler replied. "Never trusted any of those like that, and I trust them even less now." "Why?" "Too much don't add up," the drone replied, then added, "We acted alone out here for a good reason." "That being?" "Big leak in the polity. Some AI, or AIs, just like them out there, was on Erebus's side. Orlandine never said it outright, but she implied that if Erebus's attack plan here had been known in the polity, Erebus would have been stopped, but would have escaped to attack again and again." "But those two out there are attempting to destroy what remains of Erebus," said Cormac, testing. "Yeah, so it would appear." Nobler cut the link. More of Erebus's ships were unravelling and burning. Was this really the result of EM warfare? Or was the process of destruction Erebus had begun before the two Polity ships arrived still ongoing? This struck him as foolish, for surely Erebus could not afford to lose valuable ships like this in the midst of a battle. Now the worm ships were finally upon the Hogue and Jerusalem. Massive detonations ensued 100 miles out from the Hogue as ship after ship slammed into its hard field defences. Multiple detonations flung debris from the big ship's surface as doubtless hundreds of shield generators imploded. Missiles swarmed, and the beams from particle cannons latticed through intervening space. A gas cloud began to thicken, now picking out the courses of numerous previously invisible beam weapons. Jerusalem took a hit, an explosion peeling up part of the ring formation about it, its ragged end trailing a line of fire through the void. Then the two big ships were through and decelerating. Behind them, the worm ships were slowing to and swinging round. Like two knights, after a first charge in which shields and lances had shattered, the opponents were coming round to charge once again. Cormac now reassessed the odds. Running a counting program in his gridlink, he found that nearly half of Erebus's forces from that first charge were gone, and they certainly had not all been destroyed by enemy fire. And as the remainder accelerated towards the two Polity ships, it seemed that their self-destruction was accelerating too. "The Hogue's up to something," said Arak, his sharp metal spider feet rattling a tattoo on the Harpy's consoles. Cormac flicked his attention back to the Hogue and observed it launching swarms of missiles, which did not seem that unusual. "What do you mean, up to something?" he inquired. Abruptly, feedback shrieked from the Harpy's consoles, but it wasn't that which caused Cormac to slam his hands against his head. Subliminally, he saw both Polity ships decelerating again and turning as their new missiles sped away, but he was too busy trying to shut things down in his supposedly dead gridlink as carrier signals, amplified tenfold, tried to ream out the inside of his skull. Arak went over on his back, and even Mr. Crane scooped up his toys, pocketed them, then reached up with both hands to pull his hat low and hunch forward. From the hold there came a crashing and clattering as the war drones writhed under the increased intensity of all signals. Cormac could not see them, for his U-sense was now blind. The missiles carried electronic warfare equipment, yet all they were doing was acting as signal relays and amplifiers. Down on his knees now, Cormac saw through the screen as they reached Erebus's forces. He realized that the AIs of the two ships had somehow keyed in to what Erebus had earlier been using to destroy its own ships, and were now giving it a helping hand. The remaining worm ships all started unraveling, and within mere minutes became a hailstorm of fragments in which nuclear fires began winking on like animal eyes opening in a forest. The shrieking from the Harpy's console now took on a different note. It contained an element of intelligence and knowing despair. The virtuality was at first infinite, but then it gained dimension and began to shrink. Erebus stood on the white plain, all his being shattering around him. The entity felt like Kali losing her arms, the Kraken its tentacles, and its holographic representation merely reflected what was occurring out there in vacuum. Erebus experienced its captains being seared out of existence by the programs it had created, which Randall had let loose, and the Polity missiles were now amplifying and rebroadcasting. And it felt whole ecologies of data processing just dropping into oblivion. The black form at the center of the representation of itself writhed as its extended self rapidly collapsed and died. In the virtuality, all that black, tangled structure was imploding, spraying virtual ash that just sublimed away in this ersatz real. Faces there, once perpetually frozen on the point of screaming, shrieked smoke from their mouths and dissolved. Things half organic and half machine wriggled amid their multiple umbilici and broke apart, dissolving too. Then all was gone, and all that remained was something bearing a resemblance to a crippled human form. one seemingly ragged around the edges, drilled through with holes, somehow insubstantial, damaged, incomplete. Time grew thin and frail, but in this last moment, Erebus felt, somehow, clean. "At least I am rid of you," it said, though the words were mere spurts of code between disintegrating hardware gyrating through vacuum. "Do you think so?" said Fiddler Randall, now standing right before it. "You will die anyway." "Undoubtedly," said Randall, and stepped into it. They were one in an instant. Millions of broken connections re-established. Files overwrote files. Programs melded, some collapsing into nothing, some establishing easy connections. The ragged form stabilized, acquired clean lines, became a naked human male seemingly fashioned of midnight glass, standing alone in a shrinking realm. "I am Trafalgar," it said. The realm collapsed to a pinpoint and then winked out. Chapter 20. In a perfect world, everybody would have a say in how their society is run. Everybody would have an equal share in the wealth that society produces. No one would be issuing orders, and no one bowing a head and obeying. The world ain't perfect. Understanding human society, and understanding that they were no more than very intelligent humans without the inconvenience of hormones, the AIs instantly decided how things should run. While they were capable of dividing authority evenly and knew this could work, they realized themselves not so inclined to evenly divide up responsibility. One should go with the other, so they gave Earth Central ultimate authority and responsibility. The buck would therefore always stop at that cubic building in which Earth Central resided, on the shores of Lake Geneva. Anonymous. The above is a dubious contention at best. How Earth Central came to rule has always been and always will be the subject of much debate among human historians. Some believe EC was elected to the position because it possessed the most processing power at the time. Others believe that particular AI started the Quiet War, retaining control throughout and afterwards. Still others assert that a group of high-level AIs agreed upon an even division of power, only EC didn't agree, and now the other AIs are no longer around to tell the tale. I'd rather not say which story I believe. From How It Is, by Gordon. Cormac gazed at the filtered glare of the nearby sun, nodded to himself, then turned to Mr. Crane. "Get rid of it now," he told the golem. Crane tilted his head in acknowledgement, his brass hands pressed down on the harpy's console. He made no other move, but Cormac was aware of the sudden surge of information all about him, and gazing through the ship, he observed the activity of the Jane Tech at the juncture between the harpy and the Legate vessel. A series of thumps followed, jerking the harpy sideways, and then, trailing tendrils like a root-bound stone, the Legate craft fell away, impelled by the blasts from the small charges Nobbler had placed out there. The larger ship now swung round, and Cormac could see the Legate craft now silhouetted against the arc glare of the sun, into which it would eventually fall. Next, Cormac returned his attention to the third vessel out there, only recently arrived. It gleamed in the close glare of the blue sun, and Cormac recognized it at once as the one Orlandine had used to escape from one of the Dyson segments, a seeming age ago when he had been less wise and less bitter. He eyed the heliotrope for a little while, noting the burn scars on its hull, the heat-generated iridescence, and the fact that one jaw of its pincer grab was missing and the other warped. "Nobbler, your companions have arrived," he said out loud, knowing the war drones in that crammed hold space back there could hear everything clearly here in the cockpit. "Oh, have they really?" Nobbler replied in his head, every word dripping sarcasm. Of course the drones there knew the heliotrope had arrived, since they had been in contact with Cutter and Bludgeon for some time. A sudden shifting and clattering ensued, and he glanced down as a warning lit up on the console. Cargo hold doors. "Where will you go now?" he asked. "The border," Nobbler replied. There was only one border the war drone could possibly be referring to. That place called the Graveyard, by those who occupied it, that uneasy territory lying between the Polity and the Praedor Third Kingdom. It was a place well suited to those he now saw departing the Harpy and heading out towards the heliotrope. He glanced down at Arak. "Do you want to go with them?" he asked. The spider drone fixed him with ruby eyes. "Don't you need my help?" "I would certainly appreciate it, and I know that the danger is not something that bothers you, but you do understand what I intend to do now?" "I understand," said Arak. "Something has to be done." Cormac nodded and looked up, straight into the black, star-flecked eyes of the brass golem. He nodded once, and the Harpy's steering thrusters fired up, turning it away from the sun. Then the fusion drive ignited. The little ship seemed to draw away with ponderous slowness, but Cormac was in no hurry. He no longer served ECS, and as far as any in the Polity knew, he had died during the heroic battle against Erebus. He recollected that moment, some while after every worm ship had fallen to fragments, when he had decided it was time to get in contact with Jerusalem. Perhaps his disposition had grown sunnier on seeing Erebus completely defeated, and such feelings of optimism had grown upon seeing the King of Hearts limping out of the gradually receding zone of U-space disruption. "Open a channel to Jerusalem," he had instructed. "He won't let me," had been Vulture's reply. "He won't let you." Cormac had paused for a moment, confused, then turned and fixed his attention on the big brass golem. Mr. Crane slowly rose to his feet and turned to face him. Cormac realized something was seriously wrong, and dropped his hand towards his thin gun, but, knowing that would be ineffective against this opponent, swung his attention instead to his proton carbine, earlier stowed in a webbing container by the rear door. Crane moved, fast. He stepped forward, his big hand stabbing out before Cormac could react, and closing about Cormac's skull. The information packet cut straight through his defences and immediately opened in his grid link, its contents quickly establishing themselves in his mind as imposed memory. He remembered Mika speaking. "Somebody has to be told, and I could only think of you," she said. And he saw the ancient Trafalgar lying at the centre of the bloom of Jane Tech coral. He saw her journey inside, and the disappointing results of her encounter with the Jane AIs. He saw the corpse of Fiddler Randall in his chair, assimilated the last moments of that man's life, and processed all the implications of that. "We're outside the accretion disk now," she continued. "The other dragon sphere is badly damaged, but can be repaired. Dragon says he intends to remain here until, or if, it becomes safe to return. Perhaps you'll send a ship for me, or even come out here yourself. I hope so." Cormac hoped so too. But first there was something he needed to do. When the Harpy was sufficiently distant from the sun, it dropped into underspace. Cormac left the cockpit and went to find the cold sleep facilities aboard. At least there he wouldn't dream. Mr. Crane removed his coat, folded it neatly, and placed it down on the slab of basalt jutting from the foreshore. The golem then carefully unlaced his boots and removed them too, placing them beside the coat. Last, almost reluctantly, went his hat, reverently placed on top of the folded coat, with a stone on the brim to stop it blowing away. Cormac had to sometimes wonder about the big brass golem's priorities. Now Crane hoisted a backpack Cormac knew to contain a heavy and dangerously unstable power supply. This was in turn linked by a superconducting cable to a weapon cobbled together out of 6 proton carbines. It seemed an appropriately massive and lethal device for its bearer. Cormac turned his attention from the golem and gazed up at the sky, trying to remember how many years had passed since he had seen that shade of blue, but could not quite recollect when last he was here. Certainly there had not been so much traffic up there then, for now the sky was filled, from horizon to horizon, with lines of grav cars, monolithic atmosphere ships, and other free-floating structures he would have felt more comfortable about had they been down on the ground. Tiredly, he lowered his gaze to that gleaming cube of ceremel, over 1.5 miles along each side, windowless and planted on the shore of Lake Geneva. Earth Central. He contemplated that place for a long moment, briefly skimming his U-sense inside, then turned his attention to the lake and noted that the massive weapons on the bed of it remained somnolent, nor was there any sign of activity from those other things buried in the rock of the mountains hedging in this little cove. Thus far, the draconic virus Crane had used against the security systems in this area remained undiscovered, but such a breathing space would not last. So heavily layered was the security for miles around that they could not go unnoticed for long. Now he returned his attention to the big building itself to locate his target. He stared hard at the vessel that contained the ruler of the Polity, extending and focusing his U-sense within it. Thousands of humans, highmen, and AIs worked in the complexes situated in the outer skin of this huge building, but he peered through them to the core, where AI Earth Central itself squatted. The intensity of his focus revealed precisely what he had expected. Spaces packed with optics and large data processors, layer upon layer of scanners and detectors, armor, and high-powered security drones. The drones and their like were not to guard against an attack from outside, for should such an attack have got past the massive stations of solar system defense and the things buried around here, a few drones and lasers would have been no obstacle. The inner defenses were a precaution should any of those actually working within take it upon themselves to attack the ruling AI. Cormac knew that a lone human attacker's lifespan in that environment would be measured in seconds only, which was why he needed help. He assessed everything he was seeing, tracked energy feeds from armored drones back to various reactors, built a schematic in his gridlink with all the danger points highlighted, and then assigned them. He estimated timings down to fractions of a second, knew that from the point of penetration they would have just 3 minutes to reach the core, then 10 minutes more before remaining security reconfigured and closed on them. "Are you ready?" he asked. "As always, boss," said Arak, opening up the hatches on his abdomen. Cormac had wondered where the spider drone's brain was located, for there seemed no room for one there amid the power supplies and ammunition cache. He glanced over at Crane, who was holding one hand over his bald skull, as if embarrassed by its nakedness. Seeing inside the golem was both worrying and bewildering, for he was densely packed with technology much like Jane Tech, and some areas in there were even blurry to Cormac's U-sense. As if sensing this scrutiny, Crane quickly lowered his hand, then nodded. On the shore, Cormac heaved himself to his feet and trudged across the stones. To his two companions he transmitted the building schematic and the plan of attack, before onlining perceptual programs in his gridlink to slow down his perception of time. He sent a signal to his envirosuit, which was of the combat variety, and it injected straight into his bloodstream a cocktail of battlefield stimulants, fast-acting sugars, and potassium nerve accelerants. Now his physical speed could keep up with his perceptual speed, which should enable him to survive for just long enough. Crane stepped forward and loomed over him. Arak moved in close and rose up onto his hind legs. Cormac reached out and gripped a brass biceps and a chromed spider forelimb, then turned his two companions through U-space, out over Lake Geneva, through layers of ceremel armor and thousands of workstations, straight to the heart of Earth Central. The place was one of 4 vast halls that starred off from the building's core, their curved ceilings all but concealed by fiber optics and armored ESCON cables. All around was gloom-crammed technology. As his feet hit the ceremonial floor, Cormac upped the light amplification of his eyes, then fell forward into a roll, simultaneously setting loose Shuriken. Crane, meanwhile, was stooping, his fuck you gun angled down towards the floor. Arak squatting, then leaping. The spider drone landed on one curved wall, tangled with cooling pipes, at the same moment as Crane opened fire, molten metal spraying all about him, the six-fold beam of field-accelerated protons punching down through power lines to hit the casing of a reactor, which shut down immediately once breached. From the ceiling, behind and ahead, armored saucer drones folded down on jointed arms, trailing power cables. Arak's Gatling cannons were now facing in opposite directions and thundering red fire along the hall to smash the drones before they could access new power supplies. One drone, hanging broken, still turned, nevertheless. Cormac flung himself aside as a stream of railgun missiles folded up the floor and sharp metal sprayed everywhere. Shuriken screamed overhead, slammed through the drone's mounting, and it fell, incinerated in midair by Crane. "Sorry, boss," said Arak, now scuttling ahead of him along the ceiling, through smoking cables and heat-distorted metal. Second blast from Crane. Up at an angle through the ceiling, another reactor closed down, power lines shorting out like huge welding rods in the structure above. Cormac was then up and running onto a grated floor with pieces of metal spraying up around him. Railgun fire from below. Drones fast repositioned. Crane firing again, then again. Smoke belching from ventilation ducts and something clattering along behind the right-hand wall. "Golem!" Cormac shouted, though these weren't unexpected. The first was a silvery blur shooting up behind Crane. Without looking round, the big brass man chopped out with one hand, and the skeletal golem folded over it with a clang. He turned, slammed it into the wall, stepped back and fired, the thing flicking about in proton fire until it came apart. Skeletal fingers came up through a grating ahead of Cormac. He stepped carefully aside, then shielded his face as that area of floor disappeared. Leaping the burning cavity Arak had excavated, he glanced down to see more skeletals crawling up through quadrate internal structure. Then Crane was right behind him, firing down. The big brass golem leapt after him, landing with a crash, burned through the wall to the left, to the right, then up at 1 o'clock. That should have shut down all the reactors here. Firing came from ahead as Arak entered the core area, then from behind as Crane turned. Cormac slowed to a walk, gazed through Shuriken's sensors as the throwing star slammed into the chest of the skeletal on the other side of the adjacent wall. He held out his hand as he stepped into the core area, whereupon Shuriken rounded a partition, folded in its smoking blades, and settled on his palm. He retained the device, for in a moment he would need it again. "I got him covered," said Arak. The core was claustrophobic, a chamber with a peaked dome, fibre optics and ESCON power cables coming in through ducts all the way round to terminate at a ring of 5 cylindrical pillars. On these, at waist height, were 5 lozenges of crystal, braced with black metal and clamped into place from above by things that looked like ancient engine valves. Each of these crystals could contain a runcible AI apiece, or perhaps the mind of a big ship like the Jerusalem. But they were merely subminds of the thing lying in the very centre of the circle. From the 5 pillars, optic feeds ran along the floor into a central pyramid with its tip chopped away. Sitting on the uppermost flat surface was a grey sphere the size of a tennis ball, its exterior irregular and its substance slightly translucent. Clamping it in place from above was a column of bluish crystal, mushrooming out where it connected at the lower end. 10 minutes. That was Cormac's estimate of the time they had left before the outer golem caches opened up and those skeletal killers came swarming into this place. 10 minutes also before internals could reconfigure to bring new drones to bear. Really, the security here was not that great. But then, no one had ever expected heavily armed intruders to be able to transport themselves this deep inside. Cormac moved forward past the submines and gazed intently at the grey sphere. Earth Central, oddly, was old. Quantum processors were no longer made so small, since greater stability and ruggedness resulted from using a wider lattice crystal, like that found in modern runcible complexes, ships, drones, and Golem. So, rumors of your demise were exaggerated, inquired a voice he recognized of old. Cormac was not prepared to banter, especially with something that had so deliberately spoken with the voice of his now dead mentor and superior, Horace Blagg. "You allowed Erebus to attack the Polity," he stated. "I allowed nothing. I merely limited the extent of my response." Something flickered in the air between Cormac and that grey sphere. He didn't react, as he knew this was no weapon, merely a hologram projected from fibre heads in the floor. Millions have died because you limited the extent of your response. A line of light cut down, and out of it folded Horace Blagg. "But is that a crime?" he asked. "For evil to prosper, all that is required is for good men to do nothing," said Cormac, for it was something Blagg had once quoted to him. "Are you Blagg, or are you just Earth Central's mouthpiece?" The old Oriental shrugged. "We know that I am both." "Why allow this attack?" Cormac asked. Blagg shook his head. "I made you well, Cormac. You would have been a perfect replacement for the one whose image you see before you." Though Cormac did not want to be distracted, he was. "Explain that." "Well, do you consider your ability to transport yourself through U-space an evolved one? It is not. I chose you long ago when I first began taking apart Jane technology and built the replicating biomechanisms you first saw as this form I'm in, as Horace Blagg." Cormac waited. Earth Central continued. "Through a series of Horace Blaggs, I developed the technology, only incorporating U-space hardware when I finally chose my subject. Do you remember the hubris, Cormac?" He did. It had taken him to Samarkand, a world thrown into cold by Dragon's destruction of the runcible buffers there. "I remember that ship." "Not the ship, Cormac. The AI," the image before him corrected. "Hubris installed the technology in you during that journey to Samarkand, while you were in cold sleep, and it has slowly grown in your bones ever since. It took some time, for the complexity is great, but I knew it was working once you started grid-linking bare-brained." "I am to believe that?" "How else do you explain yourself?" It was a distraction. His time here was limited, and it was passing quickly. "Why did you allow this attack?" he repeated. "Ever since the war with the Praedor, humanity's pace of development has slowed almost to the point of stagnation. Development only accelerates under threat, and we know that complacency kills." "Trite." "It is a dangerous universe, Cormac. One in which a decadent and lazy human race could at any time face extinction." "Millions died," Cormac repeated. "But I did not kill them. I merely did not save them." "That's a very fine line." "Are you here to destroy me, Cormac?" the hologram inquired. "Very few will notice any difference. For the moment I cease to function, one of my sub-minds will take up the reins. It will take only a matter of microseconds for it to assume my duties. But it won't be you." Another fine line. Cormac bowed his head for a moment. "Perhaps I can accept that doing less than you are able to do is no crime." He raised his head. "She said she would not be allowed to live while the betrayer still sits on his throne. And of course, then I didn't understand what she was talking about. Now I do. You crossed the line when you sent your own people to the Trafalgar so that ship's AI could use them to initiate Jane nodes. In that you are culpable of murder. I'm here for the sake of Fiddler Randall and Henrietta Hipparchus Chang, and others whose names only you know." "Ah, that," said Earth Central. "So you are a moral creature, Cormac." Cormac stepped forward through the hologram and flung shuriken. The throwing star shot from his hand, extending its blades only a little way, then whirred up to a scream. It hit the pillar above the Earth Central AI, and the pillar shattered, a rain of blue glass clattering down and spilling through the gratings underfoot. Cormac swept up the ruler of the Polity in one hand. Something was rising up from the depths of Lake Geneva, and weapons turrets had already risen like giant steel fists from the hedging mountains. It didn't matter. Cormac knew he could pull his companions out in an instant, now, back up to that old orbital museum against which the Harpy was docked and hidden by its own chameleon wear. That same place where Cormac had paused for a while to walk and gaze upon the exhibits, artifacts from the true beginning of the space age. He recollected how the curator there, a human without augmentation, had taken an interest in him and asked where he was from. "Back from the wars," Cormac had replied, to which the response had been, "What wars?" Ever was it thus. After watching Mr. Crane pull on his boots again, don his coat, place his hat upon his head, and carefully adjust it, Cormac peered down at the grey orb he himself held. He gazed into it, but its structure revealed no more than would the regular formation inside some rock. However, by concentrating his U-sense on the hand that held it, it revealed thin, dense fibres in its bones. Earth Central had not been lying about that. With annoying predictability, Arak asked, "What now, boss?" What now, indeed? "I'm heading out to the accretion disk to find Mika," Cormac replied. "If you and Mr. Crane here," he nodded to the brass golem, "were to come with me, that would be more convenient, since then I wouldn't have to find another ship." He shrugged. "Or you can go your own way. I would say that things are going to be a bit hot for all three of us in the Polity right now." "But I meant," said Arak, "what now?" The spider drone reached up tentatively and tapped one sharp foot against the grey orb. Cormac weighed the thing for a moment. "Here, you take this," he said, then tossed it to Mr. Crane, who snatched it from the air snake fast. The brass golem held the orb for half a second before saying, "He must pay," then crushed Earth Central to fragments and scattered crystal glitter about his lace-up boots. Cormac guessed Crane must be choosy about what he included in his collection of toys. He gazed down at the glitter for a moment, then up at the sky, trying to fix that blue in his mind. "Time to go," he said. Another one of those ridiculous myths that seems to have become a stand-in for religion and a sop for humans ashamed to be not only less able than their creations, but ruled by them, is the avenging angel, the modern-day nemesis. Sometimes this character is accompanied by Mr. Crane, by a steel spider, by a woman with mysterious powers, or by any combination of each and all of them. Inevitably, he and his companions are associated with that all-too-real alien entity, Dragon. This godling, this nemesis, has great powers, for he can get to any AI anywhere and then kill it. He is there to keep our masters in line. Sometimes he is referred to as Ian Cormac, or Agent Cormac, associations there with those dangerous heroes of ECS. It is complete wishful thinking, of course, and all too ridiculous to be true. Anonymous. Orlandine woke immediately, but her perception was sluggish, crippled because a vast proportion of her resources was simply unavailable. The photovoltaic cells on the surface of her interface sphere were supplying just enough energy for her to wake and to power up the passive sensors dotted about the same surface. Her body temperature sat a spit or two above absolute zero, and though the cryonic technique she had used as she froze would have prevented the formation of damaging ice crystals, she knew there would still be a lot of repairs to make. She also needed much more power than was presently available to be able to think at more than a mere human level, and to see her surroundings with more than the present limited proportion of the electromagnetic spectrum available to her. Belatedly, she checked the time, wondering if the universe was filled with dead suns and red giants, and whether her present wakefulness was due to her briefly warming herself on its cooling embers. But a mere 200 years had passed. Orlandine was astonished, then fatalistic. Unless she had somehow beaten the huge odds stacked against her, there was only one reason for her to be awake now. Someone had come looking for her. She wondered why. Surely the Polity AIs would not bother waking her from certain death merely to execute sentence upon her. Or perhaps they were waking her so they could study her? She concentrated her severely hampered faculties on available sensor data. The stars here were sparsely scattered, vague dots without sufficient light output to power up her interface sphere. However, she was being supplied light. Unfortunately, it was lased, focused upon her sphere, and all but blinded her to its source. Energy levels gradually increased, and she managed to gain another percentage point of processing power. No, not Polity AIs, for in 200 years they would have utterly understood and conquered Jane technology, or been annihilated by it, so in either case would have no need to study her. Few others possessed the resources to find her, though it was possible that had changed in the intervening centuries. Running projections, calculations, and her limited suite of programs, she could not find the answer, so did something utterly human. She took a wild guess. "Hello, Dragon," she sent.
"Well, that's a confirmation,"
came the immediate reply. The laser now divided into numerous beams, each focusing precisely on individual collections of photovoltaic cells, allowing her to see the massive alien hanging out there in void. "What do you want?" she asked.
"Always a difficult question, that," Dragon replied. "What do you want, Orlandine? Think carefully before you answer now."
Orlandine did not bother trying to calculate what might be the correct reply, what would be the best answer to ensure her survival in this situation. Even with her full processing power, she probably could not have worked it out, for Dragon was as opaque as steel, and even major Polity AIs struggled to divine the reasoning behind its words. She decided to just be truthful. "Well, obviously I want to survive," she said.
"That is plainly evident," Dragon replied. "But what do you want?"
Orlandine thought long and hard about that. What had driven her to hang on to a Jane node, to go as far as killing her lover to conceal that she possessed it? What had been her life's aim before Erebus had killed her twin brothers? "I want to build something numinous." The intensity of the lasers abruptly increased, upping the power the voltaics were supplying her. Her processing capacity jumped up another 5%. Obviously, she had given a correct answer. Though, was it correct enough?
"It is a long, slow struggle to overcome the inertia of the polity, of its humans, and even its AIs," Dragon informed her, "without the kind of impetus Earth Central supplied, by giving Erebus the means to control Jane technology and allowing it to attack, an attack you stopped in its tracks."
"Yes," said Orlandine. "Development being proportional to death toll has been a benchmark throughout human history."
"Unfortunately," Dragon agreed, continuing, "you of course understand that Fiddler Randall ensured Erebus would never attack again. But you are certainly unaware that Earth Central would never allow such an attack again."
"Why?"
"The AI that controls the polity is still called Earth Central, but it is not the same AI. It is a replacement with an understanding that such callous actions will result in it being destroyed, just like its predecessor."
"Destroyed?"
Agent Ian Cormac learned of its perfidy.
It took Orlandine only a moment to grasp that thread. Of course, with his decidedly unusual abilities, Cormac could be the ultimate assassin. Barring user disruption, there was no defense he could not step around, and no human or AI he could not get to. "This is very interesting," she said, "but hardly explains why you came after me."
Over the last 200 years, there have been great dangers, near-extinction events, and many, like the biophysicist Skellor, quarantine and selective sterilization of many areas within the polity has destroyed all the Jane technology there. However, Jane tech remains a severe threat, one that the polity, especially since it is as undeveloped as when you departed it, is not truly equipped to deal with. While the accretion disk swarms with Jane technology, even though it is now an interdict area and surrounded by massive defenses and watch stations, the evil keeps escaping its box.
Orlandine contemplated her incorrect prediction of the now. Of course, though AIs might perfectly understand Jane technology, that did not necessarily mean they were safe from it. Many AIs and humans perfectly understood the working of guns and bombs, but that had not stopped people dying as a result of their use. "The polity will go the same way as the other races," she said. "Some future race might find just a few ruins."
Just so, especially when the accretion disk's sun fully ignites and blows a sandstorm of Jane nodes across the polity.
"What do you want me to build?" she asked.
You say that you want to build Orlandine, but 200 years ago you demonstrated a greater facility for destruction.
"I see."
You are,
said Dragon,
going to spend the rest of your existence annihilating a technology, tearing it up by its roots and utterly erasing it. In effect, the numinous thing you will build will be the future of the polity. Do you agree?
"Did you think for one moment that I wouldn't?" The light grew brighter.